by zoo newspapers and media in general. By zoo, I mean Nigeria, because Nigeria is not fit for human habitation. Not even animals can live there. This evening I'm about to prove it to you. I want to showcase to the entirety of humanity the stupidity of your average Nigerian. I want to prove to the world that your Nigerian, so to speak, is lower than an animal. I want to prove it to you. That anybody you see shouting one Nigeria, our country, let's move the country forward. I want to prove tonight with facts and figures coming from Nigeria itself that that very person is lower than a dog. I want to prove to the world that that Nigeria is the embodiment of the stupidity of a black man. The existence of Nigeria lends credence to the fact that black people are inferior to white people. This evening I shall prove it to you with facts and figures. As most of you may know, I am not a sentimentalist. I don't believe in all those useless sentiments. If you claim that black people are equal to white people, that God made every man equal, then you should be able to reason the way that Caucasians reason. You should be able to do the things that they have done. You should be able to, should I say, build and organize your societies the way that they too have done. We have never ever done any of these things. All we do is we beg, ask for handouts. When they are killing us, we run to the white man. When we cannot feed ourselves, we run to the white man. When things are going wrong, we run to the white man. Even the zoo, everybody is waiting for Britain, Daddy Britain, to speak before we know, should I say, the importance or the inevitability of the realignment of the political structure of Nigeria itself. Everybody is waiting for the Queen to speak, waiting for Boris Johnson to speak. Black people in Africa cannot do it. Everybody is waiting for a white man. And now let me prove it to you why I say that anybody calling him or herself a Nigerian is the most idiotic idiot in the world. Google this news, please. Leah Shuaibu gives birth, that's her second baby, in Boko Haram captivity. Leah Shuaibu, her name is Leah, L-E-A-H, if I'm not mistaken. Her surname is Shuaibu, I think S-H-U-A-I-B-I, or Sharibu as the case may be. Just Google Leah Shuaibu. She's a Christian girl from the same Middle Belt. I want you to follow what I'm saying this evening very sequentially and methodically. If you don't have a pen and paper, you shouldn't be listening. I'm telling you, if you don't have a pen and paper this evening, I'm telling you the truth. You should not be listening. My contention is that as you're Googling this very name, Leah Shuaibu gives birth to her second baby in Boko Haram captivity. I want you to have this thing at the back of your mind. That's Nigerians, wherever they are, they're like Leah Shuaibu. Who is Leah Shuaibu? She is a Christian girl from the Middle Belt. By Middle Belt, I mean where Gowon comes from. The man that rejected restructuring, the man that could have preempted everything now happening in Nigeria. That idiot, to call him an idiot is to insult the animal called idiot, because he's lower than that very idiot. His name is Yakubu Gowon. He was the one that went to Aburi to go and negotiate a new Nigeria, so to speak, in 1967. He went to that very place. Britain asked him not to agree to the terms that he had previously agreed in front of Ankara, who was then the Ghanaian head of state. He agreed as a gentleman. They call him an officer and a gentleman. But that idiot idiotically came back to Nigeria and reneged on all the agreements he reached with Ojukwu at Aburi. And that is symptomatic of what is happening in Nigeria today. And I want people to pay very close attention to what I have to say. Leah Shuaibu was abducted from her state, Yobe State, Dapchi. According to, of course, everyone knows that, There is this people, because the reason why you hear about her is because a lot of white people in America have taken up her cause. And I think that Reno Omokri and all the rest of them have been fighting to put her name out there in the limelight so that the world can understand what is happening. They call her a heroin Christian. People must pay attention. A lot of people will be very angry this evening after this very podcast. But as you well, you know me very well. I don't give a damn. She's a Christian. The Pope has not called for her release consistently. The Archbishop of Canterbury, these are all Christian, frontline Christian leaders all over the world. None of them have consistently called for the release of Leah Shuaibu because she is a Christian. And the lives of Christians do not matter. Only the lives of Muslims. Only Muslims matter. Because, can you imagine, I want people to please ponder this for a second. Can you imagine that, say, a militant group or a group identified, let's say a group from the South, for instance. Imagine that a group operating in the South went to a school or went to one Gariki market somewhere and abducted a Muslim virgin girl who is Fulani. Took her to a camp, let's say in Olo, let's use Olo for example, and took her to a camp in Olo, held her hostage, continuously raping her until she fell pregnant. Mind you, she was a virgin. She gave birth in captivity to the first child, and now she has given birth to another child in captivity. I want you to ponder for a second. You took a Fulani girl to a forest to the bushes in Orlum. Not that they don't know where this girl is. All of them, they know. The Fulani Janjaweed, they know. They took her into a forest. And they're raping this Fulani girl there every blessed day until she fell pregnant. What do you think will happen to Olo? It's just a very simple question. Because I want to bring home to people why I hate Nigeria with but I despise the zoo and any idiot that calls himself a Nigerian. This evening I want to prove that your average Nigerian is the most idiotic, is the most useless thing ever to walk the face of the earth. What do you think will happen to Olo? Fulani girl. What do you think BBC will do? What do you think the US ambassador will do, or even the British High Commissioner? They will say the entire Igbo land will be leveled. They will bomb everybody to smithereens. Or should I say, to the kingdom come? Are you following me? Imagine a Fulani virgin girl, a Muslim, being held hostage in Umuahia, a forest somewhere in Umuahia. What do you think will happen to Umuahia? What do you think Muslims will do all over the world? They will start slaughtering anybody who is not a Muslim. If you're Biafran, if you're from southern Nigeria, they will slaughter you wherever you are in the world. Now, this is why I hate Nigeria. People wonder why. I have my reasons. Because Nigerians are the most foolish, idiotic people in the world. Useless to the core. They thrive on gossip, on stupidity and silliness. They have no class, they have no shame, they have no grace. Nigeria is the most useless thing that man ever made. Do you know why this girl was taken? It is called, I don't know, it is called comeuppance. She was taken from a region that's the person responsible for the mess that Nigeria is in today, which is Yakubu Gowon. He's from the Middle Belt. This young lady, I believe, is also from the Middle Belt. You have idiots on social media writing about Middle Belt. Middle Belt is Middle Belt that. A Middle Belt Christian in a country called Nigeria has been held hostage now for nearly 3 years. She was a virgin, a little girl. They raped her to the point whereby she fell pregnant. I don't want to talk about the girls that they raped and they had to cut out her womb only last week in Lagos. Nigerian army. I want people to understand, when you're talking about one Nigeria, I want you to understand that you are an instrument of Lucifer. Satan is using you to perpetrate and to perpetuate evil. Only somebody from the bowels of darkness can ever say that Nigeria is viable. Only if you're working directly for Satan. And that Satan will destroy all of you. Because people are evil. Evil beyond human comprehension and contemplation. I'm telling you the truth. You people are beyond evil. Every idiot, it doesn't matter your political coloration. Every animal in the zoo, it doesn't matter how you think acceptable, you think people will see you, view you, or take you. As long as you wake up in the morning and you say, I'm a Nigerian, I swear to Almighty God, may God punish you, punish your generation forever and ever, because you are evil. Only an evil person can support a country where a little girl, a virgin, was abducted from her school, held in captivity for over 3 years. Rape after rape. Now she has her second child. And you people are not even ashamed of yourselves to be reporting it. She has her second child in captivity. Very flippantly, very dismissively. You people are evil. Do you see why God condemned black people? Because you're evil. You people are evil. You are satanic. There is something satanic inside you as a black person. No wonder the white man painted the devil black. You people are wicked beyond human reasoning. Because she is not a Muslim. The stupid Pope, Roman Catholic Pope, that idiot, I don't know where he comes from, cannot talk about Leah Shuaib. But he was busy praying and campaigning for Rohingya Muslims to get justice. Those fools in Canterbury, that idiot, Archbishop of Canterbury, those fools there, that you contribute your money every Sunday and send to. Leah Shuaibu is a Christian. They cannot speak. Because Muslim interests hasn't been threatened. The whole world is there. American ambassador is in Abuja, a woman. I don't think she has any children. Because you cannot tell me that people that wield such influence, that has such clout, will keep quiet and a little girl. But they can find American soldiers who were kidnapped, or American aid workers. They can send Delta Force to release them. But you cannot send Delta Force. The US ambassador, a woman, cannot write to her government to say, we need to free this little girl. She has done nothing wrong. A very brave girl. She said, I will not renounce Christianity, my faith. Because of that, she's being raped by Muslim Islamic terrorists. And people are reporting the news as if it is just a joke. Leah Shuaibu now has second child. If God does not destroy Nigeria beyond recognition, I will stop believing in God. I'm saying it tonight. What I'm saying is terrible, it is awful, but I'm telling you the truth. Nigeria is the creation of Satan for the habitation of evil people. The highest concentration of Satan, the highest concentration of the most wicked people on the face of the earth are Nigerians. They are in Nigeria. They are in Nigeria. Some of you, when your stupid baby Nigeria will come, you watch it. Sometimes when I look at these people, I say to myself, why did God even bother creating these people? God shouldn't have created black people. I think it was a waste of time. People without conscience, you have no conscience. Nobody is saying, how about if this little girl is my daughter? Nobody is thinking, how are the parents feeling? No. So you're telling me one Nigeria, let's work for our unity every day. Unity. It was the same one Nigeria that put Leah Shuaibu where she is. Without your stupid, idiotic one Nigeria, what happened to her could not have happened to her. You ask me why, and I will tell you. Because had Nigeria been divided, or there was this kind of understanding that independent ethnic groups should coalesce to form whatever federation or nation that they like. What right does a Fulani Janjaweed from Senegambia to come all the way to Yobe State, and by the federal government of Nigeria, yes, they said it with their open mouth, they said it themselves, the guns given to them by Nigerian government to come and kidnap a Christian girl, to hold her in captivity, raping her every blessed day. Now she has given birth to a second baby, to a terrorist, basically. Had Nigeria not been one, do you think, it's a very simple question, do you think anybody will have any idiot who follow an idiot can come from Mali to come to your village, to your forest, to stay in your forest, telling you what to do? You have Miet Yala, a terrorist group running the country? It's a simple question. I want those fools, both those who are illiterate and those that claim that they are academics, I want them to reason for once, because they are foolish. That's why they don't have no electricity. They have no good roads. They have no hospitals. They lament. They lament. All they do is they lament. Do something to get yourself out of the mess you're in. You cannot. You have a bunch of idiots with decorated fingernails every day. Three simple felony on Arise News. One idiot or a couple of them. Three simple, everything is still felony. Well, how do you classify or quantify the crime against Leah Shuaibu and Christianity at large in Nigeria? That is why this evening I am calling for the disbandment of Christian Association of Nigeria. It shouldn't exist. It should not exist. It has no role. It has no purpose. It has no meaning. Christian Association of Nigeria should be abolished. And I would not have Christian Association of Nigeria hold any meeting anywhere in the East. They cannot hold, and from what we have done to Hanese, we're going to do to Khan because of this little girl. Leah Shuaibu. Leah Shuaibu is the personification of everything wrong with Nigeria and Christian Association of Nigeria. You can go to your churches and pray, do whatever you like in your churches, that's fine. But you cannot gather under the umbrella of Christian Association of Nigeria anywhere in the East. Try it and see what will happen to you. You people are fools. Your foolishness is beyond foolishness. You claim you're priest, the man of God. You people are leeches, you are criminals. And God will punish all of you. You are criminals. Do you think that if you're holding a Muslim Fulani girl, a virgin, anywhere in the south, be it in Yoruba land or in Biafra land, seriously speaking, do you think the imams in the north will keep quiet? Even the imams in Niger Republic will complain. Those in Sudan will complain. You have pastors running up and down with their private jets telling you, so see the plant flower, do this, water, it's all you idiots. Idiotically, you are following people who are blind and foolish. And above all, that has no conscience. No conscience whatsoever. I don't want to hear about Khan meeting anywhere in the East. That useless, idiotic Christian society. Rubbish. As useless as Nigeria itself. Look at Leah Shuaibu. What did she do wrong? Her only crime is to profess her faith. Britain is there. America is there. They know where they're holding her. The world cannot say this girl has suffered enough. Let's go and rescue her. Because we are living in a very evil and wicked world. Where money rules. Fulani has all the money in the world. They have stolen all the money in the zoo. That is why even more idiotic are those calling themselves Niger Deltans, one of the most foolish people ever on the face of this earth as well. That oil that belongs to all of us, our oil and gas. Because of your stupidity, the Fulani took it. And you're still living in that stupidity like we'll get in tomorrow morning. That is where they made all their money. They can bribe Google. You put up bad news about Nnamdi, Kanu, or IPOB or Biafra. They go to America, they buy over the whole of Capitol Hill in America, identify corrupt US politicians and give them money. And when we talk about the pain and suffering of the likes of Leah Shwaibu, they say it happens everywhere. They go to Britain and the EU, they buy them over. Their war chest is now 34 billion US dollars. 34 billion that they're willing to spend. Is the world going to listen to somebody with 34 billion or somebody who has nothing? Look at Bill Gates, for instance. He can do whatever he likes and get away with it. Look at this idiot Zuckerberg, whatever they call the idiot. Look at him. They have money. They can do whatever they like. They can give you culture, a virus in a lab in Wuhan, in China, and give it to you, and still sell the vaccine to you because they have money. I'm asking you, who do you think the world will? I want all these idiots, and Niger Delta, and from South. I want you to, in your foolishness, to understand what you're doing to yourself. Oh, because of your bickering, I'm this, I'm separate. Fulani is taking all the oil. They can kidnap Leah Shwaibu, they can get her pregnant, it's nobody's business, they buy over the whole world, nobody will talk. They have the money. Britain will just say to them, oh, these are the guys with the money, these idiots from the north, they're the ones with the money, and they go to them. And that's what's happening to you today, isn't it? In the zoo. That is why Leah Shwaibu is there. They're holding her. She has given birth to her second child. A world without conscience. Human race right now is just not fit for purpose. Not fit for purpose. All that people are concerned about is that let us legalize gay marriage. Let us, how can I put it? Let Islam continue to advance unchecked. That's what that concerns me. The life of this little girl that is innocent. They said it was a virgin that gave birth to Jesus. This girl was a virgin. Destroyed. Completely destroyed. And every Sunday, every Saturday, we go to temple, to the synagogue to pray. Every Sunday, we go to the church to pray. Some of you in Islamic faith with conscience, every Friday, you go to pray. How many of you remember this girl? This girl is like you. The same way that terrorists are holding her hostage is how Fulani Caliphate is holding all of you hostage. You are like Leah Shwaibu. The world can see what is happening to you as an average Nigerian. You have no hope, you have no future. Everywhere you go to, if you're a high-ranking officer in any parastatal, they remove you, they put Fulani there. They put Fulani there. All of you others are looking sheepishly talking rubbish every blessed day. 2023, from Nigeria, from South, our oil, our gas, all these idiots everywhere. Fulani have done their homework. And you're dancing to their tune. You're like, every Nigerian is like Leah Shwaibu. All of you, you are being held hostage. The world can see that you are no longer in control of your future. But there is nothing you can do about it. Are you telling me, tell me where else in the world that this will happen? CNN will have it on their front page every day. Ask yourself, why are the likes of CNN, CNBC, Fox News are not carrying it? Because they have taken money from Fulani. They know how to share money very well. And you're telling me that this world is fair. You're telling me, can you even imagine what the parents are going through? Some of you with children, if you have a little girl, go back to your bedroom. I'm sure some of them are sleeping. Look at that, your little girl. Imagine that somebody invades your home and takes the little girl away from you. In the next 3 years, you hear that your daughter, your 14-year-old daughter now has 2 kids. Not by high choice. How would you feel as a father and as a mother? That is how the parents of this girl is feeling this evening. Spare a thought for them. All of you shouting one Nigeria, one Nigeria, one Nigeria, one Nigeria. Have you seen the mess you put this girl in? Because the more you continue to talk about one Nigeria, the more the Fulani terrorists will come. They're never going to stop. Do you think they're stupid? Every head of security is them. Are you foolish? Majority of police commissioners are them. Are you daft? They control customs. They even control fire service, civil defense. Sometimes I wonder the type of school some of you went to. Are you that foolish? You were there when Onoyen was removed. I didn't hear anybody shouting Niger Delta or South. He's our man. Nobody. Every person who says that he is a Nigerian, believe you me. In fact, no idiot. I have never seen anybody. When I was in the US, I was when I see somebody, I'm from Oduduwa, I'm Yoruba. Nobody said I'm a Nigerian. Nobody, not a single soul. I travel extensively all over the world. I have never met anybody say, "Oh, where are you from?" Say I'm a Nigerian. Never. They tell you the ethnicity where they come from, as God intended. They are busy convening. The convener of the US Nigeria Law Group. In a country where there is no law, you have lawyers. Isn't that a shame? In a place where there is no law. Are you telling me that should CIA or MI5 or MI6 put their mind to it, they cannot tell you where Leah is? Is that what you're telling me? That you've managed to find an American hostage, they cannot find where Leah Shwaibu is. And Leah Shwaibu is being held by people who come out openly to say that they own Nigeria. You even today, I'm coming to the news. Mietiala said, yes, we are the bandits. But a chief of army staff cannot go after them. Oh, no, they want to come to the south to look for Nnamdi Kanu, Sunday Ubuho, and whoever they say they want to look for. And all of you read the paper like a bunch of clowns and idiots. None of you will ask yourself this question. Why don't you go after those holding Leah Shwaibu? Why don't you go after them? All of you are easy. You see, I think that Nigeria has a way of turning some of you has turned all of you into both those that with Nobel Prize and those who professor. Everybody is a fool in Nigeria. He's a complete idiot in Nigeria. Complete fool in Nigeria. Look at Leah Shwaibu. Can this nonsense happen elsewhere in the world? I'm asking you. Can this rubbish happen elsewhere in the world? Every Sunday you go to Catholic Church, you contribute money, you give to the Pope. You go to Anglican Church, you donate money, you give to Archbishop of Canterbury. You go, you give Methodist Church, they send it to heaven knows where. Baptist Church, God knows where they send it to. Pentecostal goes to the pocket of the idiot standing in front of you, shouting, God, Jesus, Leah Shwaibu, where is she? She is in captivity because of her faith. What have you done? Nothing. Has there been any protest for her? All these bishops, all these men of Satan, monk, where are they? Can do nothing. All they want is money, using the word of God to deceive the idiots and the gullible. All of you are there in the zoo answering Nigerians. I hate you people with them. I don't want to see you. You're a fool. You are a creation of Lugard and what's her name? Shaw. What's her name again? Flora Shaw. You are the creation of your fellow human being. I feel sorry for you people. Animals in the zoo. Zoological Republic, people without shame nor honor. What is going on? I'm heading a prayer group. Abdul Salami Abubakar looks like a Calibos monkey. He's busy telling you I'm a reconciliation of reconcile what? So Fulani can take my land? So he can conquer me? Then you're one Nigeria? That is the only purpose that Nigeria serves. Is to head, it's like, have you seen where they call them the shepherd dogs, where they're heading sheep into a pen or into a circle? Go and Google it. I used to watch it on BBC, on Country Life program. They train the dogs to be shepherding the sheep. Only one dog will be heading a whole sheep up to 50 until they get them into the pen and they lock it. The more you shout one Nigeria, you're like a sheep being headed by a shepherd dog. For them to kill you, you have to be in one Nigeria. For Fulani to take your land, you have to be in one Nigeria. For Fulani to destroy your future and your hope, you have to be why don't you understand it? It's like putting people into a stadium and then bombing that very place. There's, oh, come into the stadium, come in. Nigeria is like a stadium of death. They are heading you into one place to destroy you, because if there is Biafra, Fulani cannot come without visa. If there's Oduduwa, they cannot come. Have you ever wondered? Our mothers are crying in Iguacha, in Eleme crying. Fulani are everywhere. And I'm asking you, if you had Biafra, people are crying in Bayelsa, oh, we are dying, oh, they're killing us. And this question is simple. If you had a Biafra, can Fulani be in your forest? They can never answer that question, because most of them are Nigerians. Foolish by nature. Very foolish. You know, God gave man brain so you can reason and think. That is why a white man can sit down and devise solutions to problems. But a black man will superstitiously be hoping on one native doctor or one miracle from God from somewhere, failing to do that thing that will practicalize, or should I say, trying to practicalize the solution to his problem. Never. It's the quote you, John chapter 8, verse 19. Ignorance and superstition. Leah was in captivity. And you have Christian Association of Nigeria doing nothing. Nothing. All that concerns is a private jet. No wonder the Jagjawood are slaughtering us at will. Very sad indeed. Very, very sad indeed. And as if, you know, sometimes there's some news you come across, you think it's a joke. Until you pinch yourself and you know you're not dreaming. Let me ask all of you one simple question. You idiotic Nigerians, the most hopeless, useless people on the face of this earth. Who started carrying AK-47 in Nigeria? Who are the people that started carrying AK-47 in Nigeria? They are not the police or the army or navy. Who are they? Answer my question. Who are the people that started carrying AK-47 in broad daylight? If you go to YouTube and Google it, Nnamdi Kanu at Izu River. How many years ago was that? I want to ask all of you now shouting, hey, they have militia, they are forming militia. I want to ask you, who were the first people to have a militia in Nigeria? Miyetiala. Were they arrested? They said, if you see anybody with AK-47, shoot that person. How many Fulani terrorists have they shot since last week or 2 weeks ago? I feel, and I keep asking, people say I shouldn't say, but I have to, honestly. In my next life, I cannot be a black man. I cannot come close to Africa. I'm telling you the truth. Your stupidity is second to none. Your stupidity is second to none. God is my second to none. I have never seen a bunch of more idiotic people on this earth. Today they're shouting. Because now that we have what they have, they are angry and they're shouting. And all of you are idiotically playing their line and their narrative. Because you're a Nigerian. And by nature, you're very foolish. Especially those of us from the South. Very, very foolish. I'm telling you. Very more than foolish. You see how the Fulanis are organizing themselves. All their governors. They are in tandem. Everybody knows their job. Their job is to conquer every ethnic nationality. That is their job. And they are singing from the same hymn sheet. All of them. From Atiku Abubakar to the last person. Claiming he or she is a moderate. They know what they're doing. And all of you, as always, from the South, you're shouting, you're one Nigeria. And I'm thinking, what sort of school did some of you go to? Miyetiala finally accepts that their so-called headers are bandits terrorizing Nigeria. Miyetiala. Why did they accept? Because of the consistency you find here on this platform on Radio Biafra. Because of the consistency of the indigenous, no other person, no other group. I'm telling you, and of course they know it. Nigeria, that Nigerians, those that were saved, the few people that we have managed to save so far, across ethnic divide, is because of this platform, Radio Biafra, and what IPOB has been doing. When we are screaming and shouting that they will take you over, this, you're dreaming, it cannot happen. We're in the 21st century. What is happening today? It was because IPOB punctured their plan. That is why they're incensed. That was why they came to kill me. That was why they killed 28 people in my compound. That is the reason why my parents are dead. That is the reason why my relatives, those who suffered the trauma, some of them are still dying till today. I have an announcement to make later on. Because IPOB discovered their plan and destroyed it 2 years in advance. That's why they're upset. That's why they're angry with us. That's why they say proscribe. When they write proscribe IPOB, even the Yoruba journalist in Lagos writing proscribe, the idiot knows very well that Mietiala are the real terrorists in Nigeria. You know, in those days in Aba, when we see as children, we used to observe people were shouting, "Hey, Tifo, Tifo, Onyoshi!" They want to stone or kill that very person. To they want to met out the kind of a mob justice against this individual. The individual will turn around and starts, I will now join the mob to be shouting, "Tifo, catch him, catch him!" So you don't know who is the thief anymore. That was the game, the clever game that Fulani Janjaweed played on all of you. Once you rise up to point them out for who they are, they say, "No, no, he's never Fulani, he's never Fulani, kill him, kill him, kill him." And all of you from the south, as idiotic as you always have been. Because had Azikiwe and Awolowo got their acts together, this nonsense will be happening. The same idiocy then is now, of course, we've destroyed it. It's no longer happening. Do you understand? Are you now beginning to see why I told you that tonight's program is like no other? You know me, I don't take prisoners. I don't give a damn. I don't give a toss what you think, what you might gossip about tomorrow. That is your useless business. It's not mine. You know, I don't give a damn. I don't care. Who are the bandits terrorism people? Yet I've been telling you from the one. Today they opened their mouths to say we are the terrorists in Nigeria. And on the same day that Mietiala is saying we are the terrorists, that same day that the army is saying we are going to the south to bomb everybody, to kill everybody. Not to bomb Mietiala or to arrest them. No. I said by their own admission, from their own mouth. I'll read it for you. It's news from the zoo. Do you see why we formed ESN? Eastern Security Network. It is because of ESN. That is why you have not been colonized. You can see what they're doing here. Do you know that Yoruba people are refugees in Benin Republic? It seems some of you don't even know what is going on. Out of shame, some Yoruba people don't want to carry it. Out of shame. Because if they carry it, they will say that this is a fulfillment of the prophecy carried out by Nnamdi Kanu many years ago. I told them, you will suffer. You will suffer. You will suffer it. The same thing we suffered in Biafra, you will suffer it. Get your acts together. Do you know that there are Yoruba people in Benin Republic as refugees in refugee camps? And they are busy, they are idiotic editors in Lagos writing proscribed. Whereas his relatives are in Benin Republic as refugees. Who sent them there as refugees? The same person that is telling him, "Oh, please call IPOB proscribed." The same idiot telling him to, and he write it, is the same person responsible for sending his family on should I say, into refugee camp in Benin Republic. But the editor of maybe Punch or all these idiotic papers in the West, they went to school. They're intellectuals. You know, the version of intellectualism in Nigeria, sometimes I wonder, seriously, I'm perplexed. You're a journalist and you went to school. And you're an intellectual, yes? Somebody from Abuja, Fulani Janjaweed, will call you and say, "I saw your report yesterday. You did not say that Nnamdi Kanu is a fugitive, that IPOB is proscribed. Why?" You say, okay, sir, all correct, sir, all correct, sir. Fulani will rule forever, sir. Yeah, no problem. Okay, your money is on the way. You get a lot soon. A lot of 4,600 naira. And then that same phone you're using to answer a call from a Janjaweed from Abuja, you get a call from your village to tell you that your mother has been killed, your uncle killed. Your relatives have now fled to Benin Republic as refugees. And you're an editor in Lagos, Punch newspaper, writing prescribed. Whereas the same people have now prescribed your village. And you are now in Benin Republic. Who's the fool? I feel sorry for these people. 4,600 naira a lot. How? Can't you see? I called them prescribed yesterday. Can't you see? I said that Nnamdi Kanu is a fugitive. Didn't you see me? Fulani is just playing ping pong with her. You people are fools beyond fools. I'm telling you the truth. People are idiotic. Idiotic beyond idiocy. Useless Nigerians. Animals thinking that, assuming they're human, you people are not human beings. You can't reason very well. No bunch of human beings can reason the way you do. Nobody challenge you, nobody on this earth. Embodiment of stupidity. Let me tell you the news in Nigeria. You know, if you're dreaming and you hear this type of news, you say, yeah, it's a dream. I shouldn't be bothered. But it's reality. The fourth largest and most deadly, in fact, now number 3 in the world, Fulani terrorists. They are the people that started bearing AK-47 in open broad daylight with the help of the army and the police. Now ask yourself this question. A Fulani pastoralist, as they call themselves, who gave you the gun you're carrying? You know, Nigerians are very foolish. They don't ask simple questions that they cannot ask. This gun you're carrying, you've been carrying this gun since the year 2013. Who gave it to you? You claim you don't have money. Even if you sell one cattle for 150,000 naira, where did you buy this gun from? That is the simple questions that Nigerians are not able to ask themselves. Now you understand it? This is where they want us killed. This is where they want me dead. This is why they demonized IPOB and Biafrans. This is the truth they don't want you to hear. It's a simple question I'm asking the Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Naval Staff, Chief of Air Force, Chief of Asorok, Chief of Gombe, all these idiots. I'm asking you, where did an ordinary poverty-stricken Fulani pastoralist get AK-47 from? A very uncomfortable question. By the time, even if you begin to ponder this question over and over, by the time you begin to provide answers, it leads back to Fulani government in Asorok. Fulani soldiers commanding a 32 battalion artillery. It goes back to Fulani police commissioner. They are all in it together. All in it together, all of them. One accord, they know what they're doing. You see, intellectual, you're talking rubbish. Speaking grammar, they don't understand. Whereas Fulani is in their forest. I warned my Yoruba brethren, stop supporting Fulani. They said, no, you're a rebel rouser. You're hitting up the polity. You're a rebel. You're a tree. The action is treasonous. The grammar, treasonous. But now there are Yoruba people in Benin Republic as refugees. Who gave them this new refugee status? Is it IPOB? Or is it the same people that IPOB has been warning you over the years about? Now, who is the fool? Who is the idiot in the house? These are the things that Nigerians don't sit down for 1 second to ponder. Just think about it for a minute. Who sent Yoruba people to Benin Republic as refugees? Who? Those people are the real terrorists, isn't it? Let me read it for you. The umbrella body of headsmen in Nigeria, the Miyetti Allah, Kotal, or Hore, whatever that means, or Horror, I should say, says headers are facing so many challenges from hostile host communities, including vigilante groups and other criminal elements who rustle cows in the country. Now listen, the group said some displaced herders in the country who were dispossessed of their cows end up becoming bandits. You see how that's going to justify it? You know the way that Britain tried to justify the slaughter of 5 million Biafrans. The one idiot the other day is doing one fool like that. Made the same mistake of saying what Britain had in store for us. Because you killed Sadwana of Sokoto. They said. Who killed Sadwana of Sokoto? His name is Chukwu Manzob. And where is he from? He's from Panama. In a place you call Delta State. In a place you say is not Southeast, is not Igbo. They are Deltans. Look at how they are playing. I told you they are playing ping pong with your brain. Somebody you claim is not Igbo killed Sadwana of Sokoto. You said Igbos killed him because of that. Let us kill Igbo people. When I go to Panama and I say, oh, Panama people are my people, you say, no, they're not. They're Delta. Don't come here. They're Niger Delta. But the person you claim is responsible for the punishment that you're now giving out to all Igbo people, all Biafran people, by extension, he's not an Igbo man, according to you. You said Nzogwu is from Delta. He's a Niger Delta. As useless Wike is. And now you are killing Igbo people because of a Niger Delta person. Yet they are not supposed to be together. And we accept all the Zoo. God have mercy. I'm just trying to point out how foolish a Nigerian is. That's what I'm trying to do. Nigeria is the most idiotic thing on the face of this earth. Somebody's from the, you know he's Delta, he's a Niger. Don't come here, we are Niger Delta, so don't come here. But you don't look is saying that Igbos are suffering because they killed Sadwana. And who killed Sadwana? Chukwu Manzogo. From where? From Niger Delta. And you're telling me that we are okay. No, seriously, no. Just about, are we normal? People that listen this way, are we okay? He's not an Igbo man. But when you want to kill Igbo, he becomes an Igbo man. He said that the bandits terrorizing you, those that took Leah Shuaibu, because everybody's now doing everything under Boko Haram, which of course is a lie. It's not Boko Haram. These are Fulani bandits sponsored by Fulani governors and politicians. And when you want to say, look, our unity is in danger, go to our unity. You know, when you want to, in those days when we're very small, if you want to, let's say you're there, because people wonder why we say everybody's our brother and why we have this camaraderie in us. Because as children, our parents, so to speak, or guardians will put a sauce in one pot. We eat from one plate. All of us, from one. People think it's a sign of poverty. No. It is bonding beyond bonding. You know, when let's say there are 4 of you eating this or her soup, or bitter leaf, or vegetable soup, and the meat, as you're eating, you know, I never knew the fingers can be so sensitive. As you're eating, the middle one finger is checking where there's obstacle. Any obstacle is either fish or meat. You know that for sure. Let's say you check it and it's only 2, and there are 4 of you, and you want to eat the meat. Everybody who grew up in the village will identify what I'm telling you now. You will tell them, oh, can you see that cockroach on the wall? As they all look towards the wall, you take the meat and put it in your mouth. You reduce the number of the meat or the piece of meat in the pot to 1, from 2 to 1. You quickly chew it and you swallow it. The reason why you were able to do that was because you distracted their attention by pointing them to something that caught their interest. And as they looked towards that very place, you now managed to take the meat. And you saw every boy in the village acts now, all over the world, they know what I'm telling you. They know it. Now, let me tell you how it happens, because I want to tell you how stupid Nigerians are. That's what I'm doing, nothing more. Do you know how foolish Nigerians are? Fulani brought AK-47 into Nigeria, gave it to their bandits. Here it is Fulani open their mouth to say those who are doing banditry are Fulani cattle raiders. Understand this very clearly. Now, in order to stop us from getting together to challenge them, anything you do becomes treasonable felony. That's the trick. It's a very clever trick. So anything Nigeria is breaking our unity, our founding fathers, they keep pointing you to unity of Nigeria, and being the idiots that you are, as you're looking at unity of Nigeria, they are busy in your forest kidnapping, raping, pillaging, destroying. It's a very simple. It's a very simple trick. They occupy you with that thing as American ambassador came with her diversity in diversity rubbish. There is strength in diversity. We are telling you that Leah Shuaibu is in captivity. Second child now. We are telling that Fulani is in my forest. They're telling me about unity in diversity. In another story. Fulani, they are raping my mothers in Eleme. They are killing them. We are an idiot is who claims he's not Igbo, he's a Niger Delta. What idiot serving Fulani? Are you listening? Our mothers are being raped. Our land is being destroyed. Invaders, they claim from Futajano, invaders from Mali are in my village, raping and killing our women. When I rise up to challenge them, tell me, remember the unity of Nigeria, one Nigeria, nobody should, you're hitting up the polity. Hey. And some of you bought into that nonsense. Because you're foolish. As a Nigerian, you're an idiot. You have no brain. I challenge you to an open debate. Come, I travel all over the world. Come out and debate me. Shoyinka never uttered a word against Fulani bandits until their cattle ate his cabbage and carrot. Until they ate his cabbage and carrot in his farm. Now he started speaking up. Typical black people. That's the way we are. Typical, very typical. But we are changing that mindset and mentality. That is our job. And we're going to, the time now is 3 minutes past 8 p.m. in the land of Biafra. That's how you know we are live. Anywhere you are, if you look at your timepiece right now, it is 3 minutes past the top of the hour. Imagine if they had succeeded in killing me. Can you imagine that? How will this gospel be preached? That is why I owe my life to Elohim and to gallant men of the volunteer command of IPOB. They said I have to leave because you have to preach this gospel that the world may hear it. If not, by now I'll be a dead man. And all of you in Nigeria, being as idiotic and useless as you are, by now you would have forgotten. You people is the principal reason why I believe that black people are mentally defective. We are not. All of you in Nigeria, being as idiotic and useless as you are, by now you would have forgotten. You people is the principal reason why I believe that black people are mentally defective. We are not sound mentally. You may cry and curse and complain. In the next 6 months, you come back and tell me, oh, but you're right, oh. Nigeria is the reason why I believe that the black race is cursed. Because the bundle of stupidity in the brain of somebody who calls him or herself a Nigerian is enough to convince me that black people are useless. Children are listening, and I want parents are going to answer difficult questions tonight after this program. Your children will ask you, but daddy or mommy, what are you doing? What did this little girl do that is being held in captivity now for nearly 3 years? What's her crime? What will you tell your child? It's the crime of Leah Shuaibu. What did she do wrong? What crime did Leah Shuaibu commit? Her only crime is to be born a Nigerian. That's her only crime in life. And those responsible for her plight are the ones telling you, don't don't break Nigeria. Because they know if you break Nigeria, Fulani will have no hold over you. Do you understand? It's a simple trick. Fulani understands. Britain, that is working for Fulani, they understand. Once Nigeria breaks, a Fulani man cannot come from Timbuktu to Izombe forest. It's not possible. How? These are the things we've been trying to get you to understand for years. For very many years. But your idiocy and your natural black stupidity will not allow you to. Some of you will be upset tonight. You know me now. Do I give it us? Does it bother me? You can, maybe tomorrow you gossip, or cause one be. You can never be me. Not now. Not even in your next life. Ugochinyere. If you don't know, let me tell you. Miyetiala are the terrorists. They said it. In the southeast, we support any policy by the government that seeks to stop the clashes between, because we have said enough is enough. That was why we formed ESN. Enough is enough. We're not going to have it. Now they are saying we will abide by any law. And we are saying it is too late. I don't want to see Fulani moving cattle around. No. They will be chased and they will be destroyed. It's an order. I'm saying it. Copy me and send it to the whole world. I don't care. Anywhere, my order to ESN is this. Anywhere you see Fulani in the open grazing their cattle, destroy them. One Nigeria, yes? So that's the gift of one Nigeria. The only thing we now gained from one Nigeria is our Yoruba brethren in Benin Republic as refugees. They are now occupying our forests. Because what we did by the actions of IPOB, what we did was to get them to act 2 years before they plan to strike. 2 years. What they wanted to do is in 2022, they would rise up and destroy everywhere. BBC will not carry it. CNN will not carry it. America will just say, it's about multiculturalism. They need to live together. And our land is gone. Our identity is gone. After all, Nigeria is seen as an Islamic state. A whole terrorist coming out to say, we are the bandits. These are the same people that Asorok, the so-called presidency of Nigeria, said that they are legitimate stakeholders in the governance of Nigeria. Go and Google it. Mietiala is a legitimate stakeholder in Nigeria. Go and Google it. By Garuba Shehu. I don't know if it's the acting Buhari now. I don't know. All of you are in Nigeria. We Nigerians. This is now our polity. We Nigerians. We are Nigerians. Stupidity on top of stupidity. Terrorists are the ones ruling you. They are the ones who shout, treasonable felony. Now tell me, what is more treasonous than bandits? What is more treasonable than what Fulani did to Leah Shoaib? Please explain to somebody. Please explain to me. What is more treasonable or treasonous? Has the love to treasonous? He's treasonable. Do you know what it is? He's treasonable, Fulani. He's treasonable, idiots. I never went to school. This UG, I feel sorry for you people. Black. Tofiakwa. People who cannot reason very well. A terrorist group came out in the open. We are the rulers of Nigeria. Terrorist group, terror. Mietiala. They travel with a motorcade. We shall deal with them in the land of the rising sun. We have started, we're not going to stop. We will sacrifice everything sacrificable. We are about to teach them a new dimension of madness they have never seen before. If they bring this war to us, I told you people many years ago, and I'm repeating tonight, for every one suicide bomber you have in Boko Haram, I'll give you 10 in Biafra land when the time comes. Fulani cannot take our land, not while I'm alive, it cannot happen. God is my witness. Fulani cannot take 1 inch of Biafra land. or send us into exile. It can never happen. Terrorists are in charge of your lives, and you're busy speaking grammar. They're treasonous because you're on television. They like a retired prostitute with her finger painted on Arise TV talking rubbish. Treasonable. Is that not Jesus? There are idiots everywhere. We will kill all non-state actors in the forest, says Chief of Defense Staff, Major General Lucky Irabo. He will kill all non-state actors. But you have not killed Boko Haram. This is, sometimes, I don't, is it, are you sure it's not the pepper, the amount of pepper we put in soup back home that is making us this foolish? It could be the pepper, because other people that don't eat that much pepper, they're not as foolish as this. When we eat pepper soup, we'll be sweating and we'll still be eating it. Maybe that pepper is going to our brain to scatter it. This idiot is Major General Lucky Irabo. He is the Chief of Defense Staff. He has not defeated Boko Haram in tiny Sambisa forest. We will kill all non-state actors in the forest. But ordinary Sambisa, you cannot take Sambisa. So if you make this statement, we'll all be shaking. Hey, they're about to come. We're asking them to come. Come now. We are waiting. Come and take our forest. Let's see. For your Fulani masters. This idiot is married to a Fulani Janjaweed. This fool, Lucky Rabo. He's from Niger Delta. Any day they sack him now, they say he's an Igbo man. Oh dear. I have seen enough stupidity in Nigerians that I don't think that no wonder the rest of the world is doing very well. God packed the whole foolishness in the brains of people that call themselves Nigerians. Wild beasts, animals everywhere. Chief of Defense Staff who will kill all non-state actors in the forest. In a country that it claims they're not at war, where they have the law court. So there is no, what it's telling you is that Nigeria has no laws now. Imagine an American general, Chief of Defense Staff in America coming out and saying, we will kill everybody in the forest in America. They will tie the idiot and put him in a mental home and say, you're not well. But this one is here, Chief of Defense Staff. Because he was around. Chief of Defense Staff. I will kill everybody. But ordinary Sambisa, you cannot take Sambisa. Ordinary Sambisa forest, you can't take it. Sambisa held by a ragtag band of illiterate Islamic terrorists. They want to come and take over. Is it that there's one stupid fake video I'm seeing that said they have brought plane? Maybe you can be up now. You drop your bomb and you fly away. Come down on foot. KKU Nebu. You people not crying. Stupid sort of idiots. He said it's a Lucky Rabo. The military has concluded arrangements to neutralize non-state actors and other agents of violence in the country. Look at this idiot. Sambisa, ordinary Sambisa forest, Sambisa forest, you cannot take it. It is the whole of Nigeria you take. These people are jerkers. So when they say it, we'll be afraid. We'll be shaking. Oh, they're coming. Oh, they're going to do. Come now. Come. They will bury you there. You think that now is like before. You talk all this nonsense and people will be panicking. They have not seen war. We have seen war. In Olo, there was war. In my compound, there was war. I have seen it. And when the time comes, I will release a videotape of when they were shooting at me at Obakala Junction, Nigerian Army. Chukwu Kabema said I will not die, and I didn't. But at the right time, I released the video. We will kill on non-state actors. But Boko Haram is busy sacking your barracks in the north, in the Sharia Janjaweed north. You cannot stop Boko Haram from sacking your barracks. You have not taken Sambisa Forest. Then you are making a bold claim. Who neutralize? Come and neutralize now. As you are leaving the barracks, people are taking it over. Come out now and neutralize. Let's see. You people come into all looking like a vulture soaked with rainwater, hiding. You read, some of you read the reports on Sunday. What did I tell you? ESN is active everywhere on the ground in our land. Even today, Sahara reporters that loves writing about Southeast. Today they said that ESN is also in the South, you know. We're everywhere. If your village is under siege, we are coming. I assure you we are coming. And our people are responding very well. They have woken up at last in America. As I told them that they will. I cursed them in America for eating too much hamburger and drinking so much soda. And I said, after saying what I said, you people will still fund the defense of our land. And now they are doing it. They will fund it. All of you, you will fund it. We'll defend our land. You want me to leave my land to Fulani to take over? Is that what you seriously, is that what you think? Whilst I'm alive? That's rubbish now. It can never happen. This general, I don't know, his name is a rabble. I want to tell him something. I want people to understand very carefully. That is why I say all the time, when you're coming to listen to us, bring a pen and a paper. What I told the Zoo army will happen to them is now happening in Niger. What happened in Niger, I will tell you, is a very simple story. The Niger government, because Nigeria has never won any war on its own before, not even a battle. Nigerian government went to Niger Republic and Chad and Cameroon begging them to give them soldiers to fight Boko Haram around Sambisa Forest. Niger Republic stupidly agreed and sent their troops south. As they sent their troops south, bandits of Fulani went now and they took over their land. It's something, our people should not panic. There is a method in our madness. I said we will draw them to the east. This army of the few Janjaweed left, they will march to the south. And as they are marching to the south, they will leave a vacuum in the north. The terrorists will take over. And the north will no longer be habitable for the next 92 years. If you doubt me, go to Syria and to Yemen. Go to Somalia. That's what's going to happen. You call them bandits, but we know they're terrorists. So as they move the Zoo army into our land, their flank at the back will be open. I don't want to bore you with military terminologies now this evening. Before they will start saying, when did he go to military school? When did he go to military school? But their army, because they are very foolish, they are fallen, they are Janjaweed, they are very hopeless. They will come down south. They will come. And when they come, they open their back to terrorists from the north. And I have never seen, this idiot is talking about bombing every forest, which is impossible militarily. Any army, anywhere, no matter how powerful you are, if you're on a battlefield, you only face one direction. If you're fighting an enemy at the front and another one at the back, you're finished. But he claims he's a general. He went to Sandhurst, he went to Moms, all these stupid places he claimed they always claim they went to. This is a general talking like a kindergarten fool, like somebody who never actually been into a classroom before. You're a military man. You want to move your army down south when you have a formidable Boko Haram at your back. You are coming to meet us in the east. You are coming. You will see us. Of course you will see us. You will meet resistance in the west. And you are in the middle. Boko Haram is chasing you from the north, from your rear flank. We are chasing you from the east. Oduduwa is chasing you from the west. And you claim you are an army that you will survive. And you're a general. Oh dear. I know that Nigerians are stupid, but your generals are even more stupid. You can drop bomb from air, that is true. But also as a general, you know you must commit troops on the ground to win any war. You can drop as much bombs as you like from the air. You must come down. You must place boots on the ground. That's why we're waiting for you. And you come. We're waiting. I said before that people think I'm just fighting for Biafra, no? The strategy we're deploying is very simple. At the end of the day, there will be no Nigeria. The name Nigeria will be erased from history books. Let their army come. Some idiots who don't understand are thinking, we cannot fight a guerrilla war in the terrain we don't know. If these fools who are saying we should be offensive all the time now, we should attack them in the north. No, of course not. They will come to our land. We know the terrain. Had our eternal leader allowed Timothy Onwatuegu to take the second army of Biafra, the buff, into the bushes, by now Biafra will be free. To sack a government is very easy. You can come and run away from the office. But to win a guerrilla war is almost impossible. Impossible! It's impossible to win. Ask Americans in Vietnam and they will tell you. And as the French diplomat said during the war in 1968, a white man said, I have never seen a more braver army than the army of Biafra. The French deputy ambassador. Go and ask, Google it. Before I came here, I was told that Biafrans fight like warriors. But having been to Biafra, I can tell you that warriors fight like Biafrans. As Nixon said, had you people stayed on for 6 more months, America would have come in. But everything is for the will of God to prevail in our lives. But our time has come. If we miss this opportunity, as a race, we are finished. Remember when I told you that they will come? None of you believed me. Or most of you did, of course. IPOB, this very wonderful family did. I said they will come. If we do not rise up now to kill Nigeria, Nigeria will kill everybody. That is why I commend what the Duduwa agitators are doing. It's the Middle Belt. They've been ravaged now. They have been ravaged. I don't know what God wants to do with Middle Belt. Maybe he wants to destroy them completely. I have no idea. The time is also now for them to rise up and join the moving train. Look at Niger Republic. So don't panic. When they write all this nonsense, we are coming to bring this stupid army. Bring it down. Let us see. Don't you bleed as well? Don't you bleed? I'm asking them. You will die. Niger Republic made the mistake of coming to the Lake Chad region to come and fight alongside Nigerian troops against Boko Haram, which they cannot even defeat. They left their back open and bandits moved in because nature abhors vacuum. That is why every sensible person must invite them to come. Let them come. There will be no more Fulani. You see the Sultan. It's the same bandits that will kill him. Sultan Sokoto, bandits will kill the idiots. They think they are smart. We are live and direct. The time now is 24 minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are. We are preaching the gospel of heaven, that the truth may prevail. I asked you a simple question from the beginning. Do you see what is happening to Leah Shwaibu, a Christian virgin girl from the Middle Belt, taken by terrorists, Fulani terrorists, impregnated, now twice? Let me ask you again, do you think that you can take a Fulani virgin, Fulani girl, selling Fulani Nunu, to your forest in your village, raping her, getting her pregnant, she's giving birth? Do you know what happened to your village? They will level it. The entire place, they will level it. This is the mistake the likes of Obasanjo have been making for years. All these idiots shouting one Nigeria, either in PDP or APC, all these idiots, all these Iran boys, glorified Iran boys, shouting one Nigeria. You don't know how foolish you are. You have no idea. I remember when I told World Igbo Congress that Fulanis were coming, they said I was a madman. I said they are coming. They said, oh, he's a madman. He doesn't know. He's trying to cause war. He did not see the war. He was a child during the war. He did not go to war. Has the war not come to you now? Has it not come to you now? Who is the fool? But of course, they are not anymore because World Igbo Congress is doing very well to support the efforts we are making on the ground. Biafrans all over the world, everywhere. You heard about evangelism in Akwa Ibom. Evangelism, hey, glory be to God in heaven. Everywhere the message, the gospel, we are preaching it, either on radio or on the streets. Those that received it gave their life to Christ, and they're with God now for judgment. I raised the dragon flag. People don't know the meaning of it. You don't. Some of you don't understand the meaning of the dragon flag. You don't have no idea. From the day we raised the dragon flag, from that day we stopped writing to UN about what they're doing to us in the zoo. Because the world doesn't give a damn about you. They have bought over, almost every diplomat in Nigeria has been bought over by the zoo. All corrupt, all of them. US ambassador has been bought over. UK ambassador, UK, all bought over, all of them. All corrupt human beings. Very corrupt to the core. We write letter. Bring more evidence, you bring more evidence. Bring more evidence, we bring. Bring more, we bring. Okay, I want to see live interview. We show them. Bring more evidence. Bring the girl. We brought the girls to them that the army raped. Nothing till today, nothing. Which means, if you don't know what to do, please stop coming to us. And now, we know what to do. We have come to die for what we believe in. Are you prepared to die for Nigeria? Then come down to where we are. Stupid idiots. You think now it's 1967? You must be dreaming. They send their fake news. Army killed 16 IPOBs, Eastern Security Network Cooperatives in Abia. A lie. So if you write it now, so we'll be panicking. Oh, they're killing us, so let us stop. Oh. Let me tell you one thing about us you don't understand. The more you kill us, the angrier we become. You see, that is one thing that these idiots don't understand. Let me tell the Fulani one thing they don't know because they are foolish. They're not sensible. Leave all these things that Britain is doing. If the only reason why it appears as if the Fulani Janjaweed are doing very well is because of the foolishness of people from the south. Very foolish set of people. That's all. If not, Fulani can. Let me tell you something you don't know. I want to let Fulani understand something this evening. You see your hand. Take your right index finger. Look for any part of your body. Use your finger to be rubbing at that same spot all the time. Keep rubbing it every blessed day. Keep rubbing that. Keep disturbing that very place. After a while, that place will become harder than the surrounding skin. It's in nature. I repeat, use your right index finger, not your thumb, index finger, the second one following it. Be rubbing it on any part of your skin you like. Every day, keep rubbing that same spot. Keep rubbing it, keep rubbing it. After a while, your skin will rebel and say enough is enough. It will develop hardness. It becomes very tough. That is why, even when you're putting on a shoe, maybe a new shoe, and that shoe keeps rubbing at a particular place on your foot, after a while, that place will grow tough skin to meet the challenge that the shoe is bringing to it. That's how life is. So all those years you were killing us at Mpo, at everywhere we go to, you shoot us, we die at Haba, National High School. Oh, you thought that will make us become cowards and we'll run back. Ah, no, you're mistaken. It's human nature. We rise up and we fight back. And we are coming with a force you don't even understand. And I'm saying it on live broadcast to the whole world. By the time we are finished with you, your children will also die. You don't know the amount of hatred you have built up. People think we're just doing IPA and out of normal, that we are normal. No, we are not. Not anymore. The level of anger inside us, you cannot fathom. You don't even begin to understand it. You have no idea. The more our people die, the angrier we become. The reason why we surrendered after the war, or should I say, Obasanjo came and said he took surrender was this. Let me tell you one thing you don't know, or people don't know about the Biafran war. The reason why we gave up was because we felt that God had abandoned us. Because some of you are, of course, most of you are very young. You don't know, there's a song called Nkosinwam. It was played after the war. I can't find it. I can't find it anymore. It says Nkosinwam Obogeniki Nebe Aquarere. Because our people sat down and felt that God had abandoned us, that God cannot be in heaven and such a thing is happening on this very earth. That was what we gave up during the war. But God knew what he was doing. Then we were not ready. Mentally and spiritually. I didn't say physically. I said mentally and spiritually. But now we are. And that is why Biafra will come. All these lies. If they like, let them publish tomorrow that they killed 40,000 ESN operatives. Babash. Instead, they're the ones who are dying. And they'll continue to die. Ndara. And as I said, I'm warning them now. You see all those your children schooling abroad. Some are in the UK, some are in the US. We have people that will go to prison in the US waiting for them. When I give the order, you will hear what will happen. When I give the order, you will hear what will happen. We have reconnected on our app. Is wobbling because they are panicking. They are panicking. This broadcast. Some are in the UK, some are in the US. We're exposing them. We have people that will go to prison in the US waiting for them. When I give the order, you will hear what will happen. When I give the order, you will hear what will happen. So as I'm quoting it, I want people to please note this down, please. And write it, and I'm Googling it as I'm talking. You know, I can multitask. As you have made women childless. Because we are children of light. Anything we are doing, Elohim, is the book of Samuel. Because we are First Samuel, children of light. Chapter 15, verse 33. Elohim. That is this, the book of Samuel. First Samuel. Chapter 15, verse 33. That is this, every day. A complete failure at HT Division in Enugu. He's not the one talking. You're talking rubbish. As if you don't know him. A complete failure. He went to fight Boko Haram and came back in disgrace. Is the way they made him from his staff and he's talking nonsense. That is the scriptures. I want to read a verse in the Bible, something that in the Torah, the original Bible, something that Samuel said. Not this one, the Europeans added their own to it. The original word of God, the Torah. And Samuel said, as your sword has made women childless, so will your mother be childless among women. And Samuel put Agag to death before the Lord at Gilgal. I want Fulani Janjaweed to understand, as you have made many mothers childless and turned women to widows, so shall you also be childless. Your children will pay. As I said, listen, by the time we are done with what we are doing, the world will record IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu as mad people. That's what I want. You people are about to see madness, the type you've never seen before. All that money you're saving, you're accumulating and stealing and depositing in Dubai, UAE government will eat it. All the money you have stolen and put in England, the Bank of England will take it. Your children cannot eat it. Oh, you think you can kill other people's children and you're only walking about very free? You people are jokers, honestly. You people, you are mad. You are insane. We don't forgive. We're not going to forget. You see, everybody you killed at Mpo, National High School, at my house, everybody you killed, we are going to avenge all of them. We are going to avenge all of them. That you may see madness. And then after that, let your children come and enjoy now. Let's see. You think you're smart. You can kill other people's children and your own will be enjoying. Going to Cambridge and on stolen wealth. You must be dreaming. Let me tell you what Samuel said. Shmuel, of course, correct pronunciation. As your sword has killed the sons of many mothers. I think the New Living Translation is better. And I want this quotation everywhere, tonight, all over the world. The first book of Samuel, chapter 15, verse 33. Use the New Living Translation. This is for Fulani generals and police commissioners in our land. As your AK-47 has killed the sons of many mothers, now your own mother will be childless. Ponder over it. Very, very important. As they are doing all this, their nonsense, they're saying the North cannot be threatened. These are the people threatening us. You know, that is one thing sometimes I wonder the type of journalism you have in Nigeria. The people threatening us, they're in our forest, killing us, and now turning around and saying you cannot threaten us. Zoo, they're called Northern Elders Forum. It's from their news today. The North can't be threatened into submitting to separatist agenda. That foolishness of IPOB, everybody is now foolish. That thing we saw many years ago, and they killed us for it. They campaigned against us for it. Now everybody has seen it. Isn't God wonderful? Do you see why I say that IPOB, they are the only chosen people? I'm being honest. They are the only people who we saw many years ago, or some of you are saying it just last night. The Northern Elders Forum has said no amount of political maneuver by secessionists in parts of the country will threaten the North's political fortune ahead of the 2023 elections, which means they are telling you that we hold the key to Nigeria. That's what they're telling you. People who are in our forests, raping and killing our people, they are telling us that we're the ones threatening them. And newspapers will carry this junk. No, his name is Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed. And my name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We are not relatives. I don't know who this man is. By blood, by genetic disposition, by religion, by culture, by social inclination, I don't know who they are or where they came from. Just that Britain decided that we say a bunch of monkeys in Africa. Let's put them together as one country. That's what happened. He described the wave of irredentism. Not the wave of Fulani banditry, no. They will see, they think they're clever. And some of you make Fulani feel that they're very clever. They're very foolish. Fulani, you people are the ones threatening us. You are the ones in our forest. Fulani, you are the ones that sent Yoruba people on exile as refugees into Benin Republic. Fulani, it is you. Yoruba young people are rising up. You are now claiming we are separatists, irredentists, or whatever garbage you call it. Because you think we are fools. Because you use daily trust, you use all these stupid Nigerian media houses to drown everybody out. No, but not us. I will come on air to preach. And millions all over the world will listen. Because what we are preaching is the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. Fulani, you are the problem. But you are the ones complaining because you think we are all foolish. Of course, most of us are in the southern part of the zoo. That is why we must continue to tell the Fulani Janjaweed that they cannot succeed. Nigeria must fall. The zoo must fall. There is no alternative. You must go back to where you come from. Even the Hausa will reclaim Gobe, which is Sokoto. Mark my words somewhere. Hausa peasants will rise up against Fulani Janjaweedism. They think they're smart, but no, they are not. They have come to the end of the road. They have come into the land of the rising sun, the land of the ancients, where God in his infinite wisdom saw it fit to plant the first human being on this very earth. That is your end. If you don't know, let me tell you now. Let me tell you one thing you don't understand. Ojukwu is our Moses. All God did between 67 and 70 is to show us that there is a land he prepared for us called Biafra. That's all he did. And now this generation is here to get it. And the walls of that Jericho must fall. The zoo must fall. I have a very, very critical and sobering announcement to make this evening. I regret to announce that I lost my mother-in-law, Mrs. Anyang. I lost her. She was ill for some time. And it is not unconnected to the fact of the invasion that happened in my house and the fact that the zoo has made life for me and my family very difficult. Of course, her very beautiful daughter, my beloved wife that I'm married to. I announce this evening with very heavy heart and deep sorrow and sadness the passing of my mother-in-law. Very, very sad indeed. Another price I have to pay, and I'm begging Chukwuka to please stop. I have paid so much price, so much. I have committed so much. I have sacrificed everything sacrificable. And today I announce that my mother-in-law is no more. Very sad indeed. But you see, in everything, as David reminds us in the Holy Book, we give thanks to the Almighty in heaven. They are attacking our system as I made this announcement. In all, we give glory to Elohim, because he brings and he takes. Who are we to challenge him? You know, sometimes, as Job went through, sometimes I feel like I'm Job, you know, so that I can speak against the Holy Spirit. But I can't. Because as David said, you are God, you bring and you take. Anything you say must come to pass. And upon that, we anchor our faith and our belief that everything that happens does so to give glory and honor to your holy name. My mother-in-law served you in truth and in every honesty, and today she's no more, but we shall mourn her deeply. And as she advised me that this march must continue until Biafra is restored. And on that note, we have come to the end. Of course, as time goes on, I will, of course, brief you as to the burial arrangements. I thank you all for listening. From me, from here, good evening.
Repeat the tragedy of the past. Thank you, Mazi and Kanu.
Thank you, my dear brother. Thank you very much. And also, Mazi, the co-host of this very wonderful and unique forum. I want to acknowledge those that went before me, our elders, the two people that actually have so much regard for, Baya de Banjo, and also our own father, Mazi Kamechi, and also my regards and respect to Bishop Coker and all the rest of them that spoke. The fact of the matter is that we can break the war without any rancor or need to go to war. We mustn't forget that there was a country called Czechoslovakia. Today, the Czech Republic and Slovakia, they never fought any war. And for us to properly contextualize this never again theme or scenario that people are talking about, we must go back to how we were before the white man came. There was no war between Biafran people and the Oduduwa people before Lugard came. There was no war between Biafran people and, say, the Fulanis from the north. Everybody minded their own business until the white man came and decided otherwise. Decided otherwise in such a way that even Igbo land itself is carved up into heaven knows how many states, even some of them in the north as Christians. My own relatives from a John land that we never fought anymore with decided all of a sudden that we are no longer together or should be one as a people. All of these things are the vestiges of colonialism. And I blame it squarely on the shoulders of those that call themselves the founding fathers of Nigeria. And after them, those of them that call themselves rather laughably the elites. You don't have elitism in a place where there is no running water, no good roads, no good schools. Cattle headers are busy slaughtering and massacring people everywhere. And some people have the temerity to come out on national television or on this forum to say they are the elite. Elite of what and for what? What have they accomplished? Absolutely nothing. So all this vacuous elitism makes me very, very sick. I do not subscribe to it. My main point that I want to raise is a brief response to what
Tanko Yakasai said a while ago, there seems to be this blame game going on in Nigeria. And as the bishop accurately said, it is called, I think in his words, I'm correct, he called it relativism. When a crime is committed by a Fulani, there isn't much who care about it. If some crime is committed by an Igbo person or by a Biafran, there seems to be an amplification of the implications of that very crime, regardless of how minuscule or irrelevant it may be in the wider scheme of things. Why am I saying this? You're telling me that you are in a country where the Fulanis have consistently been massacring people on a daily basis. First, they called them terrorists, then they were called insurgents, and now they're called bandits. But you and I know that in the main, these are Fulani headers killing people. Nobody has ever suggested the designation of Mietiala as a terrorist group. Absolutely not. You live in this sort of, under this climate, such as the atmosphere of impunity and lies. You witness these things every blessed day. And some people will have the guts or the temerity to talk about one Nigeria. Nigeria that came into existence only 60 years ago. How about the ethnic nationalities that existed before Britain was formed? The thing that we keep missing is this. Nobody has the guts to ever interrogate or challenge the deficiencies within Nigeria. And what do I mean by that? We never actually promulgated nor sustained the constitution in the first place. There is no Nigerian constitution. In other words, the ordinary public in Nigeria has no say in how they are governed. How then do you expect that country to move forward? How do you expect healing and reconciliation? How is that possible? You and I know it's never ever going to be possible. Yakasai and modern commentators keep having an about 1966 coup. It was an Igbo coup, which of course is a lie. I would recommend that Elder Tanko Yakasai go back and read Ademoyega's Why We Struck. One of the people that he mentioned, he wrote a book, Why We Struck. In that very book, it was made explicitly clear that what happened in 1966 was a revolution. And I make bold to say this, without casting any aspersions on against anybody, only the South can carry out a revolution. Only the South. Because of how the North is structured. Their mindset, the way they reason, their value system cannot allow them to rise above what I call very primordial religious sentiments to carry out a revolution or a coup against their leaders. What happened in 1966 was a revolution. And in a revolution, there are bound to be casualties. What Yakasai was alluding to is the fact that no Igbo high-ranking politician or army officer was killed in the coup. But the fact of the matter is this. Under Michael Opera, we have the fastest growing economy in the whole of Africa, if not the whole of the world, 40% every blessed year. How can you kill such a person? The Savannah of Sokoto, Samad Bello went to Sandhurst in London to go and give a speech in England, to go and give a speech. In that very speech, when he came into the hall, he segregated all the cadets, all the people actually, the so-called Nigerians at Sandhurst studying to become military officers. He said he wanted to address only the North. Only the North. Go to your, they talk about history all the time. But these same elites are the same people that connived and conspired to deny us history in our schools. Because they understand the implications. That was what actually led the likes of Usop to say that these type of people should not be at the helm of affairs in Nigeria. I give it to them in the North. The North was doing very well. Samad knew what it was doing. The Father knew what it was doing. They all loved their people and they were developing at a very good pace, or should I say rate. But the fact of the matter is that there is nothing called one Nigeria. The sooner we rise up and face this reality for us, or else our children and our children's children will be having these discussions in years to come. And that is not the way to go. In Russia, there was a revolution by the Bolsheviks. In France, there was a revolution. In England, there was a revolution. Cromwell cut off the head of King Charles I. Today, you don't hear the royal family saying, oh, people from Cumbria, where Oliver Cromwell comes from, should be denied access to good education because they rose up against the crown. In America, there was a revolution. In every revolution, people are bound to die. If something happened in NSAS, during the NSAS protest, these same people introduced tribe and religion into it. and falsely claim that those burning down properties out of anger and rage because of the killings at toll gates in Lagos are all people, the same people, talking about one Nigeria to make Nigeria better. How is that possible? When people cannot be honest with themselves. All of us participating today, we all know that the Constitution is flawed. We know that the 1979 Constitution, or in fact, from 79 to 99, they are all flawed documents. You and I know that. Because it's the turn of your village. You want to rotate presidency, you want to start eating as other people, you want to start buying houses in Dubai, in the UK, and in America. You say, oh no, it's not in my turn. That is what they are doing. Once you're elected as a senator, as a governor, or whoever you are, you will say to yourself, not in my turn. Let me make that money that others have made before proceeding. You stay in a country, you are in a country where Omar Diko is the most corrupt individual out of Africa. He's a funny man. The families are now enjoying the loot, the money is stolen. There was a man called Ibrahim Taher, if you've forgotten. This man burnt Nitel down at Makrena after stealing all the money. And we are here pretending that somehow this can be better. It can never ever be better. There is something called a referendum or a plebiscite. There must be a constitution formulated by the people, and that is the best way to go. Without it, these discussions will continue forever and ever, and Nigeria will remain as poorly and as deprived as it is today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mazi. Before you go, please, there is a fundamental question that we want you to address. Same thing. That have you reduced the entire Fulani to herdsmen who kill Southerners? Is it right? Is it fair to reduce all Fulanis to herdsmen who kill?
I am trying to pay them back in their own coin. Ojukwu went to Aburi to negotiate for the same restructuring we are talking about today, going back to the regions. Every Igbo man in the north, every Biafran in the north, and to an extent some Yorubas as well, we attacked rebels, slaughtered and massacred in the north. What are the Fulani leaders doing about this state of insecurity and terrorism in Nigeria? Only the Fulani are responsible for ISIS in West Africa, for Boko Haram, for Ansaru, for all the so-called Fulani headsmen, so the bandits that we have in the north. You have Fulani governors paying Fulani people to come to Nigeria to kill. A Fulani governor, I think the one from Bauchi, openly said, we want to relocate all the Fulanis in the Sahel back into Nigeria. I'm not here talking about one Nigeria state who don't have any brain. Do they think we are stupid? We cannot reason very well. We know what the end game is. The more the mouth unity, it is to allow you, to lure you into a false sense of security, so that the Fulanis across the Sahel can come in to settle. Are you not aware of the speeches that the Kaduna State governor made at the height of the slaughter of the innocent people in southern Kaduna? What did anybody do about it? Absolutely nothing. You did nothing. When they hastily tagged IPOB a terrorist group with no evidence, all of you kept quiet. Nobody did anything about it. But Miyetiara is busy negotiating the bandits, killing and raping people, and everybody's quiet. That is why we are different, and that is why we see that the Fulanis are in cahoots as to what is happening in the south. They want to take over the entire country and make it the home of Fulanis in West Africa. Go and do your research very well, you see it there. And we are not going to allow it. It can't
Mazi, more northerners are killed today. More northerners suffer more from banditry than the south. So how do you explain that? In fact, now the cry in the north is that we are insecure. So which negates this theory of thesis that the Fulanis are killing the rest of Nigeria.
Who are the people being killed in the north? Let me ask you, please. Tell my dear brother. Who are the people being killed? Where are the killings happening? They are happening in the Kanu.
We saw in Katsina the other day how many students were abducted. We saw in Borno, the most popular one, the Chibok girls. So the north itself is not as if the north is enjoying peace.
It is as a consequence of their own action. They underestimated how huge the problem would come in time to come. They fed this little python, they kept feeding it, and one day the python turned around and started swallowing all. That's what they did. It is a consequence of terrorism. That is what actually happens. Once you spend years and years and years nursing and feeding terrorism, at a time to come back to consume, it is a natural consequence. It is a natural order. That is what they are suffering for. The true intent, the reason why they formed all these groups was to harass Jonathan out of office. That is a known fact. Nobody's trying that. They connived with Obama and all the rest of them. They planned perfectly to say that Jonathan was incapable of handling this situation in Nigeria. So a general has to come in. Tinubu, on his part, promoted that very false narrative. Only a general can save them. Because they were impervious to all the indices that leads to and sustains terrorism. And today we have it. In Afghanistan, it's the same. Afghan people, I wouldn't say that the Taliban is a terrorist movement, of course, there's as such. But look at the Taliban in Afghanistan. They started by killing occupying forces. And after a while, today, we have Afghans killing fellow Afghans. As a consequence of the climate of terrorism, that is what happens all over the world. What is consuming the North today was what they themselves created. But some of us are too scared to speak the truth. Who brought terrorism into Nigeria? Let's be honest. El-Rufai said it. We are paying bandits in Kanu to stop killing people. Who brought them in? They did. A Fulani governor of Bauchi State said, we are seeking to resettle Fulani. Are we deaf and dumb and so stupid we cannot listen properly? We are here talking about the niceties of constitutional change and reform and all the rest of it. They are not willing to do it. They understand the implications. Once you regionalize the governance of Nigeria, they understand that their stranglehold on the resources from my land that sustains that very contraption called Nigeria will slip away from their hands. And they do not want it. My anger is reserved for those who are complicit in the mess called Nigeria. They are complicit. Why are they complicit? They know the truth. You and I understand the truth. They have a solution to the problem. And somebody is telling us, oh, we the elites, we need to agree. Who are you? What elitism are you? From where? Who are you? It is the masses, the population that determines. It is called the republic for a reason. It belongs to the people. The people will rise and determine how they should be governed. Not a few spent forces somewhere in Abuja discussing the fate of millions of millions of people. I am a Democrat at heart. And I want, if it is possible, if had Nigeria been good, do you think I'd be agitating? These people, they buy houses in Dubai, they buy houses in England. Is the man, people talk about presidency, regional presidency, is the Prime Minister of England from Excellency. Is the Prime Minister of England, is he an Urugu man? You prefer to buy houses in England. You go to Dubai, is the Crown Prince of Dubai or whoever is living in Dubai, are they from the village? Are they from your village? But you will prefer to go and buy houses in Dubai than to buy a house, let's say in Belgium. But you are one Nigeria.
Mazi, thank you so much for your contributions. We hope maybe you and I will have a direct conversation again very soon, if you agree, and then yes, we can continue. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are, listening to us or watching via the multitude of platforms we are using to reach you this very morning, afternoon, or evening. Even for those of you who are round about your midnight, we welcome each and every one of you to this very special broadcast, this very day, the 30th day of March in the year of almost Elohim 2021. The time now is precisely 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra, if I'm not mistaken. It is 7, is it? No, we are 7 p.m. in the land of Biafra, of course. 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. And the top of the hour, regardless of where you are. This evening, we are shocking Facebook because I am broadcasting live on Facebook as well. The more accounts they close and restrict, the more we open to broadcast. As simple as that. They can never win. Let me say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. I welcome each and every one of you, and as I do so, please allow me to encourage you to welcome other people as well. I think that the likes of Maxwell Chicks is watching us on Facebook. Mr. Machuku Biafra is also on Facebook, and a few other people. Try to share that very link as widely as possible. Some people have joined us via Instagram. I am on Instagram, slaying as well, as they said. They said if you must be on Instagram, you have to look nice and dress very well. We are doing the best we can to meet up with the expectations of that very platform. We are also on Twitter as well. For those of you of more intellectual disposition, we are on Twitter. We are streaming live on Twitter. We are streaming live on Instagram. We are live on Facebook. We are also live, of course, on the very venerable and veritable IPOB Community Radio app. If you have not downloaded the app, please try and do so, please. Especially for those of you who love listening to us whilst hiding from your wife or your children, you can download IPOB Community Radio app. We are also on Radio Biafra app, of course, because this is a live Radio Biafra presentation. We are also on University of Radio Biafra on Facebook. On Facebook, we are called University of Radio Biafra because here we teach you, or we bring to your attention and knowledge those things that the zoo won't dare teach you. We happen to also be on satellite this very evening. We are on FM across Biafra land. Wherever you go to, of course, people are listening on a multitude of platforms this very day, because this very broadcast, as they say to me, has been overdue. And we must, of course, preach this very gospel as we have been mandated to by heaven itself. Once again, we are live and we are direct. How do you know we are live? The time now is 3 minutes past the top of the hour. Regardless of where you are, that is how you know that we are live and we are direct. And the whole world, I believe, is listening. My name is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the largest mass movement on the face of this very planet Earth. I am the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High, the creator of the heavens and the earth, God Almighty in heaven, I shall now and always remain a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. Before we continue this evening, as is always and customary with us, we must hand over our proceedings to Almighty God in heaven to come and take charge, come and take control, but above all, to open the minds and the brains of our people to understand the need, to understand the importance of what we are trying to accomplish in their lives. We must pray. And I'm also going to pray in the language of heaven. That is what we do all the time. We pray in the language of the ancients. The same way somebody reminded me the other day, the same way that, or should I say, early Christendom used to pray in Latin. It doesn't matter if you understand Latin or not, but they felt that if they pray in Latin, that God will listen to them. And he did listen to them. The same way that we believe in this day and age, that if we pray in the oldest language known to man, the Igbo language, that Elohim himself in heaven will listen to us. Is onye na Chineke na den somo mgbe ebighị ebi. Onye ọbụla anya ka anyị na-efe wee na-akpụ isi ala nye ihe anya ya efe arụsị. Nna ndị nsọ, Chineke na nke ụmụ ogbenye. Onye ọbụla anya na-agbụrụ ndị ya ọbụ. Onye ịhụnanya ya na ebere ya, amara ya na ọmịiko ya, mmeso ọma ya na-adịgide n'ime ndụ ndị na-ebu ndị ji enwe ntụkwasị obi. Tụmadị anya ụmụ anyị bụ ụmụ ya bụ ndị Biafra n'ụwa niile, ezinụlọ IPOB nke ya onwe ji aka ya wee hiwe ndị nche Eastern Security Network. Anyị wee na-akpọkụ eze Ebubede Ngozi wee were njem niile nke anyị nwe anyị na-aga onye fere na ọbara agaghị nna nke igwe, n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị ikikere niile. O nweghị ihe ọbụla eji ama atụ sọ n'ọbụ ya yiri. O nweghị ihe ọbụla nke gọọmenti kere eke nna nke Ebubede Ngozi ka anyị ga-eji wee maa atụ si ihe dị etu a dịka Chineke nna nke bi n'igwe. N'ihi nke a, anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị o were anya na-eboghị mmadụ eboge mmụọ ịbụ Chineke anyị wee na-ajọ gị wee na-ajọ sị ka na-akpọkọ aha nsọ gị na-asị ihe na-eke anyị onwe anyị na-eme obi n'ihi aha nsọ gị eze ebube dị ngọzi anyị wee na-asị na ndị na-apụtakwa n'ime ọzọ na ndị Britain na-abịakwa ọzọ ụmụ ekwensu ndị ọchịchịrị si n'ebe niile ha si wee kunie anyị wee na-ajọ gị eze ebube dị ngọzi Chineke nna nke pụrụ ihe nne ka igwe mere anyị ebere ma zọpụta anyị n'aka ajọ ihe ka ị wee cheta okwu ọgba ndụ gị n'isi ọnwụ gị nna nke ebere dị ngọzi n'ihi na ị kwere anyị na nkwa si mgbe ọbụla anyị kpọrọ gị nna na gị onwe ga-akpọkwa anyị ụmụ na ị ga-esikwa otu ọbụla zọpụta anyị n'aka ndị iro ị ga-esi wee napụta ndị nna nna anyị ha mgbe gboo sikwa otu ọbịa ka ị wee napụta anyị n'ụbọchị nke taa onye nwe nna Chineke nna eze ebube dị ngọzi kwere n'ihi akwa nke anyị na-ebe n'ude nke anyị na-asụ wee nụrụ ekpere anyị n'ụbọchị nke taa ka igwe zọpụta anyị ma nye anyị Biafra jiri obodo kwezugozu ma laa ya n'iyi nna nke igwe ka aka nsị ndị iro wee baa ha ọnụ ka ha rabụrụ n'ikiri iwe na Biafra agaghị adị ndị etu agaghị adị ka ha rabụ ndị litere nna nke ebere dị ngọzi na IPOB ya agaghị adị nna nke igwe ihe ndị etu a ga-apụta iyi ije mgbe ha niile n'otu n'otu n'ihi na igwe anyị nkwa na mmeri bụ nke anyị n'ihi na anyị bụ ụmụ gị anyị bụ ụmụ Chineke anyị wee na-asị dịka esi were Israel were akụkọ mba ụwa niile dị iche iche ka a ga-esi were Biafra wee kọọ akụkọ na mgbe oge ahụ ga-eru agasị na ndị dị etu a nwee ntụkwasị obi ha niile ebe Chineke nna nke bụ n'igwe na owe zọpụta ha anyị wee na-asị ga n'ụtọ na nsọpụrụ na ịja mma site n'ebighị ma ruo n'ebibi ka a na-adọghị ise having prayed in the language of heaven, we must proceed this very evening to lecture, to tutor, to enlighten and to educate our people all over the world as to what the damnable zoological republic portends for everybody. Regardless of who you are, regardless of your status, regardless of your station and your standing, the zoo is an abomination. I am going to start with the life of those we call the Fulefus, the traitors and the saboteurs. And given the statement made by Kanu Lang, the British High Commissioner to the damnable Zoological Republic, the creators of the zoo, of course, I start this evening by letting the whole world understand the way that colonialism worked, the way that European supremacists worked. I want to remind the world how Britain worked in the past and how they have been working and how they intend to continue to work as we move into the future. And I want people to listen very carefully. Bring your pen and paper with you if you don't have them already, because you may find it very, very handy. And as always, Alamajiri Janjaweed should bring their slate and their chalk, because I don't think that they are, should I say, intelligent enough to appreciate the essence, or should I say the importance of written language. What is happening today, we have seen it all before in the past, and I want our people to pay very, very close attention to what I have to say this evening. What we are witnessing today, we have seen it all in the past. I'm sure that some of you have seen the what I call the Keke diplomacy, because I think she's using Keke Napep to travel. She's been to Lagos, she has been to Calabar, they have been to Bayelsa. I'm sure they have been to one or two places also in the heartland of Biafra land. They have also been to Niger State to go and see Abdul Salami Abubakar. They're everywhere. And they even invited Tinubu to come and make a speech in the north to try to reinforce, should I say, this fake unity between the Yorubas and the Fulanis. Why I'm saying this is because history has a very funny way of representing itself, especially in Africa. And this evening, if we pay attention to what I have to say, it will go a long way in trying to liberate our people from the shackles of mediocrity, stupidity, and neocolonialism. Arochukwu fell in 1904. I want you to pay attention this evening. Arochukwu, our spiritual capital, the spiritual capital of Biafra land, because all of them calling themselves, I'm from Ejo, I'm from Ejo, I'm from Arochukwu, of course, we know that for sure. Arochukwu, the same way you have the house of Levi or Levi in Israel, is how you had the house of Arochukwu as well. They are a priestly clan. They are a priestly clan dedicated to the service and worship of the Almighty God in heaven. Hence their name, Arochukwu. That was our temple. Britain had to destroy it in 1904. The reason why they destroyed it was to try to prove to themselves that these people do not have any history. Because the people without history is a lost race. Because they asked the white man after independence in 1960 about the great Biafran people, and they said that we had no history. They forgot to tell you that they destroyed our temple so that they can bring their own version or understanding or knowledge of God to us. I remember somewhere in Oka, they called it Zenri. A Roman Catholic priest was preaching to him, telling him about God and having to give his life to Jesus Christ. And Zenri told him that he is not qualified to preach God to him because he himself is directly descended from God Almighty in heaven. That we are ancient people, that we knew God before anybody else. This is a slight detour, but I'm trying to build a foundation for people to actually, give greater understanding and meaning to what I have to preach this very evening. Arochukwu fell in 1904 after many years of war. Even when Arochukwu fell, the same way we have ESN today, we formed a Kumeku then. 7 sons from Arochukwu traveled all the way to Anioma to go and form a Kumeku that you hear today in Anioma, which is Northern Delta State. And they continued fighting every inch of the way. But let me tell you something. Before Nigeria was formed, Britain had to destroy the one spiritual center that brought enlightenment to the people. Without the fall of Arochukwu, there wouldn't have been anyone in Nigeria, because barely 10 years after the fall of Arochukwu, the zoo was created. Effectively, the amalgamation took place, giving birth to this so-called one Nigeria in the year 1914. And let me tell you why Arochukwu fell. And you must pay attention this evening. Arochukwu fell because the white man attacked Arochukwu with about 1,700 heavily armed men. Attacked our temple in Arochukwu. The same thing that Katona Line is doing today. Because anywhere the woman visits, anytime the woman leaves her office in Abuja to travel all over the place, death always follows her. Go and check it anywhere. It was when she traveled to Gansi Tinubu during NSAS protest that the army opened fire. That woman is a blood-sucking demon. Get on the line. Listen very carefully to what I've told you this evening. After the fall of Arochukwu in 1904, they amalgamated the zoo in 1914. And they asked Lugard, why are you amalgamating the North and the South? He said, because the North is poor. Till today, the North is still very poor, dependent on the South to survive. That is why they have this stranglehold over our oil and gas. The only, should I say, item uniting the zoo together. How did they manage to succeed? How did they manage to succeed in taking Arochukwu? They used Igbo people to take Arochukwu. The same thing they're trying to do today, trying to use Biafrans to destroy what IPOB is doing. The same way that the white man used Ghanaians to defeat Nigerians. In those days, they went to Gold Coast, Britain, raised an army, a force called the West Africa Frontier Force. British-led, of course. It was Ghanaians fighting alongside white people that helped them to colonize the place you call Nigeria today. It's a very simple tactic they've used over the centuries. But if you're not educated, if you're not enlightened enough, if you don't have any self-worth nor pride, you won't understand or appreciate what I'm saying. They came to Arochukwu, it fell in 1904. How did it fall? Because there were some people who were criminals. Some people who were sold, because in those days, before they sell you as a slave, you must have committed something. The same way you are today, some of you driven away from IPOB. We chased you away because you are evil. You know what the British did in preceding before 1904? Whenever somebody is cast away from his village, regardless of whatever that crime may have been, in those days they are sold. Some were criminals, some engaged in behavior that was considered so antisocial that they have to remove them from the Omon, from the clan itself, which is the highest punishment you can give to anybody who is from Biafra is to remove them from the Owner clan or his kindred. Do you know what Britain did? Britain waited, kept taking all these people who were disgruntled, took them to Uguta. You see Uguta? That was where they housed, they camped them in Uguta, waiting and waiting. So those people were very upset, very angry. The same way that some governors are today with IPOB, ESN, the usual way they do things. They camped them at Uguta until they wanted to launch the final assault on our temple in Arochukwu in 1904. They now went and brought these people. They told them, if you destroy this temple, this is the temple, these are the people that have made your life in misery. These are the people that wanted to sell you. You must now come and help us to destroy them. And I must also warn you so that you must know this. The reason why the likes of Zeke, who were produced in our land, the reason why things are the way they are in Biafra was because our forefathers, our ancestors did not give their first son or their first sons to the white man to train. They gave them their servants because they felt that the white man was going to experiment with our people. So most of the people that they trained, that went to all those missionary schools, and some of them traveled abroad and came back, did not quite understand what it means to be a Biafran. An Igbo Biafran, an Efik Biafran, an Ibibio Biafran, they never knew anything. Most of them were slaves. They didn't quite know because the custodian, the foreholder in every family, the spiritual guide and light of every home is the first son, even the way it is in the Bible. That is why the first son always received double portion of the father's inheritance. When the white man came, our fathers did not give them our first sons. We said no to them. We gave them those that, should I say, that came after the first son. Why am I telling you this thing this evening is because they have come again. Britain has come again with the same method, the same modus operandi. That's the way they always operate. They try to use you to destroy yourselves. They took these men to Arochukwu. A force of 1,700 men attacked Arochukwu in 1904, mostly from Uguta. These were rejects, outcasts, those who were criminals in our villages. Britain assembled them, very disgruntled, the something that BBC is doing today, and used them to attack Arochukwu. And Arochukwu fell. Our own people actually destroyed their own temple. In the year 1960 to 1967, they did the same thing as well. They groomed saboteurs of the highest grade, like Biafra. Front-line saboteurs. For 7 years, they groomed them. So that when they started the slaughter of Biafrans in the north, they engaged them to try to castigate Ojukwu and to run our eternal leader, Dim Chukwuemeka down. And after the war, the lives of Biafra was compensated. The same thing that they are doing today, trying to use some of you who are ignorant of history. The same way they are trying to use Tinubu in the West. The same way they used Afonja in Yoruba land. None of you ever learn. You have history, you study it. Some of you are intelligent enough to go through history books. You know all these things, but you fail to learn from it. What is the difference between today and when Hausa land was taken? What is the difference between today and when Nupe land was taken in Niger State? What is the difference between today when Jukun land was taken? What is the difference between today and when Bagi land was taken from Bagi people by Fulani? What is the difference between today, what the governors are doing and what the lives of Tinubu are doing to what Hausa peasants did to themselves many years gone by? Every time I come here and I preach to you to understand the dangers you're facing and the danger you're in your useless one Nigeria, you don't want to reason, you don't want to think very well. I have told you severally, if you stay in one Nigeria, you become Fulanized. They will take you over. Fulani will emasculate you with the help of the British. Because Britain they need idiots to be in power in Abuja for them to continue to take our oil and gas for free. It's a very simple program they have. All the oil companies are in it together. Ajib, ExxonMobil, Halliburton, Texaco, Eni, Elf, Mobil, name them, they're all in it together. Why will they allow you to have a country that is viable when they can get oil and gas for free and sell it at very high and exorbitant prices abroad, even bring it back to you to buy at over 500 naira per liter of fuel? Because you are foolish, because you are a Nigerian, because you cannot reason properly. That is why they try to engage some of you, idiotically of course, to fight the very noble cause that IPOB is championing. My happiness today is that most of you have now woken up. Most ethnic nationalities are now rising up to say that they want to also be free. They too want to be free. We started it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. And it is going to come to completion very, very soon. And we are all going to be free. But you must remain very strong and resolute. Very strong and resolute. Don't allow yourselves to become distracted. Especially our Oduduwa brothers and sisters. You must remain strong. No matter what happens, they will float the likes of Tinubu all they like. They will bring up every idiot in their arsenal. They will bring up some obas. They will bring up some chiefs, some idiots. Like one fool writing today, claiming he's from Oxford. One idiot like that. Called, I think it's say Antonio Gusanya or say Akinsomi. I don't know what the idiot's name is. They will bring them. You see, these fools, they are black people. Black people are noted for one thing in life: self-destruction. They always destroy themselves. That is why I think there's a popular saying in America, even in UK in those days, that black people are like crabs in a bucket. Instead of them to allow one to go out to see what is happening outside and help them to come out, if you want to climb up, they will always drag you down. That is in the psyche and the makeup of a black man. That is why they are poor. That is why in every society you go around the world, black people are at the bottom of the ladder. There's a reason for that. And as I always say when I come on air, it is because of the way you reason. It is only the way you reason that is keeping you down. If some of you can take out the time to listen to our broadcast over the years, you will see that we got to where we are today because we have been very, very consistent. Consistency is the key. No matter what they throw at you, you remain focused and consistent. Today, that is what Kanu is doing. I am a British citizen. Some of you may be wondering, but he is British. Why is he castigating Britain for their role in entrenching terrorism and poverty in Africa, and especially in the zoo that they created called Nigeria? I am a British citizen, yes, that is true. But I subscribe to that very school of thought that an Englishman is a conscientious being. Most of the good things that happened all around the world was done by English people. From abolition of slavery to the universality of education and rights of men. They are part and parcel of English common law. And an ordinary Englishman has conscience. An ordinary British person is a God-fearing, or should I say, a conscientious being. But there is a handful, a minority of Satanists at Foreign and Commonwealth Office, at BBC, doing the work of Lucifer, trying to cage us in the 21st century, trying to tell you and I that we are monkeys, that we don't have any brain, trying to tell us that we must bow before a white man. You have to bow before them because they are British. And I say no to that. And that is why they have come. That is why Britain is providing military support for a regime that they know is actively aiding and abetting terrorism. This is something that the world must understand this evening. The British government, led by Boris Johnson, who incidentally is a Jew, very sad indeed. In other words, his ancestors, his forefathers knew persecution. That Boris Johnson is presiding over the reign of evil and terror in Nigeria, courtesy of Katrina Lang, the British High Commissioner to the zoo called Nigeria. And why am I saying all these things? I'm saying all these things because the Fulani people are attacking us in Enugu and in Ebonyi State. They did so yesterday and also today. This comes as a time when Katrina Lang invited the British Army to come to the aid of the Nigerian Army in order to tackle the resistance we are putting up against Fulani encroachment into our land. Over all these years, Britain never for once provided any technical or strategic partnership to Nigeria in order to defeat Boko Haram and Fulani banditry. Never. Now that we have said that enough is enough, that Fulani will not take our land from us, they have now come to provide help as usual. That is the reason why yesterday the Nigerian Army and police were providing cover for Fulani headsmen carrying out attacks in our villages, especially in Ebonyi State. The Ebonyi State governor is there. His name is Dave Umahi. Dave Umahi is in support of the slaughter of his own people by people they claim are from Mali, from Niger Republic, from Senegambia. Britain is providing military and technical assistance to the Nigerian army that they know are complicit in the reign of terror going on in Nigeria today. Everybody knows that. They no longer report all the atrocities being committed by Fulani headers, so to speak. No more. Their focus now is on how to keep Nigeria one. And I want people to listen very carefully. If being one with other people is a very good thing, why did Britain support the disintegration of Yugoslavia? Why was it that Margaret Thatcher worked so assiduously hard with Gorbachev to ensure that the Soviet Union is dismantled? With American President, of course, Ronald Reagan. Why is it, I ask myself, did Britain leave the EU? If diversity is a wonderful thing, if being in one big family is a good thing, I'm asking Katrina Lang this evening, that demon of a woman, why did Britain leave the EU? Why? If being together is wonderful, if being in this big family is a great thing, why did you leave the EU? I'm asking Katrina Lang. She cannot answer this very question. But what they have done is to continue to provide cover for Fulani terrorists and killers to come into our land to try to take over the land of our ancestors. And it's not going to happen, not under my watch. I've said it before. It doesn't matter how many Ifulefus you groom. It doesn't matter how many saboteurs you pay. It doesn't matter what BBC does. It doesn't matter what Yoruba corrupt journalists do or write about. Is irrelevant to us. It doesn't concern us. We are moving ahead. We are going to defend our land, and we are doing so very, very tenaciously. Anybody with any doubt should go and see what happened in Enugu and also in Ebonyi. We are not going to concede an inch of our land to anybody. I'm saying this evening so that all of you are aware of what is about to happen before it happens. I am placing it on record this evening, morning, noon, or night, depending on where you are, that Fulani Army, with their Fulani Police Commissioner in Ebonyi State and in Enugu State respectively, they are the ones providing riding shotgun for terrorists to attack our villages. Nigerian Army. I want you to understand this very carefully. I want you to understand this. All of you idiots, some of the fools writing and talking rubbish all the time, I want you to understand this very clearly. In our villages right now as I speak, in Ebonyi State, Nigerian Army are the ones providing armed escort for Fulani murderers to come to our villages to slaughter people. I hope you understand it very clearly. Because when you hear the news, later on, don't be shocked nor surprised. Because we can't fold our arms and all this nonsense will be going on. Pakistan never supplied any aircraft to the zoo at the height of Boko Haram insurgency or at the height of banditry. I want you people to, I don't know how to explain this to people so that they can understand it. You need to know this. Do you know that this evening, before we came live on air, it was reported that the main person who is instrumental, or should I say who was instrumental in the bringing of Fulani banditry and terrorism into Nigeria, Governor El-Rufai of Kaduna State, he withdrew his children from school because of the fear of bandits that they may kidnap his children. Are you aware of that? This evening, before we come live on air, Britain will not see that. Catalan will not see that. No. What concerns them is we must do everything within our powers to ensure that Biafra will not come, because we want to keep on taking oil and gas for free. But unfortunately, some of you that claim you went to school, you cannot see all these things. I don't know if it is if you're naturally daft or because you're blind. I don't know what the type of disease afflicting some of you. I have no idea. Let God have mercy upon your wretched souls, I'm telling you. Ask yourself this question. Before BBC will convinces you to work for them, before Katrina Lang, working for British intelligence, convinces you that Nigeria should be won, ask yourself this question. What are the arguments? What arguments are they putting forward to validate their insistence that Nigeria should be won? I think it is that there is unity, there is strength in diversity. All this nonsense. Then ask Katrina Lang, are you a British woman? Then says, yes. Why are you not in the EU? Why did you hold a referendum to leave the EU? Simple question. That goes to tell you that this position they are holding cannot stand any rigorous scrutiny. It cannot stand it. Can never stand it. You saw Tinubu running all the way to Kaduna, telling you they are doing Arewa and the Yoruba are one. Tinubu forgot to tell you that somebody behaved exactly the same way that he did many years ago. And that was the reason why Yoruba people lost a lot in the same behavior. You people, you don't know anything. Well, look at the likes of Dave Umahi and all the stupid, idiotic governors you have in the East. All of them. The wickeds of the idiots talking rubbish. They don't know what they are heaping in store for their children. They have no idea. And I have said this before. If you want to know what your lives will be like in the next 50 years without Eastern Security Network, without IPOB, look at Hausa people. Look at Hausa people. How useless and hopeless their lives have become under their Fulani masters. All of you never learn. You make the same mistakes every day. I read some idiots writing some junk about Nigeria being great. One of the things you need is population. And I'm just looking at them and I'm laughing at them. Japan is a major world power. How many people are there in France? Yoruba population is more than that of France. France is a superpower. They have a seat, a permanent seat at the UN Security Council. What is wrong with black people? I keep asking myself, what is wrong? Can't you see that death is coming to you? Can you not see it? No, you can't. They came to Enugu yesterday and we met them. They came to Ebonyi and we met them. And we shall continue to meet them wherever we find them until we rid our land of all these people. And I have said, I think we have about 3 days to run. Nigeria police and Nigeria army. You see all those abductions you're doing each time you go and abduct people. From this night, I'm giving this very order. We are going to organize ourselves into self-defense units in our land. Anytime you see a police helix enter into any residential area to make an arrest, block them off and burn down their vehicle. From tonight. If you allow them, they will continue to abduct people. That is one of the tricks that Britain taught them. Terrorism comes in two forms. either by non-state actors or by state actors, in this case, the army and the police, in Anambra, in Abia, in Imo, especially. We must resist them. Let me tell you what will happen if you do nothing. That is something that I don't understand what is wrong with some of us. Fulani will take over our land. They will appoint their emirs. It may take a while, but it will happen. Eventually, our lives will become as hopeless and idiotic as that of Hausa people. That our land that our ancestors gave to us, that very land that God gave to us, will be given to other people. That is why we must not allow Britain to succeed in what they're planning to do to us. They want to obliterate us from the face of this very earth. That is why they killed over 5 million people. 5 million Biafrans were murdered and slaughtered in cold blood between 1967 and 1970. Between 1967 and 1970, there was no inquiry. There was no outrage all over the world. There was no worldwide condemnation of it because Britain sat on it. They want to see all of us dead. Britain would rather every Biafran is dead than to relinquish our oil and gas, which they're holding on to. And have said to them, take the damn oil and gas and leave us alone. And they won't listen. And they are going to use the French to do this very work. They will use some affiliates within us to do this very work for them. When we speak the way we do, they say we talk of war all the time. But tell me what the Fulanis had in mind when they attacked Enugu yesterday. When they attacked Ebonyi yesterday and today, what do they have in mind? Peace. Some of you do not understand that what we did was to provoke the Fulani to act before time. Fulani planned to take over our towns and our villages in 2022. We preempted them. We forced them to act before time, that all their plans against us may come to nothing. And we have succeeded in doing that. And these are the things that you must bear in mind. Our villages are being attacked in Ebonyi with the support of the Nigerian army. If you go and ask the garrison commander in Ebonyi State of Nigerian army, they will tell you they are providing cover for Fulani murderers in Ebonyi State with the active connivance of the state governor, Dave Umahi. We have clear and incontrovertible evidence of army support for Fulani terrorists that these same people claim are foreigners. Some of you have been talking about 2023, talking about election. I don't know what is wrong with it. Maybe they say whom the gods want to destroy, they first make mad. A lot of people in the zoo are mad. A lot of Nigerians are mad, believe you me, because I believe that God wants to use the Fulani to destroy all of you. Because you are all insane. Let me also remind Britain and Katrina Lang that we would not surrender any inch of Biafra land to Islamic terrorists. It will not happen. We would all rather die than to see that happen. You people have succeeded in trying to suppress the media. You know, it's very funny, you know. Anytime there's an allegation against ESN or IPOB, if you go to Google search, you see it. Yesterday, we issued a rebuttal of all the nonsense they've been claiming or talking about. It's not on Google. For you to find it, you have to Google Eastern Security Network. You can see it. What IPOB said about all the frivolous and idiotic allegations from their naval, whatever rubbish the idiot is called. It's not there. They bought over Google as well as they have bought over Facebook and bought over everybody else. Because Britain is the one advising them on what to do. Their strategies, of course, they're the ones advising them on what to do. They will write a fake news. They will call AFP. The same idiot saying he's doing fact check was the idiot that still planted the fake news to start with. They come back and they say fact check and they put it under my name. When you do Google search, Nnamdi, can you see it under my name and under IPOB? I had nothing to do with any of these things. What they are trying to do is to damage us before the international community. That is what Katrina Lang, the British High Commissioner, is telling them to do. But if you are of weak disposition, you crumble. They know we cannot crumble. They understand it very well. They know we're not going to go back. They understand. They know how unbelievably stubborn we are. Now they understand it very well. We are not going anywhere. And we are going to rid our land of every terrorist in our forest. They can go into the townships and where they get these people they're killing, I have no idea. But ESN is in the forest. We're not in the street. We're not on the streets yet. Very soon we'll come anyway. Not now. We're in the forest. You go set up roadblocks and checkpoints, and you arrest people and you kill them, and you claim they're ESN. And the zoo useless gutter media are busy writing rubbish. ESN is in the forest. You see the way we kid when we parade. That's how we are in the forest. The army cannot come into the forest to look for it because they know they will die. If they come there, they will die. They understand that very well. So they engage themselves by harassing innocent people, arresting them and murdering them in cold blood, claiming they are ESN. You arrest pastors, you torture them, and under duress, you give them a statement to read, and they read for you. You think we are all foolish? All the years of Boko Haram rage, no imam was arrested. But you come to our land with the help of idiotic governors. You arrest whoever you like. You torture them into submission. You rape our women. Let me ask you this very simple question. Has Katuna Lang ever commented about the rape of the victims, of the women? How many Yoruba newspapers wrote about it? I said, how many? How many? Because they're not Yoruba women. That is the country you want to belong to. That is your one Nigeria for you. Very sick people. The army came to our villages to attack. Those of you who are still sleeping, one day you wake up to realize that what you have done to yourselves is irredeemable. One day you wake up from your stupidity, your hopelessness, and your slumber to realize that IPOB have been right all along. Fulani will take you over, will kill you and slaughter you. Britain will support them by providing help for the Nigerian army. That's very useless army that never won any battle in their history, never defeated any enemy, except with the help of foreigners. They are not ashamed of themselves. He said, oh, Nigerian army will come. I say, Britain, leave them to come alone. Britain, Pakistan, leave Nigerian army to come to the forest of the east alone. You see what we do to them. They rely on, they go to Chad, they go to Niger, they go to Britain, they go to Pakistan, they go to Turkey, they beg everybody to fight for them. Shameless people, come alone, come alone. That we may show you how fanatical we are about our freedom. I'm sure some of them detest it now and again anyway. All of you in your military uniform in our land, killing, abducting people, you are going to die there. That I can assure you. It doesn't matter who you have as your godfather. You will die in the land of Biafra. I can assure you of that. Our governors, so-called governors, do not have the balls to stand up to defend their own people. That is why all this nonsense is happening. I have not heard any state governor come out to condemn Fulani headsmen attack on our communities in Enugu State. I have not heard Dave Omahi come out to condemn what is happening in Ebonyi. And these are our frontline states. It's only ESN who is fighting and dying in the process of trying to defend our land. Some of you do not understand what we go through on a daily basis. You have no idea. I can give the order to ask ESN not to engage Fulani anymore. Some of you, your villages will be overrun overnight. But we are doing this very well because Elohim had asked us to do it. I tweeted earlier today, for those of you who follow me on Twitter, and I must encourage everyone to be on Twitter anyway. All of us who are now being pressed down by Fulani Janjaweedism and British neocolonialism, we are going to fight back. Because that is the only way to survive. You see, in the history of this world, when an oppressor comes to oppress you, as the Fulanis are now doing with their British organ, you only have one option, is to fight back. You don't beg. If you beg, you're finished. Go through history. It is replete with instances and landmark dates in history where people rose up to say, enough is enough. Do you know that the USA you're talking about today was essentially founded by Englishmen? They left England. I said English people. George Washington is English, or should I say of English descent. So also is Thomas Jefferson. All the great people of United States of America's independence are all British, all English, English blood, English. One day they said enough is enough. They are English. They said enough is enough. We must be free. They went to war, they fought, and they became free. Everywhere, even the pathetic so-called independence in Africa, they said enough was enough. All the nationalists say enough is enough. And that is what we need to do now to be free. If you go throughout history, people only became free by rising up and saying enough is enough. And that is what we are calling for right now, for everybody to stand up to say enough is enough of this Fulani nonsense. How can you stay in a country president is Fulani, judiciary Fulani, army Fulani, navy Fulani, everywhere Fulani, police Fulani, everything they have taken over. They are the most corrupt, yet the anti-corruption agencies are headed by Fulani people. Can't you people see all these things? Are you that foolish? Some talk about restructuring because they do not understand what lies ahead for them. There must be disintegration and partition of Nigeria. The same way it was with Yugoslavia. That is how it's going to be. Britain cannot support the disintegration of Yugoslavia, and when it comes to the zoo that they created called Nigeria, they say no. They cannot. We won't let them. The same thing that applied to Yugoslavia must apply in the zoo that they created. Some of you talking about one Nigeria, you have no shame. You were created by a white man and a white woman, no African, Frederick Lugard and Flora Shaw. You are busy trying to defend what is in essence indefensible. All of you defending one Nigeria, I want you to go to Europe, anywhere in Europe tomorrow morning and tell them that you want to create a country in Europe. They'll put you in a mental home. They'll say you're mad. Go and try it. But all of you are willing to die to defend what your ancestors did not create. Yet you go and pour libation. I say some of these idiots, the Opas and the so-called Ezes and chiefs, you go and you pour libation, you take hot drink. You pour to your ancestors. After pouring libation for your ancestors to bless you, you say, God bless Nigeria as well. Those your ancestors you're pouring libation for, did they create one Nigeria? That is why all your prayers go unanswered. You're pouring libation, hot drink on the ground, wine, praying to the spirit of your ancestors. Some of you do that every day. After pouring libation, you come back to defend one Nigeria, something that your so-called ancestors you were praying to did not create. Can you see how flowery your idiocy is? Who created the heavens and the earth? God. That's why we worship him. You worship what creates you. Why do we love our mother especially? Because our mother, in essence, gave birth to us. God created us through our mothers, through their womb. Isn't it? Who created Nigeria? Frederick Lugard. I have asked this question so many times. Black people, you as a black African, are you not ashamed of yourself? That you're defending what you did not create. You're defending what a white man created, a company, United Africa, a company that they called a country afterwards. You are defending what is indefensible. I keep asking them, all these people say one Nigeria, let us not allow Nigeria to break. Did your father create Nigeria? The answer is no. Never did. Your mother never created Nigeria. Your ancestors never did. Now ask yourself, what is the motive of the white man and white woman that created Nigeria? They created Nigeria as a British business enterprise, not to serve your interest. That is why when you're being killed, Britain will say nothing. That is why during COVID-19 lockdown, palliative, they stole all the palliatives, Britain said nothing. They only come out because they know that once Nigeria divides, there will be a country called Biafra. They will pay for the oil and gas they are currently stealing for free. That is all. That is why they want one Nigeria. That is the only reason why. But fools don't understand. Some people like the Fulanis connect with them because Fulani also understand that their fortune lies by supporting the British in what they're doing. In this, what I call neo-colonialism. That's what it is. How many times does all the ambassadors of St. James in London go about visiting the whole of England, asking them to, in fact, let me put it this way, during the debate on Brexit, did you see the Greek ambassador or the German ambassador touring the whole of UK, going to Northumbria, going to East Anglia, traveling all the way to the coast in the south, or to Wales to campaign for Britain to remain in the EU? But there is a German ambassador in London. There is a French ambassador in London. Let me ask you again. Let me make Nigerians understand how foolish they are. Let me let the world understand why black people are considered inferior. I want to let the world know this evening that blacks are inferior because of the way black people reason. Black people do not reason like human beings. Let me ask you again. Katuna Lang, the British High Commissioner, is an ordinary ambassador. Ordinary ambassador. She is touring the whole place, telling us to be in one Nigeria. I want to ask Katuna Lang, during the height of the Brexit debate, did your counterparts, did your Japanese ambassador to the court of St. James, that's what they call it, to Her Majesty's government, did the Japanese ambassador ever tour the whole place saying, oh, we need the EU market for our cars that we are manufacturing in Sunderland? The Nissan we have in Sunderland, we need to sell in the EU market. You must join them. Did you hear that the Japanese ambassador was touring the whole of the UK, trying to compel them to remain in the EU? The answer is no. Then why are you allowing Katuna Lang to do the same thing in your land? Because you are black, because you are inferior. Do you understand it now? It's a very simple question. I've asked you before, why is it that you allow things to be done to you that these same people will not allow you to do to them? Katuna Lang is moving about, British High Commissioner in Nigeria, asking you, one Nigeria, let's be one. Diversity, your population, all that rubbish. When Britain wanted to leave the EU, let me ask Katuna Lang, did the Japanese ambassador travel all over the UK asking UK citizens to remain in the EU? That tells you that you are black, you are a Nigerian, you are inferior, you are an animal to these people. They have no regard for you. No regard. You know, some of you when you see a white man come to a white woman, you think you have been blessed by God because you are mentally inferior. You are inferior. You are not worthy to be called a human being. Honestly speaking, we must fight back. That is the only way forward. You can never beg your way out of oppression. You rise up and you confront it. Kwame Nkrumah did. Nelson Mandela did. Steve Biko did. Patrice Lumumba did. Marcel did of Mozambique. You must rise up and say enough is enough. And that's what we're doing right now. Fulani will not take our land. I'm telling the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Fulani will not take our land. I assure you it can't happen. Devumahi. Fulani will not take our land. All the loans you took from Islamic Bank to build flyover in Abakaliki, oh, well and good. Fulani will not take our land. All the so-called Eastern governors, the Southeast and South-South, I'm assuring you today that Fulani will not. You can hire every idiot you like to give press statement in Abuja. You know, that's what they do very well. You know, they don't know we have outgrown that phase. Aborigine, Aborigine of Cross River, Aborigine of Akwa Ibom, Aborigine of Rivers, Aborigine of Biafra. They said they're not Biafra. Are you talking to idiots? You think we don't know anything? Of course, published by Daily Trust, a Fulani paper. They will not write write about the fact that today El Rufai have withdrawn the children from schools in Kaduna because of the fear of bandits. They will never tell you that, will they? Nigeria is sinking every blessed day. Some of you, they confuse it with restructuring. They fly restructuring. Let's say do force major, constitutional force rubbish nonsense. When that doesn't work, they say, oh, remember Jagaban is running in 2093. But the people in, what's his name again, Tifnubu, in his campaign, the same people, the same Yoruba journalists writing rubbish about Tinubu, his presidential ambition. They won't tell you that the Yorubas who are in refugee camps in Benin Republic as a result of Fulani terrorism in Yoruba land. Are you understanding me this evening? Some of you may not understand, but majority, they do follow what we are saying. That is why they said you are proscribed. That is why they said, oh, you're a terrorist group. They understand that we are the only people capable of matching them. I say it without any apologies to anybody. It is IPOB. Without IPOB, you are all gone. You are nothing without IPOB. Indigenous people of Biafra, the last line of defense between the people and those who are hell-bent on their destruction. We must rise up and fight until Nigeria is partitioned. We must all rise up and fight the same way that Britain fought to leave the EU. We must all fight to leave this unholy union. If you stay in it, you will die there. Ask people of Benue what's happening to them. Because you are in one Nigeria, that is why your villages are being renamed. Ask Plateau people, they will tell you, why are you suffering today? Because you are in one Nigeria. If you had your own country or willingly or freely entered into an agreement to forge a country on alliance with other people, this nonsense cannot be happening. If you remain in one Nigeria, every Fulani in the Sahel, every product of darkness that the Fulani race has ever given birth to will descend upon you. And you are gone, and gone for good. Why do you think they bought over Facebook? They understand what they are doing. They know what they are doing. And before you realize it, will be too late for all of you. Because some corrupt tendencies in the West, they need access to oil and gas for free. And Fulani can give it to them. I advise each and every one of you who are not very familiar with Lugard's report on amalgamation, and I want Carol Monday to please release it. Our dear sister Carol Monday to release the full report of amalgamation so that people can study it. You will see the reason why they amalgamated the North and the South and what they said about Fulani Janjaweed. You'll be amazed. Those things are still prevalent till this very day. I want the British to understand this. I want the Efulefu Brigade to understand this. I want all those confused one Nigerianists to understand this. I want all those who are inferior, suffering from inferiority complex, to understand this as well. We are confronting Fulani terrorists from the Sahel and their sympathizers in the Nigerian Army and Police and Navy. And we don't want to confront the British. They should stay out of this. When Biafra is established, we will have a normal relationship with Britain, the same way that USA has one with them. USA fought Britain to be free. Today, they are closest of allies. Japan fought Britain. Today, they are very, very close, including Germany as well. The same thing will also happen to us. We are going to be very close with them eventually. but we are not going to capitulate. Some of you idiotic fools do not understand what ESN is doing on a daily basis in our land, trying to defend us from those who are hell-bent on killing us. The State Commissioner of Police in Ebonyi State is Fulani, or a Fulani stooge. The same thing in Enugu State as well. And they're helping their people to take over our land by force. And some of you are busy clapping for them. You're clapping for them. Do you know that today that outsiders were asking us for help today? I was shocked when I read this today. Somebody wrote from Kaduna State. He said, "Dear ESN, please, we need your assistance in Benin, Kaduna State, and Faskari, Sabua, Yankara, Dandume in Katsina State as well." One, Benin Gwari is in Kaduna State. Faskari, Sabua, Yankara, Dandume are all in Katsina State. The people in those communities are unable to sleep in their homes. In Faskari local government, there is daily attacks by Fulani in the area. Please come and save our lives. ESN, we lay down and beg you. A Hausa man was writing this today as a comment. And I said I'll read it out for the whole world to hear. They recognize that it's only ESN who can help. Even in Katsina State. Katsina State is owned by Hausa people. But the Fulanis, they came, some from Niger. That's why Chichibika Mechi wants to build a railway line to Buhari's natural village in Niger. And all of you are clapping. See how hopeless. As I keep saying, I don't want to get upset and say things that Elohim may hold against me sometime in the future. But here I am reading for you a message from a Hausa man saying, "Dear ESN, please, we need you." And he mentioned the villages where Fulani are slaughtering them because they are in one Nigeria. Hausa Fulani, one Nigeria. Hausa Fulani, one Nigeria. What is happening today in Benungwari in Kaduna State? What is happening in Faskari, Sabua, Yankara, Dandume in Katsina State? What is going on? Because you believe in one Nigeria, that is why you're dying. Ask the governor of Kaduna State that believes in one Nigeria, why did you take your child out of school this evening? Why? They will tell you it's because of terrorism and banditry. Who brought the terrorism and banditry? The same Kaduna State governor, El Rufai. Black people, you have a mental problem. Believe you me, only if you can reason. Only if black people can reason. Only if things won't be the way they are today. Even when it is very clear and obvious to everybody that Eastern Security Network ESN is only protecting the people of the East against terrorists and killer headsmen, the Nigerian army is busy trying to kill as many people as possible in the name of hunting down ESN. All the governors you have, the hopes are the mouths of this, not even a governor, the Sariki Fulani, you know what? Everybody wants to please the Fulani because they want money, they want to stay in power, they want to stay in office. We are not going to allow that at all. We can't allow it. If you say we cannot sleep in our land, you yourself cannot sleep. Army will not sleep, police will not sleep. Nobody is going to go to sleep. We are all going to die there. Let me make it very clear. If you are an army, it doesn't matter how many you are, you will die in the land of Biafra, I assure you, before God and before man. All of you will die there. You think now is like before you come, you terrorize, you put fear into people and you get away scot-free. Not anymore. If you kill, you'll be killed. I'm telling you the truth. If you, every police station where you mount this your raid and arrest from, it's only a matter of time. Only a matter of time. You can't escape justice. Only a matter of time, I assure you. There are mad people everywhere. It beats my imagination why and how Nigerian governors and Eastern governors, to be precise, will ignore the enemies terrorizing their land only to attack ESN, who are there to protect and to secure the lives of our people. I don't know if it is envy, as somebody wrote. I don't know if it is wickedness. I don't know if it is madness. I don't know what it is. ESN is there to protect our land. And you're fighting ESN. I don't know if you are mad, if you're insane, if you are foolish, if you're envious, or if you're downright hopeless. I don't know which of these diseases is the one afflicting you. But you are in a country you call Nigeria. And in that same country you call Nigeria, somebody who calls himself the transport minister said he went to Niger Republic. It's in the Punch newspaper. I begged the Niger Republic to let Nigeria construct free railway for them. And now you ask yourself, where will you get the money to construct this free railway? Some will say it's loan from China. Yes. Loan from China secured on what? The collateral is oil and gas sales in the future. Where does this oil and gas come from? From Biafra land. Now, it's a simple common sense. Does Biafra land have standard gauge railway line? The answer is no. But have you come to beg us if you build railways for us? The answer is no. But he went to Niger Republic to beg them. And some of you claim you went to school. And you are in the stupid, damnable zoological republic. The project will cost $1.95 billion. Money from Biafra land, oil and gas. That's when Britain says this, they say, no, we need that money. We need that gas and oil. And that's why they are talking rubbish about Nigeria becoming one. And you, in your black African idiotic way of life, of reasoning, of course, you allow them to do whatever they like. Now is the time to rise up and say enough is enough. Let Niger Republic take care of itself. Every day they come to us with war, talking about war. You can't break Nigeria without war or bloodshed. But did Nigeria become independent by going to war? Britain owned Nigeria. They could have done with Nigeria everything they well damn liked. Nobody could have done anything about it. You can't break Nigeria without war or bloodshed. So that means that Janjaweed and Majiri Arewa Consultative Forum, they know nothing about referendum. They are telling us that we're a conquered people. Because if we are in a union, as Britain and America is claiming that Nigeria is a union, then you ask me what I want. Not to tell me I have to go to war. If I want to, if I want to exercise the will of the people, I have to go to war. Yorubas are saying that they want to be free. Biafrans are saying they want to be free. Don't not minding what idiots like Edwin Clark are saying, all those fools. In Abuja, Aborigine, count us out of any Biafra or Duduwa. You believe a warrior. I don't know what this, maybe you go to the north and they give you flour and they put something in it. Some of you drink and you come back and you're talking rubbish. As our dear brother said, Lele Barry said a while ago, anytime you hear we Niger Delta, you know there's no money in their pocket anymore. Who gave us to the word Biafra when we all forgot about it? And a German, useless fools everywhere. Who told us about Biafra? Was it a German? Can't a job out of this Biafra in Abuja when the time comes now? You know there's rain, heavy rain is falling in Akwa Ibom. Yeah, what of that? Heavy rain is falling. Very soon it will fall in Bayelsa. Mokoko, idiots everywhere. You can't break Nigeria without war. We are going to cripple the zoo. We are going to stand up to fight for our right to be free. We are not subjects of Fulani Caliphate. Fools can subscribe to that. Not this very IPOB that I lead. It can never happen. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. And they understand it. You know, they used to call us toothless bulldog. They can't do anything. It's online. They're online. They're toothless. And I agree with you. If this toothless bulldog can be doing this thing when it has no teeth, imagine when it grows the teeth, what will happen? They are no longer. I'm no longer as a mature today. Nobody's having that Nnamdi, that small boy. Overnight, we are now adults. Oh dear, Zoological Republic. They have no idea what is coming. They think if they arrest people, if you parade them in Abuja, if you torture people and get them to confess, if you rape our women somehow, we'll say, oh no, let's stop. You are building up more hatred and anger for Nigeria Army and Nigeria Police. Keep doing what you're doing. You tried the same thing in the Northeast against Boko Haram. Boko Haram was a peaceful movement. It was Nigeria Police that kept on killing them until they turned violent. That is the thing that you idiotic Nigerians must get into your skull. That is why I am measured in my critique, or should I say criticism, of Boko Haram. They were peaceful. It was Nigeria Police and Army that kept killing them to the point where they now turned violent. Is that not the truth? Come and be arresting, parade them all you like. That police commissioner, the day we catch your children, we will parade them as well. I want to assure you of that. Before I do something, I say, I announce it in the public, so you know it's me. You know who to hold responsible. I warned all of you. The army and the police in our land, you will die there. I swear to God Almighty in heaven, you will die in Biafra land. All of you will die there. Keep arresting and parading. Keep killing innocent people. That is entirely your business. The more you kill us, the angrier we become. The more determined we become. The more fanatical we become. You tried this thing in the northeast of the zoo in Bruno. What happened today? What happened? Are you not running and begging for your dear lives? Keep doing the nonsense you're doing. And you see what will happen to you. Think I have any apologies to make for any of this nonsense? Of course not. Consultative Forum National Publicity, Emmanuel Yahweh. You know how foolish our people are. When they want to issue all these innocuous statements, they use a Christian, as they used Gowon, who was a Christian, to do their evil deeds for them. As Britain is using Flan is using some of you who are idiotic. Foolish people. Arewa Consultative Forum National Publicity Secretary is Emmanuel Yahweh. He's a Christian, but he's working with the Janjaweed. He is working with Janjaweed. Very, very sad indeed. He said Nigeria is a free country and everyone is entitled to his opinion. I am entitled to mine. You sent me to detention because I freely expressed my opinion. That's all that I want to be Biafra. I want to be free. He said, send him to jail. Good morning, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are, this very morning, afternoon, evening, or night. I welcome you to this very, should I say, special question and answer session on this very day, the 2nd day of April, the 4th month in the year. In the year of almost High Elohim 2021, the time now is precisely 2 minutes past 7 a.m. in the land of Biafra. I said a.m., not p.m. I know we are accustomed to broadcasting in the evenings, that is in Biafra land. Therefore, some of you may become confused, but this is a live presentation this very morning. We are live and we are direct on all platforms. I repeat, on all platforms, that we may preach this very gospel to the understanding and hearing of humanity wherever they may be at this time. Allow me to welcome you, and as I do so, may I also encourage each and every one of you to welcome those who are around you. You can listen to us via Instagram, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu _official. We are on Instagram. We are live there. There are a lot of people there already. Chinedu is there. Okpara is there. Shadrach is also there. Kesia is there. Eduardo Chinedu is there. And very many people are there on Instagram.
and I want that advertised as much as possible. I want that Best Man is also there. A lot of people are there watching. We are also on Facebook. You know, Facebook with their suppression and restrictions, one of the most corrupt entities in the world. We are also there at Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I'm broadcasting through a page that is not particularly well known, but I'm hoping this very morning that those of you who are there already will be able to spread this very gospel, that others may be able to join us on that very platform as well. We are on Twitter. If you go to my Twitter handle, official one, there are many fake ones being run by DSS, the Zoo State Police. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is mine. If you go there, you will see it and you'll be able to join us. I'm sure we are the only ones who are streaming live this very morning on that very place. That's how you know which one is authentic and which one is fake. We happen to also be on satellite this very morning. We are on IPOB Community Radio app, which everybody must have. Everybody must download IPOB Community Radio. You must also download the authentic Radio Biafra app as well, so that you can participate and join us anytime we are live, as we are this very morning. We are going to pray a very brief prayer before we continue. But before we do so, I must reaffirm that I am Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of IPOB all over the world, the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and of course, by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. We are gathered this very morning to preach this very gospel, of course, to take your questions, and hopefully I will be able to provide all the answers that you need. But right now, this very second, we are going to pray. And after praying, I will preach very briefly this morning to bring you up to speed as to what is happening with our beloved Eastern Security Network, the battle that is raging right now in and around Nsukka to dislodge terrorists, and what the Nigerian Army and police, and of course in conjunction with British High Commission, are trying to do in order to frustrate our efforts. This very morning, all over the world, people are going to listen to this very gospel as we preach it, and of course be able to learn from it. But before then, we must pray. Our lines are not open, please. I don't want anybody to call us now. Our lines are not yet open. That means you're not listening. Because if you're listening, there is no way you'll be calling us by this time. I know that some of us are very desperate to try to get their calls through. When our lines does open, please, I will take all your calls to the best of my ability. But this very morning, afternoon or night, depending on where you are, we must pray. And I'm going to pray in English language this morning, a very short prayer, a prayer prayed by Yeshua when he was on this very earth. A prayer extolling the supremacy and the irreducibility of the Creator in heaven, that upon that very name and name alone, everything that was created was made possible. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on this very earth in the land of Biafra as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For yours and yours alone is the kingdom. All power and glory is yours. This we acknowledge now and forevermore. He said, a very simple prayer, but one prayed by Jesus when he was on this very earth, acknowledging that only God Almighty in heaven is supreme. That was why he said, Our Father who art in heaven. We do not worship idol here. We only worship the one true God, and that is why we are going to prevail, and that is why Biafra will come in our time. This very morning, very speedily before our lines open to take your calls, I have a few things to bring to your attention. And not surprisingly, of course, the United States have now released what they call their country report on this zoological republic called Nigeria. The United States State Department, which is their foreign ministry, in charge of all their diplomats all over the world, including the U.S. mission in Nigeria. The reason why I'm touching upon this very briefly this morning is to bring to your awareness, or should I say, to bring to your attention once again what I have been saying all this while concerning the duplicity and complicity of most foreign missions in Nigeria. I told some of you, but you never listen. The thing about we black people is that we do not listen. We do not reason. We always fail to engage our brain cells each time we are pondering a very complex subject. I told all of you a while back, and consistently so, that the United States mission in Nigeria is corrupt. I told you that the British mission, of course, they are colonialists, that the mission of Britain, which is UK in Nigeria, headed by Katuna Lang, is to colonize all of you. I don't know what is wrong with us. I have no idea what is wrong with us. But I blame all of you for this very report that the United States of America released through their very corrupt State Department. I say it openly, without fear, no contradiction. The people working at the Africa desk at the United States Department of State are one of the most corrupt people on the face of this very earth. Including the US ambassador to Nigeria, she is as corrupt as Satan himself. Why am I saying this? All of you saw the videos of Lekki Tollgate massacre. I was live on air broadcasting that very night as the massacre was taking place. Out of anger, people started to destroy government-owned properties in Lagos. I have been warning you for very many years that anytime you have any ambassador from a frontline country coming to Nigeria, they always bribe them. I warned all of you that the Fulani Janjaweed war chest, what I mean by is the money they have to fight to keep enslaving all of you in one Nigeria, is now over 30 billion US dollars. You thought I was joking. I also told you that they have not only brought over the entire diplomatic corps in Abuja, that they have engaged frontline in top-notch consultancy firms all over the world with the help of the British to suppress every news coming out of Nigeria, to manage every information coming out of Nigeria, to condition the minds of the world that nothing is going wrong. But some of you paid little attention. And this morning, I want you to understand that if you do not pay attention to what I'm telling you, the consequences you will suffer will be very severe. And it has started this very morning. Do you know, after slaughtering and killing people around Lekki Tollgate, on that fateful day, that people, innocent people, were massacred. I don't have the precise date in my head. Despite all the difficulties that we've had with CNN in the past, but at least CNN did something. CNN tried as much as possible to present the truth. There was a CNN documentary, or should I say a mini documentary about Lekki Tollgate massacre. Do you know, surprise, surprise, do you know what happened? The United States of America have now released a report on Lekki Tollgate massacre. Do you know what they said in that report? They said that nobody was shot dead, that people did not die at Lekki. Are you listening to me? They said that people did not die. And this brings home what I have been warning all of you, or should I say all of us trapped in that one zoo called Nigeria. Our liberation is in our hands. The white man will not help us. And I will tell you the reason why the white man can never help us. The white man, as they have always done, is using the Fulani to enslave. That's number one. They have something to, both of them came together and agreed on something. We need Nigeria. We need all the ethnic populations in Nigeria. Britain, everybody has an interest. British interest is that they love controlling people, is in their blood, is in their nature. They need people to control people who will be their slaves. That's number one. Secondly, They need access to our oil and gas for free. That's number 2. Number 3, they want to keep on giving the impression that black people are useless, incapable of reasoning, that we black people deserve to be controlled by white people. Understand what I'm telling you this morning, please. It's very, very important, because in time to come, the same way I'm reminding you this very morning as to the consequences of our stupidity, I will also go back and tell you, remember there was a day that I preached this very gospel live on Radio Biafra. I repeat, Britain wants to control you because they feel that they are God. They are white and you're black, you are nothing. That's number 1. But because some of us are, did not have the benefit of sound or decent education, you may not appreciate what I'm saying. But in the fullness of time, you will come to understand. You will come full circle into the realization that what I'm telling you, what I have always told you, is the truth. And I preach it without fear before any idiot, regardless of how powerful you may think you are. What am I saying to you is this. Britain is in Nigeria because of oil and gas. They're in Nigeria to control you because you're black people. They are also in Nigeria to try to use it as an influence to control the entire black race all over the world, because they believe that Nigeria is populous. They have a lot of people in it, over 200 million people. And if they control them, perhaps they will be able to control black people all over the world. Because 1, they see us as black people, we are niggers, we are nothing. That was why they named you Nigeria. Nigeria means land of niggers. That is what it means. An area occupied by niggers. A derogatory slur word, which people in their infinite stupidity have failed to change over the years. I may digress this morning, but please pardon me and try to follow my chain of thought and what I'm preaching this very morning. America is there because of Halliburton, because of ExxonMobil. They are there because of Texaco. They also need oil and gas. Some of you may remember or may recall when Trump assumed power. That was in about, I think, 2016 or thereabout. He said something that most of his friends go to Africa to make easy money. But he is not one of those people. I now want to tell you the reason why the U.S. State Department released this very abominable report on the killing of innocent souls in Lekki. I also want to prove to all of you this very morning, it doesn't matter how many black people are serving in any administration in America. It doesn't matter. These are people they have conditioned to hate themselves. And they are the ones that sanctioned these lies. I have lived with white people for very many years. I know the way they reason. Some of you may be shocked, saying, oh, why is he saying this morning? Let me tell you one thing. At any period in history, a majority of white people will always support what is good. I repeat, at each given point in history, it doesn't matter how dark that very phase is. A majority of white people are conscientious. They hate evil. It is only a minority, a very wicked, evil minority, that will support what is happening in the zoo called Nigeria today, like the Africa desk of the State Department in America. We have confronted them many times. I have asked them, why do you people support evil in Africa? USA, yes. It is not the entire USA. I'm not saying it is the Biden administration, no. I'm not saying it was the Trump administration before this one, no. There is a clique, a group of people, highly corrupt individuals, manning what is called the Africa desk at the United States Department of State. They are the ones responsible for the evil happening in Africa. How? All of you saw that people were killed on that very fateful night at Lekki Toll Gate when it was being occupied at the height of the NSAS protest. And I also want to bring to your attention this very morning, I'm sorry to say this, that there is something fundamentally wrong. I've been telling you this about black people and the way we reason. This morning, I want to bring to your attention that indeed there is something wrong with us and the way we reason.
Let me read this report for you. It was only the Nation newspaper that carried it in the zoo, saying that United States of America disagrees. They do not agree that anybody was killed at Lake Gate. Can you believe such a thing? Who was responsible? I'm not even blaming those in America. This is something I've been telling you all the time, but none of you do not want to reason. You don't want to understand. I said that the report they are given in America is compiled in Abuja by the U.S. ambassador and her team. It is anything they feed Washington that Washington will publish. And she is a woman. Now I'm beginning to understand the reason why, should I say, Eve was used to deceive Adam. I never knew that women can be this evil and wicked. 2 women. I am sure, had the U.S. ambassador been a man, such evil, such report couldn't have been issued. What is paining me is that the U.S. ambassador to Nigeria is a woman. The British High Commissioner to Nigeria is a woman. These 2 women are presiding over the reign of Satan in the zoo. Let me read you the report. I'm going to quote them verbatim. Everybody saw that people were killed at Lekki, but this is the junk that a whole United States of America came up with. Supposedly the conscience of the world. America has the grace it enjoys today because God created the USA to bring a semblance of consciousness into the dealings of man on this very earth. That is why they are the longest running civilization since man came into this very earth. That is why the USA enjoys the preeminence that it does. But it seems to me that Lucifer has taken over America. America is no longer a country that speaks the truth. America is no longer a country that stands up for the poor. USA is no longer a country that stands up for justice and what is right all over the world. America is now effectively in the pocket of Luciferians. Simple truth. The U.S. ambassador in Abuja could not convey to Washington. We are in very serious trouble, all of us. In very serious trouble. And unless we rise up now in a popular revolution, if we continue to prevaricate, if we continue to dilly-dally, if we continue to waste valuable time, we are all finished. I'll read it for you. The United States Department of State report on Nigeria. This is what it says. On October 20, members of the security forces enforced curfew by firing shots into the air to disperse protesters. America is writing this junk. The Lekki massacre that we all witnessed, America is telling us, they were not there, they're telling us that the army came and was firing shots in the air. I told you that Fulani has $30 billion. They have bribed the U.S. ambassador to Nigeria. That is why this wishy-washy evil report was issued. They are all corrupt. All corrupt, all of them, they're all corrupt. I continue to read for you. Listen very carefully, please. They fired shots into the air to disperse protesters who had gathered at the Lekki toll gate in Lagos to protest abusive practices by the Nigerian Police Forces Special Anti-Robbery Squad, SARS. Mind you that SARS was trained by Britain. It was Britain that set up SARS. It's UK that set up SARS under Obasanjo to harvest organs for sale. It was the United Kingdom that set up this dreaded SARS and gave them the training. It was Britain that gave them the training. So it was Britain that trained them to go through your phones, to extort money from you, to kidnap you in front of your parents, to take you to their dungeon, to kill you, to have it, because it was Britain that trained them and armed them. Britain, United Kingdom, financed SARS. I want you to understand very, very carefully, please.
Now, according to this US report, accurate information on fatalities resulting from the shooting was not available at year's end. A whole America, but you can come to the Sahel and rescue victims. Google can see inside my bedroom where I'm broadcasting from this morning. Google you have Google Map, you have everything. You're telling me the most powerful country in the world with the most resourceful intelligence agencies man has ever seen cannot ascertain how many people we are shot dead at Lake. This is Fulani's $30 billion stolen from all of us. Speaking. They have the money. It was Fulani, the way they connived and colluded with Britain and now US State Department, that led me to believe that truly money is the root of all evil. It solves a lot of problems, no doubt. But I'm telling you, when you face a man working at the US State Department Africa desk, a civil servant may be earning $2,000 a month, you give him $20 million. There is nothing he or she will not do for you. Their conscience will go through the window. I came this morning to take question and answers, but I saw this thing and I was beside myself with rage. That is the same country now that we are fighting Fulani bandits in and around Nsukka. Everybody can see that the Nigerian army are aiding Fulani bandits. These are the people that went and massacred our people in Ebonyi. We found them where they are, in and around Nsukka. We engaged them. We engaged them. Nigerian army came to fight on the side of terrorists and killers. Nigerian army fighting beside terrorists and killers to kill the victims of Fulani massacre. The State Department in America will not hear this because the US mission in Nigeria is corrupt, highly corrupt. They have been infected by the United Kingdom. Infected by the British. Highly corrupt. America is telling us this day that they do not know the number of people who were killed as at last year. That's what they're saying to us. That they have no accurate information. Amnesty International, a reputable, renowned, very cautious and conservative NGO, or should I say human rights group, reported that 10 persons died, according to this US report, during the event. But they did not take what Amnesty said. The US State Department, the American ambassador, now in Abuja, a woman, the US State Department Africa desk, not the whole US, Africa desk, inside this, they are so corrupt that they could not even acknowledge the very conservative estimate given by Amnesty International. That is how corrupt they are. Amnesty reported, conservatively speaking, that 10 people were shot dead. Do you know that US State Department basically ignored that very report by Amnesty International? We continue. But the government disputed this report. So because Lai Mohammed, that even the USA knows is a liar, disputed the report by Amnesty International, that is the reason why America will not accept it, that people died at Lekki. Because the Nigerian government said nobody died. That is why they didn't accept it. Unbelievable. They are now quoting the government own report. USA, America. The government reported 2 deaths connected to the event. One body from the toll gate showed signs of blunt force trauma, which means the army did not shoot this person that they acknowledged died at Lekki. That person died as a result of being attacked by those who have come to protest, his fellow protesters or her fellow protesters joined in beating him or her to death. Do you know why they're playing with us like this? This is an example of what they do when they come for their so-called election observance, electoral observance. When they come, they will see blatant fraud. They will go to Kanu and they will see that 8-year-old, 6-year-old kids are voting. They will see all the violence against Biafran people right across the zoo. They will see ballot snatching, ballot box snatching, and all the rest of the crimes that's associated with electoral fraud in the zoo called Nigeria. They will write and say, the election was free and fair, bar for a few incidents of minor violence. I want to let people understand that if you're from any ethnic group in Nigeria, be you Duduwa, Biafra, Kwararafa, Middle Belt, or wherever you come, even Hausa, that have been swallowed by Fulani, you must rise up to assert your right. You must rise up now to fight to be free. You remember over the years, during the time of John Campbell, America had a bit of conscience. They were in Lagos and in Abuja writing at least accurately, or should I say objectively, to the best of their knowledge about what is happening in the zoo. The more the years go by, the more the Fulani succeed in corrupting as many people as possible. They have corrupted AFP, an independent news gathering organization. They now issue fake news. They now fact check the same fake news that they issued. They are the ones to issue it. They tag Biafra or IPOB to it. The same AFP would now do fact check on fake news that they themselves released. They have bought over Facebook. All of you are aware of that. Very soon they will take over YouTube. And of course, they're about to take over Twitter. Because each year, black people in Africa, every year, you fail to act to be free. The more deeper the hole that you're digging for yourselves. We can never ever be free. I'm just telling you now, unless by some miraculous fate or divine intervention, the conspiracy, when I was reading this report, I was so shocked. The level of conspiracy to emasculate Black Africa, the level of conspiracy to ruin us as a race of people, aided and abetted by fellow Black people. Shocking. America said, they acknowledged, they didn't even acknowledge, they said, Amnesty said 10 people were killed, Nigerian government said only 2 were killed, and out of those 2, 1 suffered the signs of trauma, which means that person was not killed by the army. A second body from another location in Lagos had, from another location, look at how America is lying for Nigeria, from another location, not at Lekki Toll Gate. Should I continue this broadcast this morning? Or should we go back and start prayer and fasting, asking God, what did we do wrong? Why this level of humiliation? Why did you create a people? Did you create us to be servants? Did you create us to be... What did we do wrong? What is it about Black people that you hate us so much? What is it? What have we done? I'm asking God this morning that blatantly, a country like USA, I think what we need to do is, I don't know if we are allowed to take the US State Department to court in America to justify this very report. I don't know if their laws allow us to do that. I will ask my secretary if there is any law that can allow us to challenge this report in a court of law in America where all the evidence will be made manifest. They're telling us that USA is telling us that Nigerian government said 2 people died. 1 at the scene of the protest at the toll gate from blunt force. Listen carefully. I don't know how to explain to people to understand. Is it how do I explain this that the brain of a Black man can understand what I'm saying? In what way can I explain this? I'm asking you people how. Now listen. America is effectively absolving Nigerian army of any blame for the shooting at Lekki Toll Gate because they know that the person that actually gave the order to kill the protesters is Katrina Lang, the UK High Commissioner to Nigeria. That afternoon, she was with Tinubu. Before she left Tinubu's house, a lorry load of thugs from Tinubu's APC left Mushi with cutlasses, axes and machete to go and attack protesters. And that evening, the army opened fire on protesters.
It was Britain, it was United Kingdom that arranged the massacre through Tinubu. We all know this. All of you listening, you know. But because you are black, because some of you are highly idiotic, you cannot stand up to face or speak the truth. You all know what Tinubu did. Everybody knows this. Now, USA is siding them. Britain have now managed to convince, United Kingdom now managed to convince the USA to side with evil. That is what I find, that a whole USA, of all people, America, the hope of a common man on this earth, at least in a temporal form. Everybody looks up to the USA as the policeman of the conscience, the guardian of the conscience of humanity. Look at how they are behaving in Nigeria. And the ambassador is a woman. I never knew that women can be this wicked. I never knew. I thought being mother, no, I'm not sure they have any children, that being women, they will have that, you know, that motherly instinct, that empathy, to empathize. Everybody, I felt rather very foolishly that these two women will see the victims of the slaughter by the Nigerian army as their own children and do what is right. But because of money, Fulani has given them money. Because of money, they are now writing what is in essence rubbish to justify the killing of other people's children. Two women responsible for this nonsense. The government reported 2 deaths connected with the event, but the army did not kill any of them. The one found where the army stormed died of trauma, which means if it were the army or if it were to be the army that shot him or her dead, you would have seen bullet wounds on the body. The one that had bullet wounds was recovered where the army did not go to. You see how they are consultant. Basically, Nigerian consultants in America wrote this report for the State Department and just published it. And we are all black people in Africa. Every day we claim we are suffering. Every day we claim that our quality of life is so poor. Every day we claim we're impoverished, but we are the ones responsible for bringing this mess on top of our heads. This type of nonsense couldn't have happened in a place like Japan, because the Japanese people are one people, one culture, one value system, one social configuration. But in Nigeria, you don't have, Biafra is different from Oduduwa. Oduduwa is different from Arewa, Fulani Janjaweed. Fulani Janjaweed is even different from those in the Middle Belt. We are not together. We are not one people. That is why a white man can come in and tell us, after what we have seen with our 2 naked eyes, telling us that what we now saw is different. What you saw at Lekki Tollgate is not the truth. The white man has spoken. I weep for we black people, and I weep for Africa, because the problem is that it's like a black man enjoys suffering. A black man loves to be subjugated. It's like a black man loves to be a slave. A black man, I don't know what it seems to me that if our existence is not validated by a white man, we shouldn't exist at all. Lies by U.S. State Department Africa desk. A second body was found somewhere outside Lagos that had bullet wounds. I'm reading you the report itself. The government acknowledged, according to the United States government, acknowledged that soldiers armed with live ammunition were present at Lekki Tollgate. Now, who shot those people that Amnesty said died? Let's say 10, for instance. It's still not the army. At year's end, the Lagos State Judicial Panel of Inquiry and Restitution continued to hear testimony and investigate the shooting at Lekki Tollgate. That's the end of that's it. End of story. And let me tell you how evil these people are. I want to tell you how evil the Africa desk at US State Department. I want to tell you that these people are demonic. They are demonic. They are possessed by loose. They are demonic. Satan is working with them. There's another section called disappearance. I'll read the report for you as well. In August 2019, to mark the International Day of Disappeared, Amnesty International issued a statement calling on the government to release immediately hundreds of persons who had been
subjected to enforced disappearance, and held in secret detention facilities across the country without charge or trial. They are talking about Biafrans airlifted from Obibo, but they cannot say it. Because if they say these are Biafrans airlifted from Obibo being held in secret detention facilities, the world will ask questions regarding Biafra. So they never mentioned any names. Are you following? Now, they just gave only one paragraph to this. What the Nigerian Army, Police, DSS are doing. This is from America. Only one paragraph. Now, they now proceeded to say, criminal groups, this is America, criminal groups abducted civilians in the Niger Delta. They never mentioned the North. They never mentioned Fulani bandits kidnapping every day. Every day, the first place they jumped was Niger Delta, which is Biafra land. They cannot say Biafra, so they say Niger Delta, because the idiots that call themselves Niger Delta don't understand the divide and rule mentality that these people are using to cage them in their ignorance. That is why Ogoni has not been cleaned. Nobody can ask, why is it that Ogoni land has not been cleaned after all these years? They fail to understand one simple fact. If you allow yourselves to be divided, it makes it easier for your enemies to conquer you. If you're a conquered people, why would they clean Ogoni land if you're a conquered people? Now listen, the one paragraph to what Nigeria is doing, kidnapping, locking up people and executing people extrajudicially. Now they say criminal groups. They never refer to Nigeria as a criminal group of kidnapping people. No, not at all. Once you're kidnapped by the Nigerian state, you are a victim. You are gone. America will not look for you. It's even Britain as encouraged. United Kingdom are the ones encouraging the Nigerian government to do it. To put fear in people so you cannot fight for your right. Now listen, they said criminal groups abducted civilians in Niger Delta, the southeast. Have you heard them now? And the northwest. What Fulani bandits are doing in the Middle Belt, in Benue and Plateau, America did not mention it. I want you to remember again what I told you before about the $30 billion war chest El Rufai and his team, they have at their disposal to bribe anybody bribable in the world. Let's say you are Biden. Are you going to say no to a $1 billion bribe from Nigeria? The answer is no, you will take it. You will take it. I don't care who you are, you will take it. That's what they do. Do you know America said that people in the Southeast are kidnapping people and abducting them for ransom? I want the US ambassador to tell me the day that any group from the east, I mean Biafra land, kidnapped anybody and said pay us ransom. Where? What date? They don't have any. But we are here. They said we are bandits. This is how they lie. And this report, because it was written by white people, you know, they see we black people as liars, and so sometimes with some justification, of course. Because this report was written by white people, it is gospel. You understand? Nobody can question it. It's by whites now. You're a nigger, you're black. Who's going to listen to you? Nobody. After all, as their warped reasoning convinces them, you're black because God hates you. That's why you're black. That is why every other race can climb on top of you and do whatever they want to do, because you're black. And moreover, you hate yourselves anyway, and you cannot reason or think properly. America is now saying Niger Delta, Southeast, which is Biafra land, and the Northwest, not Northeast, where the rages, where Fulani banditry is in abundance, often to collect ransom payments. And I want to ask the US ambassador, when did you hear that anybody collected ransom in the Southeast? Or South for that matter. When in the last year? This is your yearly report. When? But you have put us here. So when diplomats are reading this all over the world, they say, oh, there are bandits. Also, Igbos are bandits as well. Now, are you following me? Now, do you understand the game they are playing? You have to be intelligent to understand how these people play this game. Some of you may see it as just a report. It's just a report by a State Department, and you dismiss it. We are not dismissing it. We are taking it very seriously. because we have no criminal groups in the East. None whatsoever. And nobody collected any ransom. None whatsoever. He said, and now, listen carefully, they said, now, for example, they now want to give example. America wants to give you an example of these criminal groups they're talking about in Niger Delta, in the Southeast. For example, they now gave an example with what is happening in Katsina State. Not in the Southeast. There is no example here of any kidnapping for ransom anywhere in the South, so-called, or Southeast. None. The example they gave was from the North. And now they came back and they said that Nigerian pirates, listen, they said before there was criminality. And mind that pirates operate in the sea, not on land. But when they were talking about criminal groups, they said that these criminal groups were based on the ground. Now, when they want to give us an example as to what these criminal groups may have done, they gave us an example with piracy in the sea. And piracy is being done by Fulani people in Nigerian Navy. That wasn't the piracy. These are Janjaweed, this Fulani is naval, the zoo naval officers, the criminal elements amongst them who are doing piracy. Not any Biafran. But of course, US wrote it down. They said other parts of the country also experienced a significant number of abductions. Prominent and wealthy figures were often targets of abductions, as well as religious leaders, regional government leaders, police officers, and all the rest of them. They gave us another example. The Emir of Potiskum, Alajumari Bubaram, and his convoy were attacked. They did not give us an example. This was last year of anything that happened in Biafra land, but they criminalized all of us. That's how they roll. Now you understand it? So when you go and you're saying to diplomats all over the world that these are what Fulani people are doing to us, killing us every day, they'll say, oh no, but you people are also criminals. America said so. It's called equalization. So from being on the offensive, you now become defensive. Now you can now see how United States Africa desk is trying to justify Fulani banditry in Biafra land. Because if you're chasing them, all of you are criminals. But we should fold our hands and allow them to attack us as they have done repeatedly, both in Ebonyi and also in Enugu State. That was why Sahara reporters of all people said that Nigerian army currently engaging ESN operatives in gun battle in Nsukka. And I have said this thing to Yoruba journalists all the time. You people are the cause of the suffering of all our peoples today. All ethnic nationalities, the journalists you have in Nigeria, you people are the problem. You people like the United States Africa desk inside the State Department, you people are making it a lot more easier for our conquerors to come in to conquer us. ESN is not in any battle with Nigerian army in and around Nsukka. No. We are battling Fulani terrorists. Now the Nigerian army came and joined them because that was their plan from ab initio to come to take over our land. Do you understand? They gave military uniforms to Fulani terrorists. They are not army personnel. They are terrorists. I don't know why some reporters will say that this is of Nigerian army currently engaging ESN. No, not at all. ESN is engaging Fulani terrorists that have come to rape, to kill, to pillage, to take over our land, and we have said no to that. They are the ones we are battling. Nigerian army now joined them, or should I say, gave them army uniforms, gave them weapons to be fighting indigenous people. America will not report this. Now, if America will not report it, we force them to report it. Let me tell you one thing that you do not know. When ANC was fighting for the liberation of the black people in South Africa, they were called all sorts of names. Successive US governments put ANC on the terrorist watch list. Margaret Thatcher was insistent that she would not speak to Nelson Mandela, and Nelson Mandela is a terrorist, or was a terrorist then. Did it stop South Africans from becoming free? Do you know one thing? Because they knew what they wanted. They were very tenacious. They were insistent. And to their credit, They engaged white people, especially in the UK, to fight their cause for them. It wasn't black South Africans or black people in the UK that fought to collapse apartheid. No, white English men and women, white Scottish men and women, white Welsh people, white Irish people came out and said evil is evil. And apartheid fell. That is the mode, that is the mindset we must have at all times. We must engage local people, local populations to help us fight this invisible enemy. That invisible enemy are neo-colonialists, those in State Department, those at Whitehall in England, in London, using black people in Africa to present a narrative that will help in perpetuity hold us down in slavery. They are using black people to do this very work, this very dirty work. This is something you must understand and be able to rise above. I am now telling Sahara reporters and the publisher and whoever is there writing this junk, you people are aiding and abetting the excesses of the Nigerian security forces. Let me also remind them, my Yoruba brethren, no, they are journalists. It is this type of journalism that made it possible for Fulani to take over your land. Not only take a lot from you, they took a lot from you. That's number one. Now they have sent some of you into exile in Benin Republic. It is this type of reportage, this type of journalism, junk gutter journalism. You never knew that Fulani were there terrorizing our people in Nsukka. All these years, you never reported that. They went to Ebonyi, killed us, ran to Nsukka, because we said we'll find them. We have found them, and we're engaging them. And Nigerian army have come to support them. The same way, that is how your own village, maybe somewhere around Ogumosho, will be taken over by them. You know the funniest thing? Shame won't even allow you to report it. That's why I said to Yoruba journalists, you say, the more you write all this, your junk in support of Fulani Janjaweedism, the day they attack you, shame won't allow. That is why there are Yoruba people in Benin Republic as refugees, but you cannot write about it because you are ashamed of yourselves. These are the things you need to understand. And as I have said before, and I will continue to say, black people should stop allowing themselves to be used by white people to work against their own collective national interest or survival as a people. Any day we realize this, we would have survived it. Now is the time for uprising. America will not save you. Britain will instead, they will join your oppressors to kill all of you. We must rise up. And the time is now. They said troops of the Nigerian army are currently battling gunmen suspected to be, we are not gunmen. We are Eastern Security Network securing our land against Fulani Janjaweedism, or should I say, Janjaweed tendencies. The Nigerian army have joined them. That is why anywhere you have Fulani terrorist camp, nearby is a military barrack. Across the entire length and breadth of Biafra, anywhere you have the Nigerian army, nearby is a Fulani terrorist camp. And these are people they told us are from Niger, they're from Senegal, they're from Gambia, they're from Chad, they're from Niger. They're not Nigerians, mind you. That's what they told us in the beginning. I don't know where our brain goes to sometimes. I have no idea what happened. Hey, Lord have mercy. I have never seen a more idiotic race. I have never seen. How can will a white man allow himself to be used against his own country? Black people, why can't you reason? Why are you allowing yourselves to be used? Is it because there is something demonic inside you? Is it, what is it about you people? What is it about you people that you can never ever understand? What is wrong with you people? I ask. What is wrong with you people? Blacks, what is wrong with you? They can never reason very well. May Lord have mercy upon you. So those of them writing and saying ESN is battling the army joined them, and we need to battle them. You are joining terrorists to come and kill our people in and around Nsukka, in fact, Enugu and Ebonyi. And you want us to keep quiet? You must be dreaming. You must be joking. So we can go on exile to maybe to Amazonia and become refugees inside Amazonia. Is that what you want? As Yorubas are now refugees in Benin Republic. Yoruba journalists, have you seen what you've done to yourself? Out of shame, you cannot report what is happening to your people, what the Fulanis are doing. Out of shame. And it's like a virus. The more you ignore it, the more it's eating inside you. The day they come out in the open, Yoruba land is gone. That is why I support every frontline Oduduwa activist. I support them with everything that I have. I will support them. They are the ones that have realized that you people are in trouble. But an average, corrupt, idiotic Yoruba journalist have still not realized what is happening. They don't know. The Bagani Adams of this world and the Uhos of this world, they have come to realize what is going on. But your average Yoruba journalist is still living in a fool's paradise. In a fool's paradise. That's something you must understand. So I want to correct this stupid thinking that we are battling the army. No, we are battling terrorists. If they're in Nigerian military uniform, if they're in front of us, ESN will battle them. ESN will battle them. All that time they were saying, oh, don't form Amoteku. Amoteku is bad. Yeah, our country, our unity, our unity. They were busy planting Fulani terrorists in Yoruba forests. You don't know that? Has it not come out now in the open? By the time they realized it was too late. Now Amoteku is incapacitated. That's idiot weak. He's saying he's forming a group to defend him. And he went to Nigerian police, the same people who are terrorizing and killing us, aiding and abetting Fulani Janjaweedism are the people that he engaged to defend him. 400 people, only 400. C41, he's a C4I, he's a stupidity is a disease. You heard Omahe crying. Saying, I loved you, I did everything for you. I was even against my people because of you. Now you have come to kill me. The same Fulani. And as I tweeted, the same thing Afonja said. I want Yoruba journalists to go back to history. Read about Afonja. The same idiocy, the same nonsense, the same garbage you're doing today because Tinubu wants to be president. The same thing Afonja did, and you lost a warning. You are not ashamed of yourselves. If that cannot shame you, nothing on earth will shame you. You have no shame. We are not fighting anybody. We must fight this scourge called Nigeria. We must fight back with all that we have. Nobody is going to save us but ourselves. I'm telling you, nobody. America is gone. America is now a nation without conscience. That very grace that God gave to USA, they are misusing it. And they will take it from them and give it to China. Are you hearing me? Very soon, USA will no longer be the greatest country on the face of this very earth. Because they have now firmly aligned themselves with the forces of darkness. That purpose for which God made the USA, they are no longer serving it. They are serving the interest of darkness and evil. And you see what God will do to them. You take it away from them. Unless they repent. Unless they repent. You are telling me in this day and age, America is absorbing what is in essence a dictatorship. They are absorbing the murderous tendencies of these scavenging invaders from the Sahel because of oil and gas. Oh dear. Lord have mercy. We are confronting Fulani terrorists from the Sahel and all their sympathizers in the army, police, and the navy with the help of the British. We must face them. And as I pray every day to Elohim, we are in your hands, we are your children, you created us. Ihechiwa is in the land of Biafra. The land where the light of God shines. That's the meaning of the word Ihechiwa in Arochukwu. Ihechiwa. The land where the light of God is shining. Anything you like, you can do with us. You Elohim. Anything you like, you can. If you say that Janjaweed will take us over, they will take us over. You are God. Anything you like, you do with us. And I never knew who I was before I was born, or I gained consciousness maybe around the age of 4 or 5, and I was aware of my surroundings. You are God. You made us. Anything you like, you do with us. But you're telling us that you created us so that we can become slaves to people who are now slaves to other people. Hi. second-tier slavery. No, it's not good. That is why you must come to the rescue of your children. That is why you must infuse into our brains, into our being, a level of consciousness that will allow us to realize the danger that we are in and hurry up to extricate ourselves from it. We are surrounded by enemies. Not just Biafrans, Yorubas are also, they're also surrounded. Middle Belt is gone. Middle Belt was the one Nigeria. Are they not gone? They are gone. They are renaming towns inside Benue. They are renaming towns. They have taken over the whole of Plateau. They are now in Benue renaming towns after Fulani. And all of you are there shouting, one Nigeria, our country Nigeria, our unity, our restructuring. Whilst they are eating deeply inside you, like a very dangerous disease. By the time they come to the fore, you become disemboweled. I'm telling you, they will cut you open. They will rip you apart. That is what's happening in the zoo. The sooner Nigeria ends, the better for everybody. You need to end Nigeria to make life better. Look at how in fact, what they have done in the army, you see how clever they are. Even the governors you have, they are the ones that put them in power. Everybody that you have, you call your political leader or Igwe or Oba, they are the ones that put the person in power. You now report to Fulani, Fulani will report to United Kingdom. You are a second-tier slave, not even number one. Fulani is number one slave. They know how foolish, how frivolous, how idiotic the Fulanis are. They are the ones to be used because they know that the Fulanis hate their own fellow black people in Africa. They know that very well. They did their research. These are intelligent people. We must be prepared to die for what we believe in, for freedom. If you're not prepared to die for freedom, freedom will never come. It can never ever come. It's a very expensive undertaking. Ask Americans, the original Americans, not these fake ones you have now. After Obama became the president, I knew that America would become irredeemably corrupt. America went to the dogs after the presidency of Obama, and it can never recover again. Because Obama is evil. Evil personified. I'm saying it live on that the whole world may hear. Obama is evil. And America will regret it from generation to generation to come. Now, I want to make this very clear to everybody listening. We are defending our land. We are defending our land against foreign bandits, foreign Fulani killers and murderers. If the army decides to join them, that's entirely their business. Some people are asking us, you know, those idiots, they used to ask us, where is their defense fund? Where is this? Where is that? Go to Nsoka, to the front line. You will see it in action. You're asking us all these stupid questions. You think we are as foolish as you are. Do you know that your Fulani friends came to Ebonyi State and killed over 20 people and ran to Nsoka? We pursued them all the way to Nsoka and we're engaging them. And you're just writing and yapping the rubbish because you are a fool. A third-tier slave you are. Third-tier slave. And in Saudi Arabia, the Nigerian government they're helping Niger Republic people. They build railway for them. They do everything because the dead Buhari is from Niger Republic, in whose name they are ruling you. Come on to come out and say that Buhari is dead. None of you. No. God forbid. You know, now I know the reason why. Was it Jesus that said in the Bible, from those who do not have, they will take and give to those that have. You know, black people will have nothing, at least mentally. But they're taking from us and giving to white people. You understand it? Because our foolishness is beyond redemption. They're helping Niger. You see, his report is in the news. Evacuation in Nigeria consulate. They are processing the one for Niger citizens first before their own people. And what's happening to this? They are slaves. They are housemaid. They are slaves in Arabia. Voluntary slavery. Black people without shame. We know we have no shame. That's why things are the way they are with us. And those of them saying, count us out of secession, secessionism. We are indigenous people. We are aborigines.
That's what they said to Yoruba. Now they are refugees in the Republic. You know, you people are fools. You know, you can't reason very well. That's what they will say. Oh, we are on our own. We want to be on our own. Whereas Sokoto Caliphate, they claim are together with Hausa. Did they, all this dancing naked in public that you people are doing, are they doing it? They said, we are from Bayelsa, Rivers, Akwa Ibom and Cross River, Black. Coastal Aborigines say they are not in support of agitation for secession. And I keep asking them, people talk this nonsense, idiotic white people talk this rubbish about secession. Nigeria became a country in 1960. People were born in 1950, 1940s, 1930s. How can they secede from something that they're older than? I don't know where our mentality, God forbid, what is wrong with the brain of a black man? How can I secede? I am older than something you're telling me to say I'm seceding from. My father, my mother, my grandparents, all my uncles, they're older than Nigeria. Nigeria is only older than me by only 7 years. I am older than my people, my uncles are older than Nigeria. How can they secede from something that they're older than? So who were they before this secession rubbish came into being in 1960? Do you see how you people denigrate yourselves? Do you see how you insult yourselves? Do you see how you make a mockery of your education? Secessionist. Seceding from what? Something a white man created for his own amusement. How about my grandparents? How about my ancestors? Where are they from? I ask you. I ask you, where are my ancestors from? I am seceding from something that was formed only in 1960. The entire cabinet of Nigeria is older than Nigeria. Who were they before Nigeria was formed in 1960? I'm asking you, talking about secession. I am asking a simple question. Can you answer it? You cannot answer because you're black, you're stupid, you're idiotic, you have no brain. You cannot answer it. Can you? How can I secede from something that was born in 1960? God have mercy upon your ignorant souls, you black people. You are a shame, you're a disgrace to even your own selves. Secession, secession, secession. Seceding from what? I'm asking you. Something a white man created, and you're not even ashamed of yourself to use the word secession. Mad people everywhere. Brag. That's how they deceive you. The day they come to take your land, you'll be crying like a little baby. The history of Hausa people are there to remind you how not to treat the Fulani. The history of the Wagi people is there. The history of Nupe people is there. The history of the Bachana people, they are there for you to see, to learn from. You have history that you may learn. The history of Afonja in Yoruba land is there for you to learn how the Fulanis behave. But idiotically, you will never understand because you're black and you're useless. You are created by a white man. Nigeria is a product, is a racist product of a white man. You idiots, understand it for once. I have a few announcements to make. Some people are saying, before the announcement, some people say, Tinubu went to the north. I said, Yoruba and Fulani, they are one. We are one people. Somebody said the same thing a while ago, and the Lordin is gone. Kwara is gone. They've taken it. Yet you cannot reason. You cannot think. Yoruba and the Fulani, they are one. If Yoruba and Fulani are one people, why did they not allow Awolowo to become the Prime Minister of Nigeria or the President of Nigeria? If they are one people. If they are one people, why did they not allow Abiola, who was even a very close friend of all of them? He was also a Muslim like yourself. Why did they not allow Abiola to emerge? They only allow the fool they feel comfortable with to emerge, like Obasanjo. Did Obasanjo vote for Awolowo? Why is it that I will never speak to Obasanjo until his death? Because Obasanjo voted for NPN. Obasanjo is a complete Fulani slave. He only found his courage a few days ago. He's a slave of theirs, and he knows it. And maybe Tinubu wants to outdo him so they can give him the presidency.
Stupid idiots everywhere. He said he went there because they are one, and they must remain one. Because they are in-laws. Your son is married to our daughter. And I want to ask them, Oshomole, the wife of Oshomole is from Cape Verde. Is that not correct? Oshomole is a beautiful wife. From your Oshomole, the monkey of Edo, is from Cape Verde. Now, is Oshomole going to say, because I'm married from Cape Verde Islands, let us be one country with Nigeria? Or Cape Verde should be a part of Nigeria? Do you see how they reason? What is it that the Yorubas have in common with the Fulani? Absolutely nothing. You're not even the stupid religion, because the Yoruba Muslim is more urbane, more sophisticated, more learned than the stupid Janjaweed idiot from the Sahel. You have nothing in common, but because you want power and access to oil. It reminds me of Apapa War of Antinkan Island. I remember when I will say, you know me, I speak the truth. I remember when some Yoruba people, out of spite against the Igbos and Biafra at large, they did a deal with the Fulanis. The only way we can allow, with Bangida actually, the only way we can allow the capital to move from Lagos to Abuja is if you say that every major freight coming into Nigeria must come through Lagos, so we can make money. Babangida agreed. They had a deal. They moved the capital to Abuja, and then said that only Lagos seaports, the Tinkan and Apapa, will handle all commercial shipping into Nigeria. Today, there is gridlock. Today, they are choking. Today, they are begging. But you will not have one Yoruba man come out and say, open Warri Seaport, open One, open Iguacha, open Calabar. Never. They will never say it. But Apapa is choking. Every day is choking. Goods are being destroyed. The economy is losing a lot of money. I want the world to understand how these people reason. I speak the truth always. It doesn't matter who you are. As I've told the US State Department, their Africa desk, they are more corrupt than Mobutu Sese Seko. They are white people, but they are as corrupt as Lucifer himself. In America, I will tell you the truth. You may not like it, but that is your business. Eventually, you will come and say, oh, what you're saying is correct. Tell me why America will issue such a wishy-washy report if their ambassador in Abuja is not corrupt. Just tell me why. And do you think the way to fight oppression is by saying, oh, don't say anything, oh, don't get them angry? Is that how to fight? You meet it head on. You meet oppression head on, that it may flee. You shine light upon it that it may flee. So let's go and bring Cape Verde, where Oshomole's wife is from. Let's go and bring, let them be part of Nigeria, because they are our in-laws. See how foolish these idiots are. Fulani is married to Yoruba, and so bloody what? And so what? They are married to you, yet they put you in refugee camps in Benin Republic. They are married to you, they are occupying your forests. They are married to you. Useless people everywhere. From the same man, he will come out tomorrow and tell, vote for me. I want the president of Nigeria. Your daughter is 60 years old. You are 69. You had your daughter when you were 9 years old. Yes? People, you know, black people, you astonish me. You know that in any other part of the world, having falsified his age, Tinubu should not be seen in public again forever until the idiot dies and is buried. But only in Africa. After lying about his age, some of you will be carrying it. He is 69. He is 69. But the daughter is 60 years old. I want, let me forget you. You people, you make me sick. I just want to remind you of one thing. The first person to recognize that Nigeria should break up was a Yoruba man. I tweeted it. His name is Modiyu Adeniyi Oshinowo. It was 7 years, and he was killed by Fulani. Of course, he was killed. I want Yoruba journalists to understand what I'm telling them today. Of course, you are black, so that you know the evil nature of a black man will not leave you. That part that wants to betray, you want to serve another God, you know that thing in us. You know, we love foreigners, we want to serve them, we want to bow before them. Once you're white, you are God. Even if they bring the picture of a dead actor, the actor telling you, I'm not Jesus, you say, of course you're Jesus, I'll bow before you. After all, you're white. You know that mentality in being useless black people. That is afflicting some journalists. I want Yoruba journalists to understand this morning, afternoon, or night, depending on where you are. The first man to call for the division of Nigeria was a Yoruba man, Mr. Mobiu Adeniyi Oshinowo. Why? He said, if Pakistan can break away from India, if they can disgrace Awolowo the way they did, sooner or later they will be defecating on our heads. They will be using our head as a WC, as toilet. This man said this thing in 1960 as you were celebrating your useless flag independence. A Yoruba man, a visionary, Mobiu Adeniyi Oshinowo said, if we allow this nonsense to continue, they will come into our land and they will take it. And it's happening to you today. And Yoruba journalists is doing that. Proscribed IPOB, proscribed our nation, our country. Zoological Republic of Nigeria, a Yoruba man. Let me use your term, secessionist. The foremost secessionist in Nigeria is a Yoruba man, Mr. Mobiu Adeniyi Oshinowo. I tweeted it. Go to my Twitter, you will see it there. Because you don't know history, you have no regard for knowledge and education. But here we educate you, we enlighten you. We bring to your understanding things that you would rather not know about. You run away from it, we bring it to your attention. Pakistan was with India, Bangladesh, all of them. Very soon Kashmir will be free. We are not one people. Why don't you get into your skull? Britain had all of them together as one country, as one India. They said, no, we are not together. They said to the white man, with due respect, we are not the same people. Hindus are different from Muslims. Pakistan is not the same as India. They left. Bangladesh left. Everybody on their own. And that is, of course, relative peace and quiet. You bring some vandals, some blood-sucking demons from the Sahel. You bring people who believe in monarchy, in bowing down before somebody. You bring Republicans from the East. You join them together as one country. Why don't you go bring Saudi Arabia and bring them into the United Kingdom and sell it to be one country? You see if you have peace in one day in your life. All of you read the Bible, you don't know anything from it. You read the Quran, you learn nothing from it. Funny enough, the Torah is also the Quran and also the Christian Bible. The same story everywhere. You are in the Quran, you claim you are Al-Majri, you claim you are Janjaweed, you are in Islam, you go to Mecca, you come back. But in the same book you're reading, Abraham called the nephew Lot and said, if we continue to stay together, your cattle is expanding, mine is expanding, your household, one day there'll be a clash. He said, we're not having a clash between Fulani bandits and the Eastern Security Network. Don't you have the Bible? Don't you open your Bible? All of you claim you're religious, isn't it? Those of you claiming one Nigeria, let's say they're seceding. I want you to please go and open your Bible. As foolish as you are, open your Bible, open your Quran this morning. In the zoo, open it. Abraham was related to Lot by blood. By blood, I said by blood. At the time, Abraham said to Lot, his own flesh and blood, if we continue to stay this way, your headsmen will clash with mine, and there'll be trouble and bad blood between us. In order to avoid it, please, you are my own brother, my own flesh and my own blood. Let me divide this land into two. You, first of all, take one, and I will take the other one. That peace may reign. It's in your Quran, isn't it? But you want one Nigeria. Can Nigeria really contain all of us? The answer is no, because Nigeria was created by Satanists, a demonic white man and a deranged, a drunkard, a deranged white woman. You will never learn, will you? Here we preach the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. You may not like it, but eventually you come to appreciate it. And I want to warn that Eastern Security Network do not issue any telephone threats to anybody. We don't threaten anybody. Our job is to defend our land, not to threaten anybody. If you have received any calls from a few pranksters, maybe it's April Fool, talking rubbish on the phone to you, please ignore them. It is not Eastern Security Network. We are the most disciplined, standing defense force we have in the whole of Africa. Disciplined to the core. Disciplined to the core. Our job is to repel the invaders into our land. Nothing more, nothing less. This US report reminds me of what the UK did. They profile you for destruction. The same way they profiled Biafrans, they caused the coup, that the reason why Nigeria is not going forward, so that they may slaughter us. The same thing they're doing today, saying that there is banditry in the southeast. When they fail to say it's the Fulani people coming to kill us and funding ourselves. I want to make a very special announcement, please. Please, 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 please. All those raising funds for ESN must remit such, because we are fighting. You can see we are fighting on multiple fronts every blessed day, defending our land. We need it. We need support and help every blessed day. Any bullet we discharge doesn't come back. We have to buy another one to replace it. This is common sense. You know, we are black people. I need to explain this so we can understand. We buy bullets to defend our land. We buy guns and everything. Any bullet you fire, that bullet doesn't come back again. You need to buy another one. Just to have that in mind. If you have raised funds for ESN, you must remit it, please. Or else I'll announce your name on air. I don't want to do that. Once you have raised funds, please try and remit it to us. And you must not raise funds unless you are permitted or authorized to do so. And I also want to announce this very morning, we have a UK national coordinator. Her name is Mercy Slater. She will be assisted by her husband, Mike Slater. Our UK national coordinator is Mercy Slater. And Mike, two of them, should I say, our sister will run our family in the UK. When she comes to you, you must give her your fullest attention if you're a principal officer in the UK. We are a disciplined organization. If you're not prepared to take orders, you resign. We will gladly accept your resignation. You must listen to her. She is now the one in charge. I presided over a meeting, a handover meeting between herself and Dr. Lois Okachi, and that went smoothly. That went very well. She is now in possession of IPOB UK family, one of the strongest in the world. Before, where they went wrong, I have no idea. But I do hope that with the help and grace of God Almighty in heaven, Mercy and Mike Slater will do a very wonderful job to make sure that the British government understand that we want to leave the contraption that they created called the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. Very important announcement, please. Very important announcement. And the police are always fond of parading people. They go, they arrest people, they parade them. They arrest, they parade. They arrest, they parade, softening our land for the invasion that is to come from Fulani Janjaweed. And I want to warn every governor, every person, every idiot in the East, that thing you're looking for, you will get it. All these people you are arresting, you must release all of them. All of them must be released. That thing you're asking for, you're going to get it. You will get it. Now, let me tell you something. Nigeria doesn't have the army to fight on 4 fronts. That is a fact. That is why Tinubu is begging them to recruit, 50,000 or 50 million people to go and join the army. If it is before, they would have sent or they would have announced operation whatever rubbish and marched down to the East. They can no longer come. Because as I told them, once they move the bulk of the army from Bauchi, and from Kaduna into the South, every vagabond will take over every space you have in the North. They will have no home to go back to once they're defeated. You must understand this very clearly. That is why everybody must rise up now. There is no army in Nigeria. Stop being afraid. It is the journalists that is making you people afraid. The journalists in the zoo that are the ones making you afraid. And thankfully, their land has been taken over as well. Yoruba journalists, they are the ones instilling fear and cowardice in people. They need to be very, very brave, that we may all be free from the ravages and the excesses of Fulani Janjaweedism. Keep parading. One day we'll parade you. Keep parading. Something happens, you go to the village, any young person you see, you arrest and you take to Abuja. You arrest and you take to Abuja. I know Britain is assuring you nothing will happen. You know, you can see the report from the USA. The world, they will suppress the news, the world will not know. We will call them the criminals themselves. That's what they're doing. And you think you will succeed? What is behind us is greater than all of you. And you will soon find out. One thing, I don't care what others are doing, that's their business. If they want to be slaves to Fulani, bye-bye to you. When you see the land of Biafra, we are going to be free. And there's nothing any idiot can do about it. It doesn't matter how many armies you assemble against us. we're going to be free. And with that, we are now going to open our lines very, very briefly this very morning to take your calls. And as always, these calls will come via signal, please. As I've told you, I don't want our commanders on the ground to use a direct phone. I've told you this before. If you use a direct phone, they will track you, they will trace you, they will get you. I don't want you to use a direct phone line. Let people call you on signal, and that signal line cannot be the data line you're using. That's what they brought in me. If you don't know, let me tell you. I have a caller on the line. Can you hear me? Your name and where you are, please.
Yes, Mazi. Good morning, Mazi.
Good morning to you, please. Your name and where you are.
Yeah, this is Jim Kelvin from Kanu, Texas.
From Texas, please raise your voice for us. A lot of people are listening. Raise your voice for us, please. Go on.
Mazi, can you hear me better?
I can hear you now, please. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. We can experience, we see what is going on, and we know the outpour of emotion from all these things that are happening. I also want to lend my voice to what you have said this morning. Having listened to all this, to our, my fellow Biafrans and all of us that are fighting this cause, to not feel discouraged. And our Duduwa brothers, sometimes we feel like they're with us. Other times, personally, I feel like things are not, coming on along the way that we expected from them. But with this report from the U.S., it is already evident that we have to fight as a people and not bother about whoever we feel is supporting us and whether they are with us all the way or whether they're not. So, Mazi, supporting ESN is a duty that we all have to do. We all have to continue to provide our support and make sure that we do it to the point that we achieve the freedom that we have all waited so long for. I wanted to ask again, Mazi, please, is it possible that we can all, the IPOB and every Biafran in the US, petition our whoever we can, to get this message across to them that what this report that they passed is not what the situation is, with all the evidences that we have in hand, to support this march towards freedom. And as well, when the 1 million man march that we have already, put a message across to the Washington happens, it will be much easier for us to communicate to the US that this report and everything that is coming out from the zoo is all stage managed just to bring down the struggle of people that have so yearned for freedom. So that's as a question and as well a suggestion.
Let me come in here. It's something that we expect all of you in America to do, because in America they respect votes. They respect votes a lot. We are many in America. Biafrans, we are close to 1 million people in America, if not more. If you add Oduduwa to it, we are pursuing 2 million people in America. We must go all out in force to let the legislators in America know, the lawmakers, there are good ones amongst them, to let them know that this wishy-washy report from the State Department is a lie. We call it a lie. America should send an independent fact-finding mission to Nigeria. We must make them understand that the ambassador is a corrupt woman. In Abuja, she is corrupt. We must be blunt and bold to tell them that the State Department Africa desk is not fit for purpose. It's not fit for purpose. They are liars and they're deceivers. And they're deceiving American people. That is how we bring to the fore the issues bedeviling the zoo called Nigeria. Because Britain is very clever. Very, very clever. They know how to do this. Very, very clever people. They will go and use the status of their special relationship with America to twist every narrative. That's what they do. Look at them saying that there is a ransom taking in the Southeast when it's a lie. They did not cite one example. So we must go all out, and we are going to speak to our lawyers. They will prepare a dossier of the facts happening on the ground. Each and every Biafran, if you're in IPOB, if you're not, every Oduduwa, if Oduduwa Republic or not, you must submit that report to your parliamentarian, wherever you are in America. Tell them that the State Department report is a lie. Call them liars to their faces. That's what we're going to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mazi. Mazi, one more question, please. Are we still in on the plan with for the 1 million man march this year?
It depends on, COVID is the ruler of the world now. So the devil behind COVID will determine. COVID is everywhere. You have to stay 2 meters apart. You have to take the only vaccine in the world. You take one, after 28 days, you take another one. Even when we are small and we're being inoculated, there's only one vaccine you take. This one is now 2. You take one in the morning, now, after 28 days, you take another one. Even at that, you're still wearing a mask. The whole thing is a complete mess. So we wait for COVID to decide. COVID is the one that decides what happens these days. So we are waiting for COVID to tell us exactly when our 1 million man march is going to be in the USA. We must have it. We must have it to let the whole world understand that what America is issuing is blatant falsehood. Thank you very much. That was how Obama went into Libya and destroyed Libya for no good reason. Destroyed Libya for no reason. Destroyed it completely. And today, Libya, the civilization has gone back 1,000 years. Our lines are open, of course. I'm not even sure. People are calling. Let me see if I can get the number that people may be able to join us this morning. +44, please, the UK number on Signal only. +44 77 61 82 5346 for this morning, please. That is the number to get us on. I know a lot of people are trying to get through. A lot of people are trying to get through. If you call us, if you're a first-time caller, let me see if I can take this call. The caller on the line, I don't know if they're still there or if they have disconnected. I believe there's somebody called Dozier trying to get through to us. Please, if you call us, give us your question, ask your questions. All those questions you've been meaning to ask for very many years, you can ask it now. Once you ask it, then we can be able to answer you. I'm no longer hearing about defense fund. I don't know what happened to that idiotic line of reasoning. And I'm no longer hearing about them again. Or our money this, our money that. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Yisi.
Please, your name and where you're calling us from.
Okay, my name is Chidin Madu. I'm calling from Hong Kong.
From Hong Kong. Please go ahead.
All right. But Yisi, please, you have to give me some time. I have a lot of questions. So I don't know if I should throw the questions and you respond.
One at a time. One at a time. Under 2 minutes. Okay. One at a time. Yes.
One at a time. All right. Well, see, first and foremost, I want to greet you. I want to thank you because whatever they said that you are, the people that said that you are a criminal, that you are this, you are that, all our enemies fighting you, I tell them that's exactly what you are, because if you don't have those qualities, there is no way you could have faced people like Rita and the Borg and all these people from all these years and still sustain, and IBOB still stand today, and we're still doing wonders. So I greet you so much. We were together when you were in Hong Kong in 2015 before you were kidnapped by the zoo.
Yes.
Now, please, my first question is this. Where should I start? Okay, let me start by capitalism in America. I'm talking about when Biafra is restored. Capitalism is a very wonderful thing, but it has become a monster in America that is about to swallow the whole world. You understand what I'm saying? I don't want to mention names about people that are doing whatever they are doing. Now, how do we checkmate it in Biafra to make sure that it doesn't become the monster that it has become in America? Should I throw more questions, or you want to address this?
I want to address this. It's very simple. If you look at the model they run in Switzerland, in our land, we have the perfect balance, the perfect mix. That is, capitalism is about private ownership of property and to an extent profiteering, which means you do your business, and depending on the forces of demand and supply, you can either fall or you stand. So we're going to run a laissez-faire economy. We're going to run capitalism in Biafra land because it's been there from time. People have been owning properties privately. But we also have communal land, if you have forgotten. We also have land that we own as a community. So nothing is going to stop us from also doing communal stuff. Basically, it's getting the balance right. If you go to Switzerland, it's there. Everywhere you have private sector participation. You also have state sector participation as well, or partnership that will help us move forward. We are going to get the blend right. Don't worry about it. We're not going to have this rampant, should I say, unconscionable capitalism where people will now build roads and charge us however much they like. That's not going to happen. The state will still participate in certain areas or aspects of our life, but in the main, we are going to be a capitalist economy. Next question, please.
All right. Thank you very much for that, sir. I will take my time and listen to it again when the broadcast finishes. The next question is this. You said that there will be no guns in Biafra land, that even the police will not have guns, that we're going to run a society that will be gun-free in order to pass a society free of guns and peaceful.
Yes.
But let me remind you that in those days of during the time of Hitler couldn't invade Switzerland because most of the citizens have guns. What if we have a kind of, who knows, you know, we are doing it for the best, as what we think that is the best for our people now, but something might arrive tomorrow or something might come up tomorrow that will rebel against the people or be a threat to the people, that the people have to defend themselves, that their government may be kidnapped or hijacked. You don't know what will happen tomorrow. Is it not better for every citizen to be mandated to have a gun with stringent rules than to be defenselessly hoping for our government to defend us? What if something goes wrong in the future that will warrant that the citizens have to stand up, just like the situation that we find ourselves now?
Now, yes, in a normal situation, when the zoo Nigeria breaks up, to the east, we are going to have our Amazonian brothers to the east. To the west, our Oduduwa brethren. To the north, we are going to have the Middle Belt or Kwara Kingdom or whatever you call it. Even if you look at the history of Africa, we are not known for invading each other because we are tribal beasts by nature. We don't go outside the boundaries of our tribe to go and invade somebody else. Nobody's going to come to invade us unless Britain wants to come by air to invade us or to come by sea. So I do not see any external aggression per se, you know, bedeviling Biafra. I may see foreign invasion. The reason being why we cannot have guns everywhere is this, is because we're a bit funny. Our people, we're a bit funny. If we have a police with gun or running all over the place, the same zoo mentality will go into us. But we are going to have compulsory military training for every citizen. If you want the model that I would prefer, look at the Israeli model, for instance. When it comes to setting up our defense, we are going to adopt the Israeli model. Everybody is going to be trained. Once you live in the outlining areas where there are palpable threats, then everybody will be armed. But inside, nobody's going to be armed. That's what I'm saying. Only those who are legally required to do so, because we don't want dictatorship in Biafra land. I don't want tomorrow maybe you become the prime minister of Biafra, you send troops to go to Ekotep and open fire. It's not going to happen because there will be no troops to send there to go and open fire on anybody. That is why they cannot have guns. But in all our outlining military posts, our garrison, in all the garrison towns, of course, there are going to be guns. Our armies will be well equipped. But we are going to have more in reserve than the regular army. Exactly, is a good thing you mentioned Switzerland. In terms of the response of the populace, we have the Swiss response, yes, where everybody is trained to have a gun, but they are not. We have armories where citizens can go in and take guns once we are under threat. But if you are not under any external threat, then it's not going to happen. But if anybody thinks they're going to be the prime minister of Biafra and you issue order, when people are protesting, you issue order, go and shoot them, police barricade, all that rubbish will not happen. People are going to protest. If they're angry enough to burn down the government house, so be it. It is the duty of the government to listen to the people, not the people to listen to the government. It's not going to happen in Biafra land. Thank you very much. The next one, please, and perhaps the final one, so that can come in as well.
Okay, all right. I don't even know which one to pick. Okay, let me go with this one. I hope I will still get you next time so that I can answer the questions. Now, this issue of all over the world, I don't know, this religion brought to us by the whoever that brought whatever they brought, the Arabs, the Europeans, and all whatnot. What do you think it would be our way of office taking, like to take out of office in Biafra land? In my own opinion, I would prefer that we will use our ancient offer to take out of office in Biafra land, because this Quran and this Bible have failed us in Africa, that everyone take out with these things and still go in to be as corrupt as they can be. But I think with our ancient Ofo, and every clan in Biafra land knows what Ofo is. I think with our ancient Ofo, it will work for us better for them to be honest in their offices. Let me add one thing so that you can address both of them, please. I would think that in Biafra land there should be limit to office, as in including parliament, because when people stay in parliament or in their senatorial or whatever offices that they stay too long, they start to build cabals that will make them to become very powerful and become dangerous to the people. Do you think that we should have time limit, at least 2 times, even parliament or any position at all, that you will not
anything you have? I'll start with the last one. Anything you have in any office you occupy, 8 years is the maximum. After that, you get away from there. Another person will go in there, and after becoming, let's say, a district head or a governor, so to speak, you can no longer contest to become a parliamentarian. It's not going to happen. It will not happen. Once you serve, you've served. That thing you want to do it within 8 years. After 8 years, you get out, another person will go in. As simple as that. There is going to be a time limit. All this cabal building and all that rubbish. That's why anywhere I see it in IPOB, I dismantle it. There can never be any cabal in Biafra land. People are going to be judged based on their performance, based on what they can bring to advance our society, not by who they know. That is very, very critical, please. And I hope that is very clear. And regarding the oath taking, we are not going to impose any. Something of faith and religion is very deep. It has divided man from the beginning of time. People can decide to take an oath with whatever they like, but one thing I'm happy about is that we all believe in God Almighty, the creator of the heavens and the earth. Everybody believes in God, and our oath taking will be done in the name of God Almighty in heaven. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very, very much. I don't know if we have, of course, we have a lot of people who are calling and calling and calling. Now they can. Once I accept, you can now call. Once I accept, you can now call, because a lot of people. That's the thing about signal. You need to be accepted before you can place a call. Our lines are open, please. A lot of people are calling, and of course, the lines are being jammed, and understandably so. People are really, really desperate to try and get through to us. If you can't call, maybe I can call 1 or 2 people, because we have about only 20 minutes to remain live on. I think that may be the best thing to do. Only 8 years. After 8 years, you piss off from office. That thing you want to do it within 8 years. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Can you hear me? The caller, they cannot hear me. They are doing something completely different. They are not paying attention. And that is what I don't like. There is always a time delay between here and wherever you are. Let me take this call. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are, if you may. For the last time, the caller on the line, can you hear me? No, they cannot hear me. She goes, they cannot hear me. Maybe they're waiting for that voice to come out. Once I take your call, please endeavor to speak. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir, I can hear you, sir.
Please, your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Udena Wachuku Anthony. I'm calling from India.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my question this morning. First of all, thank you so much for doing great job for all Biafran all over the world. And I pray may God to Chugo Kikobiama behold you and power you more to do until we get the promised land. My question is this, is how about our people who are in like Anambra, precisely for now, Anambra people who are campaigning for election and other thing. Do you permit our people to join them to do such thing, or you give our people order to leave from those campaigns they are doing to face what we are focused for?
We are focused on liberation. What stupid campaigning are we doing? What stupid, useless campaign? There are people who argued, and quite convincingly, of course, that we should participate in elections for the simple reason that if we participate, then all these criminals that are imposing on us will not be there to make our life doubly difficult. Because right now in Biafra land, we are always fighting 2 constituencies. One is Fulani, in fact 3, Fulani bandits from abroad, Fulani bandits in Asorok, and Fulani bandit stooges in government houses all over the place, then we should reduce the number of fronts that we have by making sure that we put people in power. But the thing is that you put them there, they rig the election, you talk, America will issue a statement saying that the election was legitimate. So we don't know yet. That debate is still ongoing, and DOS will debate it extensively with the Parliament of the People and then recommend the way forward. As for me, my recommendation is that we do not participate in any stupid electioneering in Anambra State. For now, for the time being, that is. Thank you very much. We are focused on freedom.
I have another announcement to make for people who are living in India, because I know most of us are listening to today's broadcast. I urge every IPOP who are living in India to try as possible in April 11 to join in our broadcast, in our supporting of ESN. I urge everywhere, wherever you are in the Indians, Africans, Biafrans, and whatever you call yourself. You people know what Indians are doing to us because we don't have a nation. That's why we are sustaining our people. Police of Indians are killing our people. I urge everyone today to join us that very day to support ESN so that we get our home, so that we get our promised land. Thank you so much. And I use this opportunity to thank our leader in India here, Mazi, for great work he's doing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for that. India is doing wonderfully well, I believe. Very, very critical. Somebody is saying it is very important that I call them. We shall see. We'll call you. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are. Good morning to you, please. Your name and where you're calling from.
Okay, my name is Eyufame Erumosele Ebiremole. I am in Kudomikodo, Biafra.
Wonderful. Please go ahead.
I want to thank you so much for all you have been doing. God bless you. You have been doing so much well. I have one question.
Go ahead. Go ahead. We are listening. Go ahead. We are listening to you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, we are going. Yeah, I can hear you. My name is Eyufame Erumosele Ebiremole. I am Igodo Biafra. I said,
talk to me through the phone. Don't talk to me. Listen, talk to me through the phone, not through your listening device, because there's a delay. The speed of sound is about 800 something odd miles per second. So I'm very, very far from you. Before you can hear my voice on the system, it will take a few seconds. But on the phone, it is direct. As you can hear me, the world is hearing you. Please go ahead and say what you want to say.
Okay, we are going to have a referendum. And in Godomigudu, we are kind of divided. Some say they want Biafra, and some say they don't want Biafra. So what if those...
Go ahead. Can you hear me? His line is breaking. Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. I can say you. Like those of us that want Biafra.
Yes.
What if the votes that doesn't want Biafra is more than those of us that want Biafra? So now Biafra has been restored. Are we going to have a new Igodomigodo in Biafra land? Since we are divided. Some say we want Biafra, some say they don't want Biafra. So those of us that want Biafra, we're going to live in Biafra and form our own Igodomikodo and leave our borders behind. So that's my question for this morning.
Then I'll answer it this way. You campaign and you go to a referendum and it goes, people, the majority says they don't want Biafra. Then Igodomikodo will not be part of Biafra. Because the majority will always carry the vote. It's one man, one vote, one woman, one vote. If that is it, it is your responsibility and duty to campaign. That is where you have a campaign to win more people over. But I do know that if there is a referendum today, people will opt to come, Igodomikodo will opt to come with Biafra. I know that for sure, because they know that Biafra is the light of Africa and indeed the light of the world. They want to come with Biafra, of course. So don't be too despondent. But in the case where Igodomikodo turns to and says they don't want Biafra, then we have to respect the wish of the people. Whatever they want is what we're going to give to them. Then people like you can now migrate towards the same Edo. I think Ibuakre is naturally Biafra anyway, which is Ebanke. Then you move slightly to Ebanke to be part of us. Okay. As simple as that. And I'm sure Ubiaja, which is Eshan, will come with Biafra anyway. Yes, so you're talking about the main Bini Kingdom itself, inside Bini City. Bini Kingdom itself, inside Bini City. That's entirely up to them where they want to go. But I do know for sure that Isoko, Urobo will come, Ubiaja will come, and all the other outlining ethnic groups that will come with us. That's what I know for sure. Okay. I'm not sure that Bini City itself would come, because Biafra will be a republic only if some special arrangements can be reached. Because Biafra is going to be a republic in every way. Every man must be born equal before God and before the law. Okay? Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. Igodo is also with us, of course. Biafra is ever. Forget about all the nonsense that some Indians we are Aborigine of Cross River and of this. I feel sorry for them. But men at work, even in Akwa men at work. Biafra is everywhere. There is nothing anybody can do about it. Are they going to arrest us? Yes. Are they going to do all these things? Yes. But in the end, Biafra will come. And as they're arresting us, we're also arresting them. Mind you, we're also arresting them. And in the fullness of time, you will see evidence of that. They call on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi. Good morning from India.
Good morning to you.
My name remains Mazi Okebaramche. Mazi, I don't have a question. I just have an announcement to make. Though one of our brothers from India called, but Mazi, the reason why I'm calling is to urge you, because to be honest, we are putting work on the ground regarding our fundraising event on the 11th of April 2021. That is next week, Sunday. And Mazi, the fact is that we can't have that event without you speaking to IPOB or Biafrans in India. All of us are eagerly waiting. A lot of work has been put. Our brother that called thanked our national coordinator, Mazi. We are doing marvelously well to bring everybody of Biafran origin, all the communities of Biafran origin, we are reaching to them and make sure that everybody is involved in that event. Mazi, this event will mark the beginning of IPOB in India, because we want everybody that is a Biafran here to be an IPOB member. That is our target. So speaking to us that day, communicating to Biafrans that day live will mark the start of whatever we are going to do from here. So it's on Sunday, the 11th of April 2021. We can't afford to not having you speak to us that day. That is all I have to say. And as well, I'm urging every Biafran individually, collectively, and otherwise to be part of that event. We have to get prepared, because this is the only thing. If we lose ESN, if ESN fails, we have failed. And at this time, we cannot afford to fail. That is all I have to say.
Thank you very much for that. And I'm sure our people now understand it. Unless they want to be refugees in Amazonia. And in Amazonia, there is also a war going on there. Unless maybe we want to go into the sea and drown. You know, if you don't support ESN, the next option is that you will go there, will take your land from you, and you go on exile. If in doubt, ask my Yoruba brethren. They will tell you, those of them who are in the Republic. The caller on the line, can you hear me? No. They are not paying attention. I don't want to be listening to my voice. I do not have the desire nor wish to listen to my voice. Let me take this call. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you. Good afternoon, sir, my leader.
Good morning from here. Your name and where you're calling us from?
Yeah. My name is Mazi. You're calling from Cambodia.
From Cambodia, please go ahead.
Yeah. Mazi, I just want to appreciate you for the good work you have been doing for us. I just want to also contribute to the person that was asking about the people from the people that disagree to go with Biafra. The Biafrans will be more than them that accept that they are Biafrans. The truth is that even people from northern side of the zoo called Nigeria will be eager to join Biafra when the time comes.
I agree with you. So I agree with you.
We don't need to beg anybody to join Biafra. Even those who are saying that they're not Biafra, and we are even foreseeing people from outside Africa, outside the shores of the zoo called Nigeria, coming to beg to be just like the way we have it in America. Everybody is eager to go and be an American citizen. You see people jumping fence, climbing hills, and just to be an American citizen. So that is what it will be.
Yes, it's true.
We don't need to worry ourselves or bother ourselves about who will become a Biafra or who wants to be or who is not.
Yes.
So they should not worry. Just like you told them, all they have to do is just to campaign, sensitize them, tell them the things that they want to hear, let them know the truth. On that day, if they say that they are not Biafran, let them be. At a time, they will still beg to become a Biafran. So we are not begging anybody. So thank you so much for having you allow yourself for God to use you to liberate our people. So we will be praying for you, and we are also praying for ESM, and we are also praying for those unknown government who are making us proud, even though they are attributing their work to ESM, which we know that those are Pharisees. They are just making up things that are not what it is to listen to. So that is my contribution, Mazi. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much and God bless you. You even answered the question more than myself. You answered the Godomi referendum question better than I did, and I thank you for that. I thank you for that clarification, bringing clarification to what we are doing. I have a caller on the line, please. Your name and where you're calling from.
Praying for you.
They are also making the same mistake they have always made. Always made the same mistake they've always made. The same mistake they have always made. People are calling us. If you may not be able to reach us, then I shall endeavor to go to you. When your phone rings, then pick it up. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are.
Hello.
Yes, please. Your name and where you are.
Hello?
I can hear you for the last time. Your name and where you are.
Mandela.
Yes, please.
Mandela, my lord. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
I'm calling from Italy.
From Italy.
My
Go
name
ahead.
is Austin.
Austin from Italy.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
my name is Austin. So I want to know my side where I come from Asia. Are we fully Biafra?
Yes.
I want to confirm from you.
Ubiaja is fully Biafra. Ubiaja is fully Igbo. Go and do your research very well. For the name is Ubiaja, not Eshan. Ubiaja is the name.
I'll be doing my research.
Yes, do your research very well.
Thank you. I call you Lord. I call you Jesus. You are our Jesus.
You're kind. Thank you very much.
You,
thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much for that. When you call, please endeavor to switch off your systems and speak to me through the phone. If you can hear my voice over the phone, if I can hear yours, that means that the whole world is also hearing your voice as well. Brother from Ubiaja. Ubiaja is pure Igbo. They call it Eshan. Ubiaja is the name. Please go and check. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Yes, the caller on the line, can you hear me? Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Please, your name and where you're calling us from.
Yes, my name is Mbada Tochi from Netherlands. I'm calling you because of what is going on in Ebonyi State.
Yes, go ahead.
So, you know, the Umahi is trying to divert the attention of the people from what he's doing to our people there. He's actually committing ethnic cleansing.
That's what he's doing.
This is clear. I wish I can hear you louder because since I pick your call, I can't hear you very well. So, but let me just be saying what I'm saying.
Say what you have to say. We are hearing you. Say what you have to say. The world is hearing you.
Umahi is committing clear ethnic cleansing in Ebonyi State, and he doesn't want anybody to hear about it. Even the first time that channel television went to cover the news, he threatened them. In fact, he arrested many of them. He don't want anybody to hear about what he's doing in Ebonyi State. He connived with the local government chairman there, Mr. Or somebody, to do the job, and they are doing it. He's even importing many thugs from Ondo and some part of Hausa to come and clear the people. The people are called the Zar people. So, and
yes, and he has failed. My dear brother, he has failed. He has failed.
I hope he is not the one behind that Fulani this thing that just happened, because there was never a Fulani attack, such attack before. Only now that there was a pressure for him to stop this genocide, that they know that he have a hand in that ethnic cleansing. The international community was pressurizing him last week. He doesn't know where the pressure was coming from. All of the sudden, we heard that Fulani just went and attacked. You know, so but thank you for all the whole thing you do there. I know, and I recognize that you defended our people there, and
we proceed them to Nsukka. We'll find them and we'll kill all of them. We'll proceed them to Nsukka, and their army is protecting them. The Nigerian army are effectively protecting terrorists in and around Nsukka. I am informing the governor of Enugu State, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, to let him understand what is going on. The same 82 division responsible for the slaughter of the innocent people, even that the USA report did not mention, they are now defending their fellow Janjaweed in and around Nsukka. They will all fall there, that I can assure them. And they are mad people. With that, we have come to the end of our program today. I do apologize because I spent a lot of time preaching. But next week, I will be back. In fact, today is Friday, Good Friday. I will be back again on Sunday, actually. So put it down, I'll be back again on Sunday night, 7 p.m. this time around. 7 p.m. on Sunday, I'll be live on air to continue the propagation of this gospel of redemption. Sunday, 7 p.m., I'll be back live on air. And then next week, Friday, permitting, of course, we shall be back again with our full question and answer session. I'll be back on Sunday. Please note it down everywhere. Our media, especially, note it down. I'll be back again on Sunday. We will be on all platforms on this nascent Facebook page that I've just opened, which they are suppressing, of course. We'll be live again on YouTube, on Twitter, and on our apps as usual, including FM in Biafra land. Once again, I thank you all very much for listening. And I feel for those who have been trying to get through but couldn't get through. Next week, Friday, is another appointment. Please try and get through to us by then if you have an opinion or view to air. Once again, thank you very much for listening. With all the love in my heart, from me, from here, it is good morning.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this planet. Once again, we welcome you to what we hope to be an exciting broadcast going out on all platforms of Radio Biafra, be it on YouTube, also on my private Twitter handle, also on my Instagram page. We happen to be live also on FM across Biafra land. We are on satellite. We are on IPOB community radio and also Radio Biafra application as well. If you wish to participate in our program this evening, of course, we wholeheartedly welcome you wherever you are domiciled, wherever you are residing this evening, morning, noon, or night, depending precisely on where you are. The time now is 3 minutes past 7 p.m. in the land of Biafra. If you look at your timepiece, it is exactly 3 minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are. Therefore, it is a live presentation. And we are going out to the entirety of humanity. Even on Facebook, there was this little page that we opened on the ground to allow those who are called by Spirit to restore Biafra to be able to listen to us. Some of them are listening to us. They have seen it and they know the signature writing on it. They can hear this broadcast on that very page right now as I'm speaking. And some of them are still doubting it. Our people are really, really strange indeed. But we are here to preach the gospel of heaven, the gospel of the restoration of the kingdom of God as prayed by Yahushua. But above all, I must say happy Easter to those of you who are celebrating today, because people's faith is a very personal business. Anybody is free to worship whoever and whatever they wish to worship.
But what concerns me the most is that those of them that brought us Easter, those of them that brought us the European version of the knowledge of God through Christianity, are the ones supporting the Fulanis to kill us. So I'm a bit confused. So you have to forgive me if I'm not entirely enthusiastic about Easter celebrations. Because the people that told us about Easter, about resurrection of Jesus Christ on the third day after he was crucified, they are the same people working with Mohammedans in the north to kill us. They are the same people that when Christians are slaughtered and killed, they say nothing. Therefore, you will permit me if I'm a little bit circumspect about this very day. But all the same, I wish each and every one of you that have celebrated so far a very happy Easter, and to those of you who are celebrating in the Americas, I believe, because it is their morning right now in places like California. I say happy Easter to each and every one of you. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the largest mass movement on the face of this very earth, IPOB, the children of the light, those who are directly descended from heaven itself. I am the director of Radio Biafra, Biafra Television, and if not by the grace of God, we couldn't be where we are today. Therefore, I state unequivocally that by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. And as I welcome you, please try to welcome other people as well. It is very, very important that you also welcome people regardless of where you are. The enemies will try to suppress what we are doing, but they will continue to fail as they have failed in the past. Before we go any further, as it is normal with us here, and as a routine, we are the original children of God. That is why nobody can tell me anything about Elohim in heaven, because we bear his name. Because my Redeemer liveth. That is my name. Nnamdi means my Redeemer. God Almighty in heaven liveth. And as long as he's alive, Biafra must come. We must pray this evening from where I am broadcasting from. For some of you, it may be early in the morning. Even some people are watching all the way from Melbourne in Australia. Those of them who have joined on Instagram. A lot of you are on Instagram. It is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu _official. You know, that's dash you put on at the bottom. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu _official. We are there, and a lot of people are watching us. We are also on Facebook. It's just simply Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You may not know, it's a bit innocuous. It's not very visible, but if you look for it, you will find it. If you look for it, you will find it. We are live and direct. Even as I speak to you right now, some people are still doubting if that very page is official or not. Our people are amazing, and that is why I love them. Biafrans are a very exciting set of people, but they are amazing all the same. If they can sustain a mass movement of this magnitude, if they can sustain Eastern Security Network without help from any billionaire, any money bag, or any politician, they deserve our respect. That is why I do not play with IPOB, because they are a very special breed. We must pray. A very brief prayer we shall pray this evening, and I'll pray this prayer in the language of heaven itself, the language that Chukwukabiyama created mankind. Ezi onye nwanyi na Chineke nna nke pụrụ ihe niile, onye anyị na-agọzi aha nsọ ya mgbe niile, onye anyị na-aja mma wee na-eto wee na-akpụ isi ala nye. N'ihi na enweghị chi ọzọ ma ọ bụghị naanị ya. Ọbụla dị ya wee so ngọrọ n'ụwa. Ọ sị na mkpụrụ obi ya ya onwe ya ka were nyefee n'aka nsọ nke gị nna nke ebere. Igosipụta na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ ọkaka. Ọ bụ naanị gị bụ mmalite na ọgwụgwụ isi iyi nke ndụ. Chineke nna nke ụmụ ogbenye. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya na-achị. Onye ike niile nọ n'ọbadara aka ya. Onye okwu ya niile bụ ye na amen. Onye ihe niile o kwuru ga-abịara na mmezu. Ọ bụ eji ama ka anyị na-aja gị, otuto ka anyị na-eto gị, nsọpụrụ ka anyị na-asọpụrụ gị. Onye gị n'eluigwe maka elu ụwa. N'ihi na ilekwa ọlụ aka gị nna nke ebere dị ngọzi, ọbịa ka mbara igwe na-egosi. Anyị wee na-arịọ mmeso ọma gị n'ime ndụ anyị. Ịma mma gị, ebere gị, mgbaghara mmehie, n'ihi na anyị onwe anyị bụ anụkpa ahụ. O nweghị ihe ọ bụla na-eku ume n'ụwa na-anaghị eme mmehie megide gị nna nke ebere dị ngọzi, ma ọ bụghị isi n'okwu ọnụ, ọ bụrụ n'echiche, ma ọ bụghị n'echiche, ọ bụrụ na akparamagwa. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị si gị onye dị nsọ na ọgwụ mgbe ebighị bụ ụzọ ọbụla anyị si wee mejọọ gị eze ebube dị ngọzi, biko gbaghara anyị mmehie. N'ihi na ndị mmụọ ozi na-etoghị n'oge agwa ha na-aja gị mma wee na-abụ abụ ọma, ha na-ekwere gị ukwu ọṅụ n'ihi na ebughị mmadụ, ebughị mmụọ, ịbụ Chineke. Ị naghị eri nri ka mmadụ dị ndụ, ọ bụ naanị otuto ka ị na-eri nna nke ebere dị ngọzi. Ọ bụ otuto a ka anyị na-enye gị nna nke ebere. N'aha ụmụ Biafra n'ụwa niile, ndị ezi omume ụmụ Chineke, ndị na-atụghị egwu, anyị wee na-asị anyị enweghị chi ọzọ ma ọ bụghị naanị gị, na Biafra ga-efe naanị gị, enweghị chi ọzọ nke anyị na-efe ewezuga. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị biko nna nke ebere dị ngọzi ka ịhụnanya gị wee mụbaa n'ebe anyị nọ, ka iru gị wee chaa n'ebe anyị nọ, n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye kere ihe niile kere eke, mana onweghị onye kere ya. Eze ndị nsọ, Chineke nna nke usu niile nke ndị agha, bịa ka iwepụrụ ụmụ gị n'ihu na azụ, aka nri n'aka ekpe, duo anyị ka anyị wee gaa n'ihu agha, n'ihi na ndị iro abatawo n'ala nsọ nke gị. Bịakwa ka iwele ndị iro ma mee ka isi wee kpuo ha, bịa ka iwele ha n'iyi, n'ihi na ụwa anyị na-ege ekpere ka anyị na-ekpere gị nna nke ebere n'abalị a onye ime eluigwe, wee na-arịọ gị ka Biafra wee bịa ọsọ ọsọ nna nke ebere, ka ụwa niile wee si n'ezie n'ezie na ụmụ Biafra bụ ụmụ Chineke. N'ihi na ọ bụ site na Biafra ka ụwa niile ga-echiwe chigheta azụ wee mara n'ezie n'ezie na onye nwe anyị na ọ dịrị n'ime ndụ anyị. Anyị enweghị chi ọzọ ma ọ bụghị naanị gị. Ọ bụ naanị gị ka anyị ji anya isi wee na-eme ọnụ mgbe niile nke anyị na-aba site n'ihi aha nsọ nke gị. Ị ga-ekwe ka ihe wee mee gị nna nke ebere. Marakwa na ọ bụ anụkpa ahụ ka anyị bụ, ofu ụbọchị anyị ga-anwụ. Aja ka anyị si wee pụta, aja ka anyị ga-echigata azụ nna nke ebere. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị si gị chetakwa na okwu nsọ nke gị na-adịgide ma ruo mgbe ebighị ebi, na o si n'ọnụ gị wee pụta na Biafra ga-abịarịrị. Anyị chigata azụ wee ọkụ aha nsọ gị n'ime mmụọ na eziokwu, na ị ga-aza anyị ekpere. Ngwa gwara ụmụ gị a niile ebe niile ha nọ n'ụwa niile wee nyefee na ọ gbadara aka gị sị gị nna nke ebere dị ngọzi, n'ezie n'ezie anyị emehiewo gị. Ihere onwe anyị na-eme anyị nna nke ebere, mana ọ bụ naanị gị pụrụ ịgbaghara mmehie. Anyị wee na-asị ma ụmụ gị ihe ọzọ kwere n'ihi aha nke anyị onwe anyị na-aza, kwere n'ihi okwu ọgbụgba ndụ gị n'isi anyị mgbe a mụrụ anyị, Chineke nna nke igwe, wee kwere n'ihi ihe dị etu a wee mere anyị amara ka Biafra wee bịa, ka ụmụ gị were onwe ha, ka anyị wee gosi ha na omekataghị ka ọchịchịrị wee mmeri ebe ihe nọ, na anyị bụ ihe. Dịka anyị si wee na-aza n'aha anyị ihe chi ọwụwa, Chineke nna nke bi n'igwe, biko lekwe n'elu ụwa bụ ebe ntụkwasị okwu gị. Onye nwe m na Chineke nna, biko echefukwala ụmụ gị, bịa ka iwe mere anyị amara gị, ka ihere wee bụrụ nke ụmụ ekwensu ndị nọ n'ime ihere nke onwe ha site na mpụ nke ha onwe ha mepụtara nna nke ebere. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị ka ịhụnanya gị wee mụbaa n'ebe ndị gị nọ, ka i wee nye anyị mmeri n'ebe ndị iro nọ, na ndị Fulani aka nsi ha dawo ha ọnụ, n'iji ejide obodo ekwensu nke mmadụ dị ndụ kere wee laa ya n'iyi, n'ihi na ịbụ Chineke nna. Ọ bụghị kere Biafra onye nwe m, gị onwe gị wee kee Oduduwa, o nweghị mgbe ọbụla ọ bụ gị onwe gị hiwere Naijiria, ọ bụ mmadụ dị ndụ kere ya. O nweghị ihe ọbụla mmadụ dị ndụ kere na-anaghị abịa n'isi njedebe, n'ihi na oge nke Naijiria gwụwo. Bịa ka iwe gosi ụwa na ọ bụ gị bụ Chineke nna. Ekwekwele n'ihi anya onwe anyị, ọ bụ ekwekwele n'ihi m, ma ọ bụ ihi IPOB ma ọ bụ ndị ọzọ bụ ndị ezi omume. Kwere n'ihi okwu nsọ nke gị, n'ihi na ilekwasị anya ebe mmadụ dị ndụ nọ, na mmadụ dị ndụ na-eme mmehie wee na-ada, ma lekwasị anya eze ebube dị ngọzi n'okwu nsọ nke gị onwe gị kwuru si n'ọnụ wee pụta na Biafra ga-abịarịrị, na ọchịchịrị ga-enyefe ihe wee bata, na ihe ahụ bụ Biafra, ka ọ ga-abụ na ikpetemazụ. Ka anyị si wee na-ekwu okwu Israel n'ụbọchị nke taa, n'ihi na mba Israel bụ ihe eji ama atụ ebe niile, n'ihi na Israel bụ ala egọziri agọzi. Etu a ka ụwa niile ga-esi wee were Biafra wee maa atụ si na ndị dị etu a bụ ndị a gọziri agọzi. Ọ bụ ihe a ka anyị na-arịọ gị onye nwe m na Chineke nna dị ngọzi, site n'ebighị ebi ma ruo n'ebighị ebi. Ise ise ise. Onye nwe m na Chineke, my Lord and my God in heaven, we have come to preach this gospel
If you do not have a pen and paper handy, you are not going to learn very much, I assure you. If you want to understand this very gospel, this evening that I'm about to preach, believe you me, you need a pen and a paper. This is the finest place you can gain knowledge and understanding. This is the best university in the world you can ever go to. If you are a black person and you wish to emancipate yourself, both consciously and subconsciously, you must listen to us. Because the presence of the Almighty is within us. That is why we are unblemished. Whiter than white and whiter than snow. Unblemished. And you'll be seeing it. We are the miracle children of the Most High. The whole world is against us. The British and their allies, even they have managed to convince the Americans as well. Fulani Janjaweed, and a few of them, as I speak in Yoruba land, that are still working for them. But they say that one with God is majority. And that is where we anchor our hope. We have no hope, we don't have any trust in the weapons of war made by man. We understand all of that. We anchor our hope only on the mercy and the divine grace of the Almighty in heaven. Rabase, Tamono, Olisa, Benigwe, and we are going to prevail. This evening, before I go on to preach, I want to pay a very special tribute to my very good friend and brother, a man that I used to rely upon, or should I say, call upon in time of need. A man that I grew very fond of. A man that I respect. A man of unimpeachable integrity. I know people use that phrase to describe some people in the zoo called Nigeria, but this man was a very great man. Not known to very many people, but I can assure you, he was a gentleman. He was very eloquent, very fluid. He was blessed immensely. But sadly, he passed on to the world beyond a few days ago. I pay tribute to my friend Yinka Udumakin, the spokesperson of Afenifere. He was a very consistent fighter and defender of the poor and the masses. He was the conscience of Yoruba land because he never wavered, not for 1 minute. Very consistent, never wavered. I do not personally subscribe to conspiracy theories, but I find it rather very shocking that a young man who is in very fine health, who succumbed to COVID-19, as they claim, a few days after castigating Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is a murderer, a mass murderer, a killer. I hope and pray that their hand is not in it. And wherever Yinka Udumakin is, and I know that he is in heaven, I know he'll be watching on and asking us to continue what we are doing. And we can collectively assure him, or I can assure him on behalf of the noble family of IPOB all over the world, that this very quest to liberate the poor masses will continue unhindered until victory is assured, that we may dedicate it to men like him. Yinka Udumakin was a fine gentleman, a man of virtue, a man of courage, very rare courage, I must say, and valor. May his soul rest in peace. Before I came on air this evening, we received intelligence that 200 zoo soldiers were going to Nsuka in Enugu State and Ebonyi in civilian buses and an army vehicle
that had machine gun mounted on top of it. I tweeted it before I came live on air. They are coming to kill. So I hope they are coming. Let me assure Biafrans this evening all over the world that if these idiots from the Sahel were to come down in their military uniform, because what they do is that they dispatch only 200, but they have Fulani Janjaweed hiding in our forests, near police barracks and police formations, or should I say army barracks and police formations. They normally give them army uniforms to come out and attack people, pretending that they're the army. Listen to this, only 200 they are sending. That means that in Onitsha barracks, in Obinze barracks at 82 Division or Hafia, there is nothing there. They think we don't know, but we know that there is nothing inside of Hafia barracks. We know that very well. Anytime they feel the need to come to support their fellow terrorists, because they are sending them to come to support those who are already on the ground, Fulani bandits and terrorists in our forests. Only 200. And now let me ask you this question. If they had soldiers all around Biafra land, apart from those manning checkpoints, do you think they will send 200 soldiers from the north? Nigeria has no army. They think we don't know, but we know. That is why they are in a hurry to should I say, to induct terrorists into the formal security architecture of the zoo called Nigeria. These are the things that some of you do not know, or you know, or you pretend not to know. I don't know what is wrong with some of you, but I can assure you categorically, you see these 200, we are going to meet them. And you will hear the story. And I can assure you that not many of them will go back alive to the north. You see, we are in freedom fighting. And we know that in freedom fighting, there are no rules. All the gloves are off. That was why we raised the dragon flag. They don't know the meaning of it. If you don't know, go back and check what it means. No rules of engagement. They will kill us, and we're going to kill them. But in the end, we are going to win, because we are not going to stop until Biafra is liberated. We can never stop. We will continue to fight. If there is only one girl and one boy left, let them continue to sire the next generation of Biafrans. We are not. I want Britain to understand this. I want all these neo-colonialists to understand something. You see, you look at us as black people. You say, oh, Biafrans, you're surrounded, you cannot do anything. But I want to now let you all understand that 1967 to 1970 is not in this era that we live in. We are all going to die together. That is a very clear assurance. We are going to perish together. That thing you're looking for, you're going to find it. And I want to reiterate once again, I don't want to see any police checkpoint in Biafra land. If you come out, you will die. I don't want to see any police checkpoint anywhere. There are two things I don't want to see nor hear about. No checkpoint by the police or the army, and no Fulani in our land as terrorists. They can live in the township if they want to, but not in our forest. They cannot be there. They have opened the gates of hell. I cannot guarantee you that any elections will hold anymore in our land. I don't know what, I don't know if we are suffering from politicians. I don't know where this disease is coming from. We must cure it. I want our enemies to understand how fanatical we are about this quest to liberate Biafra from the shackles of the iniquitous zoological republic. You need to understand this very clearly. We are not going to stop. We are not going back. I don't care what you say. It doesn't matter what your report says. I don't care the countries putting it together. It is irrelevant to me. What matters is the liberation of Biafra. Therefore, if Katuna Lang has any brain in her skull, if all those idiots encouraging the zoo to continue, if they have any brain in their skull, they will say, let us allow Biafra to go with their trouble, because I can assure you, as night follows day, that Biafra must come or we all die in the process. Do you know why? Because what we are looking for is what belongs to us. I am asking for something that I had before the white man came. White man is not God.
He's not God. God is in heaven. I assure you, God Almighty is in heaven, and His will must be done upon our lives. They are not God. Nobody can create a country for me. I decide where I want to belong to. The people must decide if Nigeria is the country or not. Not a white man and a white woman. All these idiots suffering from inferiority complex, shame on all of you. You are foolish. Useless black people, because of your stupidity. That is why Africa is being treated the way it is today, like a trash can, more or less. As Trump said, a shithole. A white man has no business creating country for me, because I am the Kanu, as a black man, I cannot go to Europe to create a country for them. Why then should I allow a white man and a drunken white woman to come to my land to create country for me? If you accept it, you are inferior. If you accept it, you are a nigger. If you accept it, you are stupid. In fact, you are a gorilla is better than you. A monkey is better than you. That is why they insult you abroad. That is why they kill you, because they look at you as the embodiment of stupidity. Let them come to defend one Nigeria with 200 soldiers. What they are telling us that they don't have any soldiers. If they can bring only paltry 200 men, maybe from the Advanced Tactical Air Command in Makrodi, or maybe from Kaduna or from Bauchi, that goes to show that Nigeria has no army. And because you know that they say whom the gods want to destroy, heaven will first of all make them mad because they are foolish. Let me tell you why I know that God will destroy Nigeria beyond recognition. I will tell you why. Because they are full and janjaweed, they're stupid by nature. Very hopeless, they are unthinking. The people thinking for them are the British. The reason why I told my father I must go to England to study is because I want to understand that thing, that juju they did on all of us, that made us so foolish. Now we know the medicine, and we are applying it. You see, the Fulani will come because they are very foolish. They will deploy, they don't have the army to deploy to the south, because they know that once they leave the north, believe you me, their own homegrown bandits will destroy them. They know it. They can see what is happening in Yemen, in Syria, in Afghanistan, where the same Janjaweed mentality obtains, backed up by a very misleading interpretation of the Quran. That is the reason why they're sending only 200. If they had an army to send, they will send a battalion. They will send a full brigade. But they do not have the soldiers to fight. This is one thing that Nigerians don't understand. They do not have it. We outnumber them by over 100,000 to 1. That is something people don't understand. We outnumber these people. They don't have the soldiers to keep everybody quiet at the same time. That is why they employ the media, they employ the fulefus, they employ the saboteurs to drive fear into you. They do not have the army to fight. Nigeria doesn't have the army. That is why they are begging Chad, ordinary Chad, one of the poorest countries in the world. That is why they are begging Niger, one of the poorest countries in the world, to come and help them to fight a so-called giant. That tells you they do not have soldiers to fight. We are the ones holding ourselves. The people now holding us down are those from the Middle Belt. If the Middle Belt people have decided to be Fulani slaves, they must come out and say it. We are conquered people. From now onwards, we are slaves. Oduduwa have indicated their willingness to be free. So have we Biafrans. Middle Belt are the people now saying they are happy to be Fulani slaves. If they are happy to be Fulani slaves, then let them come out and tell us. Right now, immediately. We outnumber their army. You know, sometimes in war, you need to think. When your enemy makes a move, you calculate it, you analyze it, it tells you a lot that they may not be willing to come out to say in the open. For them to send only 200 bushmeat down to Biafra land means that they don't have any army. We are the only people they're afraid of, with all due respect to everybody else. The only people that the zoo are afraid of are Biafran people, no other person. Others can go out and protest and do rally and do, they won't talk. They know that the only people capable of forcing through this agenda of dismemberment of the Zoological Republic are we Biafrans. They know it very well. The advisors, they tell them every day. How determined we are. We are the ones holding ourselves. So what I mean by that is the Fulefus. Gideon's talking about our state, talking about Nigeria, talking about football. You people are fools. Fulani is playing with you. I asked you a while ago. Nigeria has a female soccer team. Yes, Nigeria female soccer team. Do you see any Muslim girl there playing for Nigeria? But it's Nigeria soccer team. They want to cover themselves. You know, when we teach you about value system and the reason why or the need why people who are willing or able to come together to form a nation must have a common value system, you don't understand it because they don't teach you these things in universities. You don't, you know, you go to school, you come out even more moronic than you went to school in the first place. You have Nigeria female football team. Is there any Muslim girl they are playing for you? But it's Nigeria. And they're the ones benefiting from the zoo more than anybody else. Now, if those people they are sending to come down to our land, those 200 soldiers are there to kill their own fellow Fulani heads, but we know they cannot. Have you ever asked yourself, why is it that we know the forest where Fulani headsmen are camped? We know when they are coming to villages to attack. Have you ever asked yourself, a Fulani headsman of over, say, 80 people going into a village to murder people? They are retreating. There are police stations along the way. Have you ever asked, have you zoo people, zoo animals, Nigerians, have you ever asked yourself, why is it difficult for the police or the army to give chase after Fulani bandits and killers, after they must have sacked a village? Why are they not doing it? I don't, you know, sometimes they said God made man in his own image. In other words, they've given us the ability to be able to reason and to discern. And I'm asking you this evening, for those who are listening to me, I'm asking you, have you ever actually sat down? It's not difficult. I'm not asking you to do a very difficult analysis of a complex situation or an equation. First, ask yourself, this village has been attacked by Fulani. That village, why don't they deploy helicopter gunships to go and look for them? Why is it, have you ever heard before that after an attack on a village by Fulani headsmen, that the police gave them chase or the army? Have you ever heard that before? Simple question. I'm putting this question to all the chief justices and judges of all the Biafran states. Those of you holding Biafrans, sending them to Abuja to be killed by a Fulani Janjaweed. I'm asking you a simple question. All these years you've been hearing about Fulani headsmen attack in this village, in that village. I am asking you, every time, I am asking you, all the time, every time you hear about all these things, have you ever heard that 82 Division Enugu are now chasing those headsmen that came to Zowan and killed people? Have you ever heard, after the massacre in Bende, that somehow Ohafia mobilized, or Obi is mobilized? Have you ever heard that headsmen are being pursued by the army or the police after an attack on a village? It's a simple question. Any day you can get your brain around this, any day, believe you me, any day you sit down and you think about what I've just said now, you will hate Nigeria more than I hate Nigeria. A land brimming with hypocrites, unrepentant hypocrites, unrepentant hypocrites, evil people. Army are busy attacking villagers, defending themselves. None of you can reason. None of you can think and ask yourself, but so that what it means is that all these people, Fulani killers, that what they are doing is legitimate. That's what you're saying by your silence. That's what it means. That is why when I read zoo newspapers,
when I read their commentators or people talking about Nigeria, I laugh at them. Do you know why I laugh at them? Because they are very, very foolish. I have never heard before that the army attacked any camp run by bandits. I have never heard that. I have never heard that helicopter gunships went looking for Fulani terrorists. Never, ever before. Maybe against Boko Haram, because Boko Haram is killing them. That's all. Now ask yourself why that is the case. Any day you answer that question, believe you me, you will despise the zoo more than I do. These are the things you want me to understand. These are the things that you need to know about your stupid one Nigeria. That is why I keep saying, when I see somebody talk, I'm a Nigerian, one Nigeria, believe you me, you are beneath an animal. You are the greatest fool. I can't even stand you. Because you're foolish. Irredeemably foolish. I'm asking you a simple question. Have you ever heard before that Fulani, have you ever heard before that after the attack at Ozo-Wane, after the attack on the Ebonyi villages, did you hear that the army are now chasing those people that came and killed innocent people? The answer is no. All you do is you lament, you can sit down. When we formed ESN to stop such rubbish, or some of you idiots were complaining, then you never blame the Fulani for coming to kill your people. No, you won't blame them. Look at Dave Umahi. Talking like a fool. Talking like a fool. Dave Umahi, talking like an idiot. He came out, he said, oh, I loved you, Fulani. I'm in love with you, now you have killed my people. I was protecting you. One phone call, the idiot changed his mind and started singing a different tune altogether. They are your so-called leaders. Are these the leaders you will go to war with? Are they going to defend you when the Fulani come killing you? Or when they will come to your village? They are killing us anyway. When they now enter your are you trusting these idiots to defend you? You call your governors? I'm asking you a simple question. Do you trust them to defend you? The answer is no. There was an attack at Eleme. Fulani came and killed our mothers. Our mothers were protesting at Eleme in broad daylight. We went and found vigilante in the township, to mount roadblock in the township. These are your leaders, yes? These are the so-called leaders that you have. Shame on all of you. And shame on your ignorance. Let them bring the 200 men. Come now, we are waiting. You think we are running away? Bring them now, bring the 200. Is it not the same AK-47 you have that we have? The same thing now that you have, isn't it? Come now, let us see. We are waiting for you, come. How far, Tansuka? Come now, we are waiting. Ndara. When Danjuma was saying it, some of you were just, some of you read newspapers, you do nothing with it. No wonder. After traveling abroad like Obasanjo, studying engineering, you come back, you can't even build ordinary road to your Otta farm. You cannot build it yourself. You have to go and bring Julius Berger from Germany. Now I understand the reason why. Because we black people, we study, we read, we take nothing away from that thing we have read. That is why sometimes, maybe even the delay in the book that I'm writing, sometimes I think that we don't even understand what I'm writing about. We don't even have time to read it. All of you were there, you read newspapers, including everybody, you read the paper. What did the paper report? A former defense minister, the man, T.Y. Danjuma, that killed Ironsi, a Biafran, a Fulani slave, a conk Fulani, a servant of the Fulani Caliphate. He owns over 5 oil wells. A proper Nigerian, because as a Nigerian, you have to own oil well, you have to support evil, you have to hate Biafran people. Once you do all of that, you're a proper, you're now a Nigerian. Who doesn't know T.Y. Danjuma? I repeat, who does not know T.Y. Danjuma? A Fulani slave, and what did he say? If you will not listen to Nnamdi Kanu, don't listen to Radio Biafra, don't listen to IPOB, don't listen to anybody agitating for freedom. Let us listen to a one Nigerian is what he had to say. It's out there in the public domain, but black people, we just read it. This is what Danjuma said. And you just go to bed. You don't act on that thing you have learned.
What did Danjuma say? I'm saying this in connection with these 200 people coming down from the zoo north. I'm saying it because of the complicity of 82 Division or Hafia Barracks, Obinze Barracks, Onitsha Barracks. What they specialize in is abducting Biafrans. That's all they do. When serious crime is being committed within their vicinity by Fulani people, they do nothing. Instead, the Fulani will go and commit atrocities and run into the barracks. And one day we'll chase them into their barracks. Can I just repeat what I've just said? One day we are going to pursue them into either Obinze Barracks or Hafia Barracks or Onitsha. Anywhere they run to, we'll pursue them there. And that day, I want you to remember the broadcast tonight that I said it. Nigerian army harboring Fulani terrorists in our land. One day you will get it hot from us. I will tell you what Danjuma said. Danjuma said, the armed forces of Nigeria are not neutral. Do you know what is paining me? This was the submission. This was the submission. This was the submission that Danjuma made to British government, to Britain. This was the, I don't know, why is this thing jumping? Why are they putting me back on old program? Well, what is going on? What is going on? Zoo people, are you tampering with my broadcast or what? What is happening? What is happening? People are tampering with zoo people. They're all over the place. What did Daniel read it for you? The armed forces of Nigeria are not neutral. What it means is that the armed forces of Nigeria are working for Fulani interest. Because maybe sometimes when we read this grammar, all this grammar, some of us don't understand what it means. I will break it down for you. The armed forces of Nigeria are not neutral, which means you see your soldier, our boys, our soldiers, they are working for Fulani interest. They collude with armed bandits. A former defense minister, somebody who fought against Biafra, somebody that has 5 oil wells. In other words, it is in his interest for Nigeria to continue. What is he saying? He is saying that your so-called Nigerian armed forces are supporting Fulani terrorists. Those that came to Ozo to kill us. That was why the army did not respond. Those that went to kill us. That was why the army and police never responded. Instead, they will come and try to stop us from exacting revenge against these people. And when Danjuma said this thing and it was widely published and reported, where did your brain go to? I'm asking all of you, where did your brain, your skull, where did it go to? Does it mean you didn't quite understand what was happening or what? Danjuma said that the reason why, let me repeat, the reason why Fulani bandits are everywhere killing people is because Nigeria army is with them, working with them and supporting them. Do you know the funniest thing? This submission was made to United Kingdom government by Danjuma. Is Danjuma a Biafran? Danjuma was the man that killed Ironsi. Nobody can accuse him of loving Biafra or IPOB or having any, should I say, secessionist tendencies. And this particular submission was adopted by the Special Parliamentary Group in the UK Parliament. Both some members of the House of Lords and members of the House of Commons, they adopted this. It was in their report. You know what is paining me? Katrina Lang saw all of this. They saw all of these things. They have seen it. They have seen all of these things. They know very well what is happening. Britain knows that Nigeria army that they're helping is supporting terrorists. According to Danjuma, do you know what they do? The army help the terrorists to kill people. They kill Nigerians. That is what Danjuma said. They facilitate their movements. In other words, the army are the people telling the terrorists we have to go. Go to Zone 1. If you call us, if they call us, we will not respond. Go there and attack them. That is why they have Fulani police commissioners. Fulani commandant. In every army barracks you have Fulani. In every police station there is Fulani. Why do you think they are doing it? Why? I'm asking you. Do you have brain at all in your skull? Where did your brain go to all of? I'm asking you a simple question. Do you have brain at all in your skull? Do you have brain at all? Simple question I'm asking all of you. The Nigerian army, according to Danjuma, a former defense minister and a general, a major general, in fact, a general, full general, they facilitate the movement of the terrorist Nigerian army. They cover them. If you depend on armed forces to stop the killings, you will all die one by one. We ignored this warning. That was the reason why they came to Ozo 1. They have killed there 4 times. They came to Ebonyi. Every day they are attacking Ebonyi and killing villagers. And you know the funniest thing, Britain knows all of this. And on top of that, they are lying. I have never seen the United States before send any fact-finding mission, or Britain for that matter, to say, go and ascertain if what people are saying is correct. That is the reason why I believe that there is a conspiracy against black people. If we cannot get them with HIV/AIDS, we get them with Lassa fever. If Lassa fever cannot kill them, we get them with COVID-19. If COVID-19 cannot kill them, then we support dictators in the continent of Africa to be killing their citizens, and we will not talk. That's what they're doing. This is another strategy at population reduction. Britain is using the Fulani to reduce the population of indigenous people, because it is win-win for them. The less black people you have in the world is better for Britain. It's better for them. That's what they want. Have you not seen that video? If you want that, there's a video, you will be in shock. They said they want to reduce world population by 3 billion, and from Africa mostly. So if COVID cannot kill them, HIV/AIDS cannot kill them, Ebola cannot kill them, Lassa fever cannot kill them, and malaria cannot kill them, then let us sponsor people like Fulani people think them. Is gain for us. Some of you don't know this, and that is what I'm telling you this evening. That is why we are taking our time to educate all of you, that you may understand. Why have you ever heard, look at Fulani in Yoruba forest killing people? Have you ever heard that after an attack on a village, that the army and the police went out with their hillocks in pursuit of Fulani? Never. If that has never happened, then ask yourself this question: why is it that the army never pursue Fulani killers after an attack on a village? Then you'll understand why they have how Fulani police commissioners and Fulani commandant, army barracks, commandants all over the place. They planned this thing very well. Their main advisors are the British. Britain does not want Africa to develop. Britain has no, forget all that stupid, nonsensical grants. They give them grants and loan and aid. Rubbish, pure rubbish. They don't want you to develop. That's why they support idiots and fools in power. That is the reason why they issued the nonsensical Lekki report on the shooting. And there was something that Frederick Douglass said. I'm quoting this thing for Britain so they understand. Britain, you know how stubborn we are. We Biafran people, you know how stubborn. Igbo people, you know, you acknowledged many years ago that there are 3 races you are not able to subdue. The Irish, the Igbo people, and the Kikuyus of Kenya. You said it with your own mouth. These are the 3 tribes you could not subdue. You said it yourself. That is how we are born. In our bones is the yearning for freedom. We are born free. We are free people from before the Isles of Britain were formed by tectonic forces. Before the island of Britain started drifting away from Europe. Before the English Channel existed. The ancient people occupied the present day Biafra land. They believed in freedom. That is why we are the only people that answer autonomous community anywhere in the world. The reason being that we don't want to be under anybody we don't want to be under. Forget what happened after the war. All the Opabia seekers and their generation that you groomed to be telling us rubbish every day. Our eyes are now very much open. You can no longer deceive us. Never. Where justice is denied, where poverty is enforced,
where ignorance prevails, as in the case of the zoo. They are telling that the army is supporting the Fulani people. You are there, our army, our soldier, our police. Idiotically talking rubbish every day. Where ignorance prevails, as it is in the zoo called Nigeria, where any one class is made to feel that society is an organized conspiracy to oppress them, rob and degrade, neither persons nor properties will be safe. That is what I want Britain and their lapdog Fulani to understand. And all of you idiots answering Nigerians, you are all fools. I will say it, in fact, I say it to your faces anyway. What can you do? All the Nigerian fools, all the idiots that answer Nigeria, the idiots who didn't go to school, because if you are learned, I swear you cannot answer in Nigeria. You cannot. I want to let all of you understand this. There will be no peace. None whatsoever until Biafra is free. There will be no peace. I guarantee you that. None whatsoever. You people don't like a gentle approach. You don't like people doing things in a very gentle manner. I know you don't like it. And let me tell you where we are all going to end up. All of us are going to die. Everybody will perish. Since that is what you want. Since that is what, if we know it is the oil and gas that you want, come out and say we need oil and gas. We will separate because Fulani does nothing, they produce nothing, they add nothing to the economy. Absolutely nothing. Only banditry and terrorism, if you consider those two elements as a viable economic undertaking. Do you understand? Did you see that, there was a picture published by Chinasa and a few other people, I saw it circulating, where Catherine Lang assembled the so-called stakeholders at the zoo. Them and I think the French assembled them, telling them about one Nigeria. Do you know, when I saw this picture earlier today, I wish somebody can put it on this page on Facebook where I'm broadcasting, or maybe on Instagram, even on Twitter as well. When I saw that picture, I was shocked. It reminded me of in fact, this picture confirms that Nigeria has come to an end, because before anything comes to an end, it must travel a full circle, or should I say a cycle. It must perform 360 degrees loop. This was how the white man and white women came to Nigeria and was assembling all of you like idiots, telling you why you should be in one Nigeria, why they have created Nigeria for you. The same thing that Lugard and Shaw did is what Catherine Lang is now doing, which means Nigeria has come to an end. The full cycle has been attained. The same way they started is how they are ending. They are begging, oh, please come, be one Nigeria. All of you must be together. Why are you begging me? Catherine Lang, why is the British begging me to be part of Nigeria? Why? If they're not gaining anything, why? I ask you. Where we come from, there's something we say, Okum nazu, okum na ponala, yakusam. I don't want. You're carrying me on the back and my leg is almost on the floor. Scratching and bruised. Please drop me. I don't want it. Britain is pretentious. You pretend you care, but you don't care. You are evil and you're wicked. You pretend. Why are you calling this meeting? Because by all of you being on this table, all these monkeys I can see here, by all of these fools being on this table, it means that the oil and gas will keep on flowing for free. But some of you are too foolish and too idiotic to understand it, because you are zoo animals. You are Nigerians. Your brains do not function properly. None of you is properly educated. I don't give a damn how many awards you may have won abroad. Pure rubbish. I don't give a toss how good your command of English language is. Pure crap and rubbish. You cannot reason. Let me ask you a simple question. Where else in the world can an ambassador gather the stakeholders in that country, lecturing them on how to run their country? Where else? You people are the ones degrading and demeaning Africa. You idiots here, the useless fools. Look at them with a little white woman. Black people in this UG. God forbid. God forbid you people. As the person wrote, they can see that the center can no longer hold. That is why Britain is now publicly controlling Nigeria. Public. They're taking over the army. So that the ones now advising. But where God is punishing them is that they cannot bring white soldiers and put them on the ground in Nigeria. They cannot do it. So they are still relying on Fulani Janjaweed. They are still relying on you fools. They are using hunger to entice you to enroll or to enlist into the army. They know what they are doing because you are black, because you're foolish. You cannot understand that these people are toying with you. How many times has any ambassador in Britain called a meeting of British stakeholders to tell them how to run their country? Or to ask Scotland not to leave the UK? This UG black people, when will you ever reason? When will you, I don't know what if what is killing me is the ignorance. When I consider the ignorance of a black man and my brain wants to explode, I'm asking you a simple question. All these idiots here sitting down, some will claim they have PhD. Why are you listening to a little white woman from England? Don't you have shame? You have no shame? They want you to be in one Nigeria so they can have unrestricted access to oil and gas. That is all. Not that they love you. Because if they love you, if they are genuine, they would have stood up to say that what happened at Lekki was wrong. The army killing innocent people is wrong. Army abducting people is wrong. Kalamad report must be investigated. Amnesty report on the massacre of Biafrans should be investigated. Zaki Biam should be investigated, or the massacre should be investigated. The persecution of Shia Muslims should be investigated. They will never do any of those things. It's only about oil and gas. And you, being the black fools that you are, this UG black, at least I give them one thing. Before white people come out to cast aspersions, they must have seen something in you. And I keep asking you this. The same way that blacks are insulted all over the world, is it how Asians are insulted? Or should I say Africans? Let me not use the word black. Is it how they are insulted? We are being insulted because we deserve it. We are useless. Let us be honest. We are useless. If we are not useless, why is it that a population of 200 million people, you cannot stand up and ask yourself, why is it after every bandit attack on a village, the army can never locate them? Why? Why is it that this little white woman, Catherine Lang, is the one presiding over a meeting telling you how to keep your country one? Does it mean that your brain cells are not working? We are telling them, you cannot keep us together by force. I want to analyze something that a very intelligent, brilliant Yoruba man wrote. Francis Ojo, or Ojo, I don't know how to pronounce it. Ojo, I think it is. Not Ojo, Ojo. Francis Ojo. He wrote, I'm going to analyze what he wrote here. And I want everybody this evening, after this very program this evening, to go back to understand, to study this program, to listen to it over and over again, to understand how foolish and idiotic black people are, truly are. How Fulani took over all of you. Francis Ojo wrote, I love this piece. In fact, after this program, I want it everywhere. I want every blogging site to carry it. I want every newspaper in the zoo to carry it, so that you can see for yourselves how idiotic and stupid all of you are. You useless Nigerians. I want you to understand how foolish you are. In front of you, Fulani did not go to school. Only with cattle they are controlling all of you. Only cattle they control you. They say it is stop them. It is what they are saying is not good. It is hate speech. They call what I say hate speech, but what they have is hate action. Francis Ojo, thank you very much. I want to analyze what you wrote. Now listen. The strategy of the British, are not Fulani, the strategy of the British in Nigeria is foolproof. Yet every project they undertake invites its own risk. I'm analyzing what somebody else wrote. I will continue. The master strategist is a master risk evaluator, but the people advising the Fulani on what to do, they are not master strategists. They made a very fatal mistake, and because I did with Janjaweed and then Achinama. What do you expect? It is clear that those who conceived this project designed it in its key elements and planned its implementation. However, they failed to factor in risk management into the equation. And this is Francis Ojo's evaluation of the project design and plans to hand over Nigeria to Fulani nations of Africa. Nigeria is going to be the homeland of Fulani people. Some of you are sleeping. You are idiotically going through life every day in the zoo, not understanding what is going on, not understanding what is happening. But today I am going to enlighten you, courtesy of this, our brother that wrote this very compelling piece. What is their plan? Before they can bring in every Fulani to settle in Nigeria, they must first of all dominate you. Secondly, they will seize your wealth and they will enslave you. They will take full control of your political power. They will take every arm. They want all the guns and bullets to be under their control. And they will deny everybody else any form of access to weapons. They will take control of every major income organ of the government. They will deny everybody else access to funds, and I'll prove it to you tonight. Finally, they will move in and take over your land and your forests. That is what has been happening in the zoo since 2015. And I want to prove it to you tonight. I want to prove it to you tonight. I will prove it to you tonight so that you may understand what life has in store for all of you in the damnable zoological republic. Thanks to our brother. What did he say here? This is their design. They will dominate you. And for Britain to give Fulani exclusive control to dominate everybody else, they started very cleverly. What they did to IPOB when we started as well, they said that the Igbo man is domineering. You understand? Britain cleverly designed that with their Fulani counterparts. Unfortunately, some Yorubas fell for it, shamefully. Igbo man is domineering. As they were telling you Igbo man is domineering, they went behind the back and we are grooming Fulani to dominate you. Do you understand it? Now, they say Igbo man is domineering. And I want, mention for me, how many people in the so-called stupidly named Niger Delta has oil well? Every oil well is owned 90% by Fulani. But before they were telling you Igbo man is coming to dominate you, reason, Chineke, how black people, this Yoji, can you reason for once? I'm begging you to reason. Only once, please. Igbo man is domineering. That the Fulani owns all the oil wells. That's number one. They will seize your wealth. They have taken over everything. They have shared it. Britain can take oil and gas for free. They don't care as long as Fulani controls everybody, everything else, and they will enslave you. What do you understand as slavery? Oh, you think, until you go and start washing plates for them in the north, then you are not their slave. Let me give you a very simple example. Before Obiano was re-elected, he took off his red cap to beg Jubril to put him back into power. Do you know what is slavery? Slavery is Imo State. They started killing Fulani. Before your eyes, they claim he's doing democracy. Do I speak this thing in Igbo language so people can understand me? Koro, before your eyes. Hope Uzodinma was not declared the winner, not the number one, not number two, not number three. He came fourth in an election. Before all of your eyes, in front of the American Embassy and British High Commission, Supreme Court of Nigeria declared Hope Uzodinma the winner.
Let me tell you something. That was from that day, I've no longer talked about fake Buhari National Council, because that was the day I knew, believe you me, that the white man was right. There is something wrong with the black people. I'm telling you the truth. Something is wrong with us. He came number 4. He was the 4th on the list after the contest in Imo State. They went to Supreme Court, full of learned people, wearing horse wig, learned, black people without shame. When you look at them, you are looking at Satan and Lucifer. You see, as ugly as anything you have ever seen in your life. Go and look at their faces, the so-called Supreme Court judges in Nigeria. As ugly as hell. Very ugly men and women. They embody everything that is evil about black people. You know what they did? They gave the vote to Uzadema. Supreme Court in a court of law. Supreme Court. They asked them, but how did he win? They said they did not tally his votes very well. INEC said about 950,000 people are registered voters. How come your own tally is almost over 1 million? Where did you get it from? They shut up there. We are the apex court, Supreme Court. INEC said, no, sir. Don't be offended. The total number of voters in Imo State is less than what you are giving hope. They said, oh, we are the apex court. We cannot revisit Taiwo versus Akredolu versus 1945. Supreme Court of Nigeria. Simple question. This is INEC register. The people set up by law to conduct elections. They said that about 900,000 people are on our register as registered voters in Imo State. But you are now calculating for us, telling us there's nearly 1 million voters in Imo State. Are you working for INEC? Which register is that? They said, oh, we have our own list, a list given to them by APC, Fulani Janjaweed Party. That is slavery. They impose upon you whoever they want to impose on you. You are nobody. You can't do nothing. That is the meaning of slavery if you don't know. Hope Uzodinma signifies slavery and damnation upon our people. If you don't know, let me tell you. All your education is a waste. All that crap, speaking useless grammar, talking complete waste. You're a slave. You ask me how. Then I'll ask you to look at Imo State Douglas House. How can somebody who came fourth, not even second, not third, emerge as the governor of a state? Where did Supreme Court get their own voters register from? INEC testified and said to the court, you have higher number of voters than we have on voters register. Where did you get it from? From APC government. And you claim you're a Nigerian. Yeah, I mean, we Nigerians. Mad people everywhere. Your brain cells are, every Nigerian is a lunatic. Is a complete mad idiot. Every Nigerian is. Complete fool. Complete fool. I despise them. Complete idiots from top to bottom. Today, Hope Uzodinma is sitting at Sambakwe's chair. A sacrilege, if you ask me. Presiding over the affairs of Imo State. From number 4. Supreme Court of Nigeria. Apex Court. Apex. Hi, black people on this UG. Now you know you're slaves in the zoo. Now they're telling you, if you don't join APC, you cannot win. Because they know they are waiting for you. INEC will write the result and that's it. Only in Edo State where people were shouting. And America, for once, I don't know what possessed them, said if you rig elections in Edo, no visa for you to US. They now sat back and Obaseki won. That's all. If not, it's back as usual. If at all he has won. Now listen very carefully. They will enslave you. They will take full control of political power. Every
armed forces is under their control. And they would remember that it was when we formed ESN with our own AK-47 that they now said, if you see anybody with AK-47, shoot the person aside. But all the years, Fulani has been carrying guns. Nobody has ever shot them all. But when we rose up to defend ourselves, they said, go and shoot them. Some just are writing, is it legal? Those asking me if ESN is legal, are you telling me that the killing of our people by Fulani Janjaweed, that's also one, and they are legal? Are they legal acts? You're asking me to wait for police to investigate. The same police that Danjuma told you are colluding with them, the same army colluding with them. Don't you have brain in your skull? They have taken over political power. They own INEC. INEC will not resort now. All arms are under their control. And they will deny everybody access to arms. And they will move in to take over your space. That is why Yoruba people are in Benin Republic as refugees. Your papers will report it in the zoo, but it's true. That's why I'm asking a fact check AFP. Why have they not done fact check on what I'm saying? Do we have Yoruba people as refugees in Benin Republic or not? Simple yes or no answer. But there are some Yoruba people shouting, one Nigeria. We Nigerians. The same Nigeria that put their bread, you know, we black people, we lack empathy, we have no soul, we have no, we are the embodiment of evil. Very wicked set of people. And being black people are wicked. The definition of wickedness you find in a black man, very, very envious, evil, and wicked. I'm telling you the truth. You have Yoruba people in Benin Republic as refugees. A Yoruba editor is writing in Lagos, we Nigerians, we are in one Nigeria. Let's keep Nigeria one. The same Nigeria that put you in Benin Republic as a refugee. And yet you're not fighting a war because Fulani wants to take over your land. Now, our dear brother Francis Ojo now went further to categorize, he put it in phases, phase 1, phase 2, how they did it. Phase 1, Fulani took over all the 3 organs of government. Classic pincer movement. Today, according to our dear brother, all 3 arms of government. You know what is the executive? That's the presidency. The legislature, which is House of whatever they call it, Senate and the House of Reps. The Chief of Staff, the President of the Senate, Chief Justice of the Federation, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, even the Speaker of the House of Reps. He was a Muslim, converted to Christianity. When he wanted to be the Speaker of the House of Representatives, he went back to, he became a Muslim again. Baja Biamila. That is slavery. Before he became the Speaker of the House, he reconverted from Christianity to Islam. And you say you're not slaves in the zoo. Unbelievable. The Chief Justice of the Federation, Janjaweed. And you know, whoever controls political power controls everything. That is when I hear people saying, you know, those some people saying, invest at home. Take your investments home. The person who determines if your investment will get home or not are those in Abuja controlling the power. You can decide to relocate your factory from Abuja to Hitoboma. And on the way, near before you get to Hamufu, customs will park you on one side and say that your brake light is not showing very well. We're going to the station. They will go to the station, they will tell our guy who is a Fulani Janjaweed, or guy DPO, this man wants to go and build factory in Hitoboma. He said, park him inside the yard. We are waiting for Abuja for clearance. It will decay there because they hold political power. That's something you don't know, do you? How did Obasanjo destroy stock market? Our stock fish market in Aba. How did they destroy Okreka Market, second-hand clothing, textile in Aba? One stroke of the pen in Lagos, all destroyed completely overnight. Political power, you'll be talking about Akuru, what that nonsense? Oh, economic fund for Igbo. Mad people everywhere. The person holding the pen is holding your destiny. You dumbbells, you don't have nothing in your brain. PhD, we are learned, we the elite. Whoever controls political power controls everything. That is why the Fulani will tell you that the Yoruba, they have the economy, the Igbos, they have the petty trading, and then they have nothing else. If you take away government from us, we have nothing else, because Britain told them. Britain, first of all, armed the Fulani, gave them the military. That's number one. They control the guns, and they control the signature of power. All of you are slaves. Doesn't matter what you say. That is that one is phase one. Oh, I'm coming to phase two. That is their plan. This is how they plan to take over your lives, to render you inconsequential and useless. Whereas using Yoruba papers, punch, all this Yoruba paper, Tribune, to be massaging you, our Nigeria, our country, the first Nigerian to win Grammy Award, the first Nigerian to win Oscar. If Nigerian has run 100 meters faster than you, to be massaging all your foolishness and your idiocy, while following a moon engine going underground and moving into your villages. Phase two of your ignorance. Phase two of your ignorance. Listen, we have given you phase one. This is phase. I'm going to publish this. This is a lesson. This should be studied in every university. It's a lesson. How Fulani conquered all of you. In broad daylight, Koro conquered you and took over your land. Who knows you? Asoku Kandiara. Mad people. Fulani took over your land. Without Barakato. Came to, hey, we are not Biafra. We are Portuguese. We are South. We are Niger Delta. Do you own any oil well? The answer is no. You fools. Because Britain understands that if you join Biafra, they can no longer have free access to your oil and your gas fields. Idiot, understand it. It's common sense. Divided you fall. Phase two, they moved to put all arms, ebe, gun. That's all. Arms means ebe, gun and bullet. Fulani moved to put every gun and bullet under Fulani control. How did they do it? You ask. Our brother told us how they did it. This evening I will tell you how they managed to do it. In very simple arithmetic. Chief of Army Staff, Fulani. Chief of Naval Staff, Fulani. Which means that the head of the army of the whole of Nigeria is a Fulani man. Mind the president is Fulani. Also, they speak. It is a Fulani presidency because Buhari is long dead. Well, I'll come into that this year. Chief of Army Staff, the controller of, because when I say Chief of Army Staff, some of you, because they no longer teach you anything in your schools, you may not understand what it means. Chief of Army Staff means the man, the that controls the army. It's Fulani. Chief of Naval Staff, you know those that wear white in the desert, those morons, they wear white. Somebody from somewhere where there is no water, from an arid desert, is the Chief of Naval Staff, dealing with water. Or should I say armaments on top of water? Chief of Naval Staff is Fulani. IG of police, the overall of police. You see those police you see. Their controller is Fulani. The Director General of DSS, those ones that kidnap people at night in the name of state security. Is Fulani, DSS is Fulani. The National Security Advisor, the one that will tell the presidency where to take troops to inside Nigeria, is Fulani. Hi, and you all of you come, you went to school, Nigerians. I've graduated now. I read law. I read agric engineering. I want to do my youth service. Now I know that you, your brain cells are not complete. Now listen. National Security Advisor Fulani, Minister of Defense Fulani. These are the people that control arms and decide where troops go. Commander of NSCDC, I think it's Civil Defense Fulani. Chairman of NDLEA, Drugs Agency Fulani. Not minding that Fulani people take more tramadol than anybody else. All intelligence services, military and civilian, are all Fulani. Now, tell me the definition of domination. Those of you that claim you're from South Niger Delta, that rubbish. Now, define domination for me. Define it. Ndinzuzu. People without brain, define domination for me. Ndiara. It's not, oh, you think I've finished? No, I have not finished though. Everybody you see carrying gun in Nigeria, the Ogapatapata is Fulani. So, in other words, you will have to rely on a Fulani man to give you order to pursue a Fulani terrorist killing your mother in the village. And the order will never come. Are you understanding it? We are just bringing down the kingdom of heaven to come down to this earth, the land of Biafra, the land of the rising sun, the oldest place, the center of the whole world, 0 longitude and 0 latitude, where Elohim planted the first living being, the oldest language in the world, bar none. Unashamedly, I proclaim it. If you have any contrary opinion, you bring it to the table. With facts and figures. Now listen to me very carefully, please. I have not finished. The director of NIA, National Intelligence Agency, Fulani, the director of Military Intelligence, Fulani, the director of Naval Intelligence, Fulani, the director of Air Force Intelligence, Fulani, Immigration of Fulani, prisons of Fulani, and the list is endless. And you are in Nigeria. The Igbo man will dominate you. Hey, believe a warrior. You believe a warrior. Gospel of heaven. Are they going to disprove it? There's a hate speech. Are you telling me that the heads of all these ministries, all these arms-bearing ministries are false? They are no longer Fulani, is that what you're saying? Now listen. Those who have command of arms in a country are masters of the state and having their power to make whatever changes they please. They have the government in Asorok, they have army, they have air force, they have police, they have immigration, they have customs, they have intelligence agencies. Everywhere is them, police, everything is full on Janjaweed. They decide who lives and who dies. They decide who to proscribe and who to leave. Do you know why they have not proscribed the Dudu agitation? Because they don't want to pour fuel into the fire. They are very crafty. Britain told them, oh no, don't touch them, don't touch Yoruba. Focus on Biafra. You cannot fight war on two fronts. Very simple, very clever. So my Oduduwa brothers can agitate in the open, no problem. Nobody will open fire on them. Oh dear. Every organ licensed to bear arms in Nigeria, their Ogapatapata is Fulani. We continue our gospel. Nigerians must surrender their arms except Fulani headsmen. Still not fully comfortable with the capacity of other Nigerians to offer resistance after we launched our, ESN, warriors of God. ESN, warriors of God, I'm telling you. Eastern Security Network. They never said anything about banning everybody. once we launched ESN, and I would do the word brethren, they rose up as well to say enough is enough. They made the announcement. Nigeria police that previously never saw any AK-47 and never challenged them openly. I challenged the Nigerian police and Nigerian army to tell me where they engaged Fulani terrorists in the forest before. In the whole of Nigeria, where? In Kaduna. Instead of fighting them, El Rufai was giving them money. Nigerian army was ferrying weapons to them. PhD holders, learned, we the elite, learned people in Nigeria. Name one single instance or incident where Nigerian army or police engaged rampaging Fulani headsmen. Name one location. And how many Fulani attacks have we had in the past 5 years? Over 1,000. Not one single police or army response or confrontation with these murderers from the Sahel. What does that tell you about your one Nigeria? What does that tell you about one Nigeria? All you need to know. The one Nigeria. Ignorance is a disease. They never acknowledged that Fulani people were bearing AK-47 until they announced it. Every Nigerian with 21 days unlicensed guns, bring it back. And this was targeted at Eastern Security Network and nobody else. And the Fulani bearing terrorists and murderer, a rapist and a bandit. Till today, they're still carrying their guns till this very minute in the zoo. How many of them have they arrested? How many, I'm asking you? With those of you idiots that believe in your useless one Nigeria, how many people have they arrested so far bearing arms? Fulani? None. Instead, they give them more. They even give them army uniform. Again, there was something that Aristotle said. He said, both oligarch and tyrant mistrust the people and therefore deprive them of their arms. Anybody who is asking you not to be armed, that person is an oppressor, is a tyrant. Danjuma said you should get arms. Former defense minister of Nigeria, when his village came under attack, he now realized and said, oh, please go and get arms so all of you go and get your guns and your weapons. Phase 4 of your conquest. You Nigerian idiot from the south, phase 4 of your conquest. They took over all your money. Do you know in Nigeria, even if you have a USD account, a DOM account, you cannot send money abroad. They had what they call the single TL, that STA account, all that rubbish. Remember that when Buhari was alive, the first thing he did was to consolidate and centralize the money. They want to deprive you of your money. That's what they're doing. They brought in BVN, CCN, NIN. Every day is control. Some of you fail to see it because you're blind. You are all educated in the zoo. You know nothing. You didn't go to that thing is not school. They went to plant ignorance in your brain. You think you're going to school doing your lectures. What they were feeding you is subservience and ignorance. How to be subservient and an ignorant fool in a country of fools. They deprived you of money. It's a single treasury account, STA. That's how they started. They say it's to fight corruption. But who is more corrupt now than this Fulani regime? Nobody in history. Are you Nigerians, are you human beings at all? Are you all these idiots? I say, I'm a Nigerian. Are you sure you're normal? Hey dear, how did they do it? Every single treasury account. And what produces that money that goes into the account in Nigeria is oil and gas from Biafra land. NMPC, which accounts for 76% of federal revenue, 40% of overall gross domestic product, and 98% of all export earnings is under one man, one Fulani man. His name is Mele Kyari from Abba Kyari clan, from the family. Are you understanding now? One Nigeria, Niger Delta, South, wherever. Are you focusing now? Is your brain working? The same slave master, the Kyaris. Fulani Brono. Should I preach on or should I stop? Because Zulu people are animals. I just want to stop. The Zulu people who cannot reason very well. Fulani has taken all of you over. They have conquered all of you. Maybe there's something in Suya. There's something in Fulani cow. I'm telling you the truth. After all, they make love to the cow. They wash their face with the urine from the cow. Everything from the cow. They do. Maybe I don't know what they have done to us. Maybe it's from the cow. People said I should preach the gospel of heaven. From heaven itself. The 4 highest revenue earners we are put in the hands of Fulani Muslims from the north. NNPC is in their hands. Federal Inland Revenue Service is in their hands. Oh God in heaven. God in Nigerian Ports Authority is in their hands. Customs, Fulani. Colonel Hamid Ali, a Muslim Fulani. That is not all. How about people that spend money in Nigeria? How about those governmental departments that spend now? I've told you those that collect the money from all of us or sell oil and gas for us, all Fulani. How about those that are now going to spend the money? Defense, Department of Finance, Education, Justice, Federal Capital Territory, Agriculture, Police Affairs, Aviation, Communication, Power, Water Resources and Humanitarian Affairs. All of them are headed by, surprise, surprise, Fulani. Those that get the money, Fulani. Those that spend it, Fulani. They need to control the money. That is how they were able to bribe the U.S. ambassador to Nigeria to write stupid, idiotic report about Lekki shootings. With that money, they can buy over AFP to issue fake news and also fact-check the fake news. From that money, they can pay off Facebook. From that money, they can pay Wall Street Journal. They can buy off BBC. They can buy off CNN. In other words, they can come to the streets of Abuja and slaughter as many Shia Muslims as they like. You will not hear PIM anywhere in the world. From this money, they bribe United Nations officials and diplomats. From this money, they bribe African Union. From this money, they bribe EU. EU, they bribe them, they give them money. And we are all slaves, all of you, because you are ignorant. Very, very ignorant. And sadly so. Sadly so. Now listen to me. The list has not finished though. EFCC. Now Fulani is so clever. Fulani controls where the money comes from, NNPC, customs, all the rest of it. Fulani decides who spends the money. Fulani in defense, finance. And Fulani is now in charge of who commits corruption or who steals money. EFCC is Fulani. There's this little boy, I don't know if he's even up to 25 years of age. They put as EFCC Director General. Fulani. ICPC, Fulani. NFIU, Fulani. PDTF, you see, PTDF, Fulani. All those idiotic acronymed agencies telling you a Federal Airports Authority, even Fulani, FAN, they call it. FAMA, Federal Road Maintenance Agency, Fulani. NTA, Fulani. NYSC. Fulani. No wonder they see Nigeria as an Islamic state. And then they brought Okada to you. All those Okada people, you're saying, if you can speak passable Fulfude or Hausa, they give you Okada, you come to the south. They were their spies for very many years. They were their, should I say, sleeper cells that they implanted into our villages. It's those shining shoes for us, those who are cutting our nails. You didn't know that they were spies and agents of Fulani Janjaweed march to the Atlantic Ocean. Now they are everywhere, like locusts everywhere. And they are the people now killing and maiming at will. In the daytime, they are Okada riders. In the evenings, they are Fulani terrorists in the bushes. They have now occupied our forest. Phase 6, they are now in our forest telling us, the same people they said we are foreigners before, they're now telling us that they are entitled to ranches in our home towns and villages. I know that Umahi has signed up to it. But as you know, we have ESN, there will be no ranch. I'm sure you know that. It cannot happen. There are, other people can play with that rubbish, but not in anywhere in Biafra land. And if you're a governor and you want a second term, you now have to agree to Ruga or Fulani settlement in your state. Then INEC will write for you, or you enter into agreement with Mietiala. You people are truly slaves. Truly slaves. One thing they never counted upon was the resilience, and they never say die attitude of your average Biafran. We don't support evil. We are free people. And Britain wants to experiment with Biafran people. They want to prove to themselves that we are white people, so we are the gods of black people. Anything we say you're going to do is what you're going to do because we are white and you're black. Oh dear me, how mistaken they are. How mistaken they are. We are going to fight until the last person to be free. Do you know how many terrorist Fulani cells there are in Yoruba land? 1,123 Fulani camps inside Yoruba land, inside their forests. And they are confusing Yoruba people with Tinubu, using Tinubu to confuse them. Presidency, Tinubu, the Fulani and Yoruba are one, but Fulani are in your forest. How many Yoruba people are in Fulani forest in the north? 1,123. The Fulani cells are distributed in groups of at least 15 to 20 people, complete with women, arms, and other, should I say, materials of long-term occupation. Yoruba land is gone. Dayan and Pemba, write it down tonight. Yoruba land is gone. 1,100. We are engaging those in our land. Ours was 350 something. ESN is engaging them every blessed day. Yoruba have about 1,123 Fulani cells, active terror cells. Yoruba land. Maybe that's why they killed Yinka Odumakin, because he was a critic of Tinubu. Maybe they poisoned. Britain is there. Maybe they poisoned him. And then Amoteku came, and they shouted and shouted, and they watered down Amoteku until it became nothing. But thankfully, men have now risen up in the West. In the West. And I told you a while ago that is the reason why they have the likes of Obasanjo. Sheikh Gumi, the sheikh of bandits, met with Obasanjo, closed door meeting. Maybe to remind Obasanjo of what he owes them. They love telling people, we made you who you are. I remember one time that Jerry Ghana rose up to speak his mind. They said, shut up there. We made you who you are today. We Fulani made you. And he shut up very quickly. Maybe they're reminding, because it's in the news here, in Punch newspaper. Gumi, northern leaders in closed door meeting with Obasanjo, northern leaders. They won't come to the east. They know that IPOB is in control of the east. They cannot come. Nobody to meet with. They went to the west. Because Britain told them, once you have Yoruba alliance with Fulani, you can do whatever you like. And as I'm saying to you, my Yoruba brothers and sisters, if you allow yourselves to be deceived, no generation in the world will forgive you again. Never until the kingdom come. The name Oduduwa and Yoruba will be synonymous with infamy forever and ever. If you allow yourselves to be bought over by Tinubu and by Obasanjo to go back to Fulani again, believe you me, anywhere your name is mentioned, people will laugh at you. Be very careful. We are on the precipice, the threshold of history.
Freedom beckons. Don't allow them to deceive you. That is why this very evening I end with a testament that I tweeted a few hours ago. That what is happening in the zoo cannot happen in Biafra land. And it is my testament that every ethnic nationality in Biafra land, Urobo, Isoko, Igede, everybody, Igbo, Efiki Bibio, Idoma, everybody, Igala, everybody, every nationality, regardless of how small you are, if you like, be only 100 people, you are going to have your own confederation. You are going to be a nation within a nation. It's called confederacy. And we cannot be anything like Nigeria. God forbid. All ethnic nationalities in Biafra shall be autonomous. Not in name only, but by virtue of a permanent constitutional guarantee. Real power shall flow from down to top. The people will decide in everything we do. The people must decide. Not one idiot and president and prime minister. No. The people will decide. And that is what Britain doesn't want to see happen. Freedom for black people, they don't want it. What they want is artificial freedom, flag freedom. The war we are fighting now is a war of attrition, a war of hearts and minds. Colonialism was one of the worst things to happen to a black man, and slavery as well. But we are here to correct it, and we must do so. And on that note, we have come to the end of today's proceedings. I think I will be interviewed by Deutsche Welle, the German TV station broadcaster, by tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, the 5th. And on Friday, I will be having a world press conference with my dear brother and colleague, the leader of Amazonia. We'll have a joint world press conference on Friday. And on that note, we'll bring today's proceedings to a fitting conclusion. I do not hate anybody, I assure you. I speak the way I do so that you may repent from your idiocy and stupidity. Because as a Nigerian, you are the embodiment of stupidity, I can guarantee you that. But with all the love in my heart, and prayers, of course, especially to myself and my family, because we are still mourning the passing of my mother-in-law, and to the family of Yinka Odumakin. Good evening.
Well, let's give this another shot. I am back, whereby today on Live Chat with Josie, I'm hosting the IPOB leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We just had a technical glitch, and I hope this time around it will work. So welcome back, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
I'm very well, thank you. I'm sure you're used to this. I mean, to me, it's so surprising that that this happens. I mean, but I'm so sure that you're used to it.
We're used to it.
Okay, so I think we have to start again. I had asked you that here on Live Chat with Josie, I asked all my guests to introduce themselves. How would you describe yourself?
I am Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I serve people of Biafra, and I lead the indigenous people of Biafra. And hopefully we are going to get our freedom sooner rather than later.
Okay, so it's been 9 years. 9 years since you founded the Biafran separatist organization, Indigenous People of Biafra. How has been the journey so far? Have you managed to meet some of your objectives?
Yes, we are meeting them. Of course, we would rather prefer that Biafra had come much earlier than this. They were meeting. And we are not separatists, as a matter of fact. Because we existed before Nigeria did. You can't separate from something that you're older than. Biafra is older than Britain. Biafra is older than Nigeria. Therefore, we're not separating from anything. We're only going back to where we were before the white man came. The white man cannot come to interpret for us what constitutes a geopolitical space. It is for us, the people, to determine what nationship should be for us, not for the white man to define that for us. If I were to go to Europe to ask them to follow my dictates by creating a country in my image, they'll probably put me in jail. So no white man has the right to come to Africa to create a country for me. It cannot happen, and I won't accept it. It's as simple as that. The same way that I cannot go to Britain to create a country for them, a British person cannot come to tell me where to belong to. It is not a prerogative. They are not God. They are fellow human beings like myself.
But for you to be saying this, I know and I understand that you're not actually based in Africa. You're based in one of those countries that you're mentioning. So then how do you say something like that, yet you actually need their protection and security?
I don't need the protection or security of anyone. I don't need the protection of God Almighty in heaven.
So what are you doing in their countries if you feel like... So what are you doing in their countries? I mean, you should be in Africa. You should be in Biafra. You should be your people.
What were they doing in my country? When they said we are Nigerians, what were they doing there? When they destroyed our people, what were they doing? What were they doing? What is it their business to colonize me? What were they doing in my own land, taking my oil and gas? What are they doing in my land? What is that like?
In other words, what is that like? In other words, not to also be in their land.
Absolutely.
All right. So when you founded IPOB, what exactly were your main goals?
To set my people free. To make sure that Biafra land is set free from this geological republic. To make sure that the light of God shines upon the children of the light. To make sure that we become free people in a civilized nation that blacks all over the world can be proud of. Not in the nonsense that obtains in Africa. There is no nation in Africa that black can be proud of, because everybody is waiting for Biafra to emerge. And we are going to emerge. I say it without apologies to anyone. Biafra will come.
But why is it taking so long? Why is it taking so long? What exactly is the problem? Because you say this with so much determination.
It's taking so long because black people are stupid. It's taking so long because black people suffer from inferiority complex. It's taking so long because black people see white as their God. It's taking so long because we have failed to do what is right. It's taken so long because we feel that we cannot do anything unless a white man inspires us to do it. It's taken so long because we don't think anything of ourselves. It's taken so long because we are all collectively ignorant. But the time has come, and the light of God is now shining upon His children.
I would love you to elaborate more on that. I mean, when you say that because black people are stupid, are you referring to the Igbos that are obviously in Biafra land, like you say, or
everybody that is black in Africa is every black person?
But black in Africa is nothing. It's not every black in Africa that has anything to do with Biafra. So let's talk about Biafra. No. Why is it taking long? Is it your people that are stupid?
No, and I will put it to you, it is a collective disease. When you have grown-up men who are in their 80s and in their 90s, people who are older than Nigeria, campaigning for Nigeria to be one, saying that they are Nigerians. These are people that were born before Nigeria was created. How can anybody begin to quantify such levels of stupidity? It is unbelievable. Who were you before the white man came? Who were you before the white man created Nigeria? Before they said you are now independent in 1960. Does it mean we have no shame? Does it mean we have no pride? What is wrong with us black people? What is wrong with us? I don't understand. We are tribal people by nature. The whole of Africa. That is why, even if you're living in Kinshasa, during Christmas you travel home. Even if you're living in Timbuktu, during Christmas you travel home. Because an average black person is a tribal beast by nature. That is where we come from. We have a home. We have kindred. We are not like Europeans that can travel to New Zealand and make New Zealand their home, or travel to Australia and make Australia their home. That is their way of life. I respect, I even admire it. But for us, we come from somewhere. Your umbilical cord is buried in your village where you come from, in your kindred where you come from. That is who we are. How can somebody travel all the way from Europe, come to my land and tell me that I'm no longer a Biafran, I'm a Nigerian? And the idiot is dead. When I try to let people understand and reason, you're not telling me I'm seceding. Seceding from what? Something a white man created? Anybody talking about separatism or secession in terms of what we are doing, that person is racially inferior, both physically and mentally. Because the same nonsense happening in Africa can happen in Europe. It can't happen. Can you go to Europe and create a country in Europe? I keep asking everybody, can you create a country in Europe? Do you think that white people will allow any black man to come from Africa to tell them rubbish about where they should come to? Why should we allow it to happen to you? Why should all of us Africans allow people to come from Europe and tell us where the boundaries should be? Yoruba land has been called into 3 places. There are Yorubas in Benin Republic, Yorubas in Togo. What sort of nonsense is that? Does it mean we cannot reason or what? Oh, I don't get it, to be honest. Sometimes when I sit down and I ponder the fate of black people, I keep, basically tracking back to the core of the problem. It's how we reason. Black people, we don't reason very well. How can I secede from something that was formed in 1960? Something that my father is older than us. Who were you before the white man came? What is your identity? So you're telling me you had no identity. So you're telling me you are waiting for a white man to tell you.
So I just need to understand here. I mean, if the white people you're talking about are obviously Europeans, Americans, we were talking of the colonizers, right? And then you are that why do they come to your country? Why do they come and take your land? Why do they do this? And you are in their land. Don't you feel ashamed sometimes when you say this publicly?
What is Shell doing in my land? Shell is in my land. Are there black people running Shell? Are there black people running Texaco? I'm asking you a simple question. Are there black people now running Ajit?
No, we already know they are there, but do 2 wrongs make a right? That's where my question is. You are also in their land. What are you doing there? Why are you not on wrong?
They are in my land. I now, without coming to the UK, afforded me the opportunity to understand how they turned all of us into idiots. And having understood that, what I'm trying to do is to use simple education to untangle the mess that they planted in our brains. And there lies the key to freedom.
So how do you feel sometimes, or not even sometimes, most of the times, when you hear of murder happening in Imo State, murder happening in all those countries, states in under Biafra, like you say, and you are comfortable in the UK? How do you feel as a leader?
Injustice breeds anarchy. Wherever you have injustice, there will be anarchy. Anywhere, that is human nature. Where you have injustice as a way of life, that is bound to be anarchy. How did America emerge? How did Russia emerge as a modern nation? How did France emerge? How did even Britain emerge itself? They all went through a revolution. Nigeria is overdue for a very bloody revolution, and it must come, because the zoo must fall. It is an artificial construct, a racist construct, Nigeria. A derisory, should I say, a very derogatory name. And people are proud to answer, and they don't have PhD, and they're answering a name given to them, or should I say, a name born out of, should I say, racist history. And we're not talking about ourselves. Honestly, we're a disgrace to humanity. the way we usually say it. Go ahead.
All right, so there have been many other Biafran groups that have come into existence. There's been MASOB, there's BZM, IPOB, which is yours. Just a few weeks ago, there was Mujahid Asari Dokubo, who also formed BCG to replace IPOB, which you founded. Do you feel threatened at all?
No, because the people know who their leaders are. We are not, people are not stupid. When I give a command, is obey. If I give another, is obey. When I say I don't want to see checkpoints or roadblocks, there are none. That's how it is done. You don't just come out to declare a government in the vacuum. It makes a model of the person that you're doing. The people are free to try. We are Democrats, we are Republicans. Anybody can try whatever they feel. They can give us freedom. But in the main, we know it is only IPOB standing. And it's only IPOB that the zoo is afraid of. By zoo, I mean the Geological Republic of Nigeria. Only IPOB, nobody else. Only IPOB, nobody else.
So do you feel like you share the same objectives with all these groups emerging or not?
It is a very good thing because every publicity is publicity. As long as they're using the name Biafra, they're propagating, at least in principle, the notion of liberation and freedom. It is most welcome. Anybody is free because Biafra is going to be a very free society. And everybody can say whatever they like. As long as talking about Biafra, that was important.
But there are reports of division amongst you guys as Biafrans. How can you now clamoring for a breakaway when there is actually disunity amongst yourselves?
Let me use South Africa as an example. There was the Inkatha Freedom Party. There was the, I think it's called the SATU, I don't know what they're called, the Coalition of Trade Unions in South Africa. There was the ANC, and all these other groups. It didn't stop South Africa from becoming free. It never stopped South Africa from becoming free. That's what we need to know. Sometimes the more the merrier. If the gospel of redemption is coming from myself and IPOB alone, people will think perhaps that you're mad, but coming from various groups, perhaps you feel that there is merit in what we're all talking about. Because we are saying the same thing. And we want freedom. And that's a very good thing. And we want freedom. That's a very good thing.
So is it leadership that you guys are after, or is the breakaway? I just need to understand, because you can't have IPOB today. There is the other one that BZM, MASOB. Can't have BCG. All these, is it really about breakaway, or it's about leadership that you people want?
We want to break away. I'll just give you an example. It wasn't only ANC that was fighting for the liberation of South Africa. There were others as well. Even somebody like Mongositu Buthelezi went as far as confronting violently with his Inkatha Freedom Party members of ANC, and even was killing them. He didn't stop South Africa from emerging from the dark shadows of apartheid. So all these things are just natural. Should I say natural cause that events failed during the revolution at the time that we're involved in right now?
So have you spoken to Asari Dokubo after he actually announced his own movement as well? Have you spoken to him?
No, I have not spoken to him because there is no need for it. If they feel that announcing a government can give us Biafra, I welcome it. There's nothing wrong with it. I welcome it. There's nothing wrong with it.
So, is there no better strategy to table your grievances as a nation than a breakaway? Have you ever thought about that?
Is Nigeria a nation? I'm asking you a question. It's an interview.
Nigeria is a country. Nigeria is a country.
Created by who?
Nigeria is a country where we are.
Created by who? Created by who? No. Created by who? Created by who? Created by who?
What do you mean created by? What do you mean created by who?
Nigeria was created by somebody. Do you know his name?
Somebody. Do you know his name? Maybe you should tell me. That's
his name is Frederick. His name is Frederick Luger. He's British. Is he African? British. Is he African? What right does he have to come to my village to
okay, so your issue. Your issue is about who founded Nigeria. Okay. Now Nigeria is a country amongst the 54 African countries. It is there. And do you think anything can change about that? So now, because you were born in that country before you grew up and decided to form a breakaway as a Biafran, have you ever thought of at least maybe solving these grievances in another way than breakaway? That's just my question.
I was born a Biafran. My birth certificate reads Biafra. Not Nigeria. And you cannot tell me that I should subscribe to something that a white man created in Africa. Because no black man from Africa can go to Europe to create a country for them. As simple as that. I won't accept it.
Then it means many African countries will cease to actually live, to actually survive, if you say that. Right?
No, because most
we continue to look at those African countries that way.
That's why they're poor. That's why all of them are poor. Why do you think Africa is so poor? Always begging for COVID back home, begging for aid, begging for grant, because they're all very foolish. You can't allow a white man to come to Africa to determine who you should be in a nation. It's an abomination before God and before man. That's why Africa is poor. You must confront us.
All right. There are also allegations that your own Biafran people are the ones actually killing people in Nigeria to get attention. How true is that?
Who said that?
There are allegations. Everything I'm asking
allegations from a terror-sponsoring government. A bunch of retards in Asrock. All of you are aware of what they are doing. But I don't know if I've got some of you over or out of cowardice or the need to be close to these people that will always run away from the truth. The truth of the matter is that the Fulani people are presiding over a regime of terror. Land grab and conquest of indigenous population. People are frightened to speak up. But I'm not frightened to speak up. I must speak the truth always, regardless of the consequences. I don't give a damn.
But from afar, you are not afraid to speak up because you are not in the country. You are far. Nobody can touch you.
And when I was in the country,
what you expected to run? Yes, if you decided to run. So speaking from there, are you not supposed to lead from the front?
Am I not leading from the front? Why are you interviewing me? Do you know Ayatollah Khomeini of Iran? Do you know Ayatollah?
Because we really need to understand exactly where you're heading to. Sorry?
Do you know Ayatollah Khomeini of Iran? The leader of the Iranian Revolution?
Yes.
Do you know him?
Yes.
Where was he before the fall of the reign of the Shah of Iran? Where was he? Where did he organize the revolution from?
Yeah, but then yes, I do understand what you're trying to say. My
do you know Charles de Gaulle of France?
Because I didn't ask you a question.
You know Charles de Gaulle of France?
There are many examples. Mazi,
he fought Hitler from England.
There are many examples that we can talk about.
Thank you very much.
So do you have a time frame? Do you have a time frame for this?
I have a time frame. I want Biafra to come tomorrow morning. I have a time frame. I have to remain optimistic. It's called optimism. If there is no if Biafra is not going to come, why am I doing what I'm doing? Because I know it's going to come. There's something called hope.
So I need to ask you: will the Biafra independence struggle die if you become a president, or one of you Biafrans become a president?
If they like, they can come to my house and make my younger brother the president, my second younger brother the vice president, They can make my sister the defense minister. They can make our last born, who knows, finance minister. It is irrelevant. What we want is Biafra. It doesn't matter what they do. It is too late. No matter what they do, all we want is Biafra. And Biafra must come, or we all die in the process. Without apologies to anyone, Biafra must come. Very soon they'll feel the heat.
So even if a Biafran succeeds President Buhari today, it doesn't make sense to you?
Buhari is dead, by the way. What you have is a mask-wearing idiot from the Republic. What we are going to have
That's it. I know you always say that. So how do they do that? Can you just explain to us how do you keep saying Buhari is dead, and we see a man who looks exactly like Buhari leading the country called Nigeria?
Very soon all of you will be shocked. We will tell you how we've gone back to the source as to how they did it. I have my own version of Buhari. If you want, I can give him to you. Because the people are dumb. People are very, very. You know, this is a country that people cannot even demand or ask for the president to address them live. Never. No live address. Never. What sort of country are you in the Netherlands? The only president in the whole world during this pandemic, global pandemic, has failed to address the people live. The only president in the whole world. His name is Buhari. Are we foolish? He had brain surgery in England. He can no longer speak his native tongue. And he's Buhari. Are we that foolish? You know, sometimes I don't even blame the white man for what they did in Africa. Because the level of stupidity we keep showcasing every blessed day. Believe no. Have you seen that the Chinese have not taken over the whole of Africa? After the Arabs, the Europeans came. After the Europeans, now we have the Chinese. As if we don't even have shame. An average black African has no shame. Look at that idiot, that fool from the Republic. How can you have a president and your wife is missing for 6 months? In which country am I asking you? Which country in the world? Are people that daft? Are people that foolish that they cannot reason very well? For 6 months. Show me or tell me the president and a first lady that left their country and disappeared for 6 months. Give me an example. For 6 months. Give me an example. It's only Nigeria. Because every nonsense goes. Every job can come out and say, we are the presidency. How can a semi-illiterate like Gorbachev wake up in the morning and say, anything I say, consider as coming from it's called the presidency himself and Gorbachev. Have you not seen all the photoshopped pictures? Where did they get the hole in his neck from? You saw the hole. Guardian, you saw the hole. Have you, as a journalist, asked the questions? Where did that hole go?
I have seen. I have seen all the pictures. I follow you. I've seen all the pictures that you post. Sometimes you post that he can't wear a mask because of his ears. I've seen all that. But is that enough evidence to say that is not Buhari? He's getting old. The man is getting old. Get old.
Is he really? Have you seen his hands? How fresh it is? His hands? How fresh are his hands? You've not?
No, I've not looked at his hands. No.
Anyway, forgive me. Go back and look at. Just do a very simple research. Go to Google and ask Google Buhari's pictures 2015. Buhari 2016. Buhari 2017. You see all the how he metamorphoses basically from one shape to another. He went to London, nobody could see him. He went to London for music, nobody could see him. But we smuggled out the pictures. You saw the idiot brain dead before the system. Should I say and took the idiots to Saudi Arabia to bury him. Who doesn't know? What was Nigeria's aircraft, the so-called Air Force One, doing in Saudi Arabia? Nobody can answer, nobody can explain. Because all they do is to share money, they intimidate, they kill. They have taken over the army, the police, everything, every agency of government that bears arms is under Fulani control. People are not talking about it. They are not talking about it. Complete emasculation of an entire people. And we are quiet as if nothing is happening. Others can keep quiet. But we are Biafran. We can never keep quiet. Not now, not tomorrow, not tomorrow. Not now, not tomorrow, not tomorrow.
All right, let's just assume, you and I mean, just for this live, let's just agree or assume that is the real Buhari. I've always wanted to hear this, particularly from you. Would you compare your relationship with Buhari in previous regimes or governments? Is it better with Buhari or the worst?
Buhari is a stark illiterate with no understanding of what governance is all about. There is a saying where I come from. When a road is good, you take it more than once. That fool was in power and took over power, committed treason felon, for which he should have been hanged or shot in 1983, and made a complete mess of the economy. So the treasury blind. But the stupidity of the lives of Tinubu was what encouraged him to emerge again to finish what his progenitor Othman Danfodio started, to take over our land. Are you not aware that Fulani terrorists are in our forests? Are you not also aware that you cannot send any money even using Western Union out of Nigeria? Are you not also aware that the greatest fraud perpetrated by any sitting government is under this very Fulani Janjaweed regime? Where is the money accruing to NNPC? Where is it? They control it. Sovereign Wealth Fund of Nigeria, they control it. The thing about, I don't know, maybe when the white man was creating Nigeria, maybe there was some kind of jazz or juju, we call it, that they did on all of us, that made us become this daft and foolish. Simple question we cannot. Where is the money accruing to NNPC? Where is the money that these same Fulani people voted for themselves to purchase weapons? Where are they? Who created Boko Haram? The same Buhari came out and said an attack against Boko Haram is an attack against the North. That Boko Haram are his misguided brothers. Okay. All of you journalists heard.
So these are issues that the government is failing to do. So my question is about your relationship with past governments or the Buhari one. Which one would you say was the worst or is the worst? Are you saying the Buhari government?
No one has ever
seen of your relationship.
No one has ever seen. I have not. How can I have a relationship with a Janjaweed? What can I bring to the table? I'm asking you. What can Buhari bring to the table? Does Buhari understand?
Today I am doing the questioning. Today I'm doing. We'll switch roles someday. But today I'm doing. I want to know past government since you formed IPOB. Which one would you say is the worst or a better relation with you, or maybe tolerate Biafra a little?
It's not about that. No, none of them, because these are team-fought dictators made in Africa. They don't understand what freedom of association and expression is all about. And Buhari is not particularly gifted with intelligence. So he's the worst of them all. Yaradua was a slightly better human being. Jonathan, as you can imagine, was as tolerant as ever. Obasanjo was a butcher and a mass. The only thing saving Obasanjo is that he is an agent of Western neo-colonialist interests. That's all. Obasanjo went to Odi and massacred people, went to Zaki Biam and flattened villages. The same thing they cannot now do to Boko Haram, but they did it to other Christian areas in that zoo called Nigeria. Buhari is the worst, very worst, and then comparably.
So let's go back to Biafra. We've heard about Buhari, we have heard about Nigeria. Today's live is about Biafra. Let's talk about some of the grievances, the major grievances of Biafra people. What are your major grievances?
We want to be free. Anybody who is doing their damn best.
Free from what exactly? Free from what?
From the shackles of the Zoological Republic.
So who's going to give you the independence?
We will take it ourselves. By force if need be.
When?
Do we have I mean, how long is a piece of string? We don't know. Elohim will decide. God Almighty in heaven will decide. They will have to do what we can as mortal flesh. Then God will do what he has to do as God. But every day we will keep trying to get Biafra. And we want them to understand that we are fanatical about what we are pursuing. That instead of Biafra not to come, I swear to God Almighty, every living thing in Nigeria will die. They must understand this very clearly. I don't care where they take the level of madness in our brain. You just Biafra and you can do whatever you like in the zoo. That is your business. They must be free.
So in other words, you will not give rest to Nigeria until you are free. So this is why earlier on I asked you about those allegations of your people killing people just to get attention. And you say they're just
killing. We are not killing anyone. I'm telling you that in a climate of injustice, the next thing that follows is anarchy. You cannot keep killing other people's children and you expect your own life to be secure. It's not done anywhere in the world. It cannot be done anywhere in the world. You saw what happened at Lake. Didn't you see the videos of them killing innocent people? What happened? What about? You know, they think that if we can keep killing them, they won't talk. That is Fulani mentality. Now people have risen up to avenge the death of their loved ones. How can you stop them? They are unstoppable. No one can stop them. Do you know who they are? I don't know who they are. I don't know who they are. Non-gunmen. I don't know them. But I can understand why they are doing what they are doing.
Okay. So do you know that some people say that you are just after taking people's money through membership, that you are all talk? Like I asked you, when do you expect to get your independence? Like, since this is what you're fighting for, some people are saying that you are the one that is just enjoying, but Biafrans themselves, your people, are really suffering. Do you want to address on this life?
Do you pay tax where you are?
Of course I do. Yes, definitely.
So is the government scamming you? Are they stealing from you? Are they scamming you? You're in Germany, so Angela Merkel is coming you, yes?
I am in an independent country. In a country we're talking of Biafra that is not even existing yet. So let's even compare Germany. There is no Biafra yet. You've not broken away from Nigeria yet. So let's talk about Biafra, not Germany. I mean, we can't even compare the two. But yes,
because you know.
So let's address people that feel like you're just spending their money, but nothing is moving.
Spending it on what? On
life. There are many questions, many.
On what?
Sorry?
Spending it on what? Spending the money on what?
I don't know. You tell me. I mean, people pay membership. People are saying that you're having a good life.
Good life by defending my land. Yorubas are in the Republic as refugees. Are Biafrans in Amazonia as refugees?
Talking of Ambazonians, how would you compare the Biafra movement to the Ambazonian nationalist movement?
You have to wait until Friday because I have a joint world press conference with the leader of Amazonia. You may have to wait till then.
We are looking forward to that, and we are going to host both of you.
Let me explain something to you.
We are looking forward to that.
I want to clarify something, please. Isn't it very funny and ironic? Here you have IPOB claiming, scamming us, poor black people. There's a thing where we come from poor people, very wretched people. Have they contributed one time to IPOB? You know, the thing if they come with this, because the Fulani Janjaweed and the British supporters, they understand it. They keep wondering where we get our funding from. Because with our funding, we can defend our land. And we have been defending our land. Those who are not well funded, like my Duduwa brethren, they are refugees in another man's country. God stop the Fulani terrorists. But if they come to our land, we kill them. We confront them. And we kill them. Because they're terrorists in our forests. You want to see the videos? We have them. So I don't know where. So how do you
want to just preempt
of over 10,000 men? Where do you want me to get them to feed us? And we have 10,000 men. Where? I'm asking you. How do I buy them weapons and equipment to defend Biafra? Have you not heard that they're defending Biafra land? From heaven, maybe if I do prayer and fasting, God will throw guns and bullets from heaven. Black people are very funny, honestly.
Let's talk about Abbas. Would you want to preempt what's going to happen on Friday? I mean, just a little. What's happening? What do we need to do on Friday?
I will share the same platform with a man I have immense respect for. Wait until Friday, and the world will vibrate. I can assure you of that. We are determined. Determination is the key. You know, in Africa, there is something that the European colonialists perfected very well, which they tried to do to me. What they try to do is that once you have a movement or you have an embryonic nation, and they feel that you're working for your people, they set up all these fake groups and people to try to either steal power from you, overthrow you, assassinate you, or render you irrelevant. They have tried all of that nonsense against Ambazonia and Biafra agitators, and they have failed. They cannot succeed because our mission is ordained by heaven itself.
Okay, so how do you feel about your brothers in Cameroon and Western Togoland clamoring for self-rule? How do you feel about that?
These are the few people I identify in Africa as definitely some common sense. Because a white man should not be creating countries for us. They shouldn't. Wole Soyinka argued for sovereign national conference before the 1999 Abdul Salami Janjaweed constitution that they are fighting against today was written. Had Nigeria convened a sovereign national conference, subjected it to some kind of referendum, that I can understand. That the people came together, had a debate, and voted to be Nigerian. But for a white man to travel from Scotland or from Hong Kong, as he was, to come all the way to West Africa to say, you, from today your name is, God punish all of them. From today your name is Nigeria. What sort of nonsense is that? Only God can create a nation. I've asked Nigerians before a very simple question. Go to Google and type in who created Nigeria. They will tell you a human being. In that same Google type, who created China? Nobody knows. Who created USA? Nobody knows. Who created France? Nobody knows. It's only in Africa that one white man can come and create something. We need to see, all of us, we need to go and queue up and see a psychiatrist. There's something wrong with our brain.
All right. Let's talk about insecurity in Nigeria. If you were ever home of power, how would you tackle insurgency?
There will be no insurgency. Because you have the parliament of the people. People don't even know the meaning of democracy. Or why you have parliament or assemblies. It is that every grievance is ventilated, debated, discussed, and solutions preferred for. Let me give you an example. Do you think that if they had allowed us to form, let's say, a Biafra nationalist party, there would be no need for our agitation to take the dimension that it has taken? Because I think we can field candidates, they can now say to themselves, if you believe in Biafra, vote for this very party. Don't they have Scottish nationalist party in the United Kingdom? But they won't allow it where we come from. You see, because of this so-called fake security, one Nigeria rubbish, a useless name for a useless people. What is the meaning of Nigeria? They don't even know. I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian. I feel sorry for them. Honestly.
All right, thank you so much, IPOB leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But before I let you, any words that you'd want to Biafrans watching us today?
Yeah, we must remain resolute and very strong. And other ethnic nationalities are drawing strength from our resilience. Oduduwa won't be where they are today without IPOB. We have seen that we are resilient, we're very strong. And we're not moving. And very soon, Middle Belt will join us. That's how it is. We must remain very, very resolute and determined. Because they know there is no going back. Biafra or death.
All right, thank you so much for joining me here on Live Chat with Josie. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB leader. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Right. Thank you for having me. Great. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I was speaking to IPOB leader, he's a Biafran leader for the movement, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Until next time, here on Live Chat with Josie, it's a good evening.
Welcome back, wonderful people of Biafra. We continue despite the intermittency and interruption. I know I should be affected more than most because, like the barrister will always say, when one is in full flight, any interruption can feel like a deadly blow, I tell you that. But we must continue. We are working for a very special group of people. We are working for those designed and born by heaven itself. The most high Chukwuka Biama created Biafrans. I mean, the journey was a one-day Hausa. Not those fathered by our Fulani men. We must continue. And as we continue, we ask you to pay particular attention to our gospel this very evening. Because it's carrying with it fire and brimstone, I tell you. To destroy every iniquitous human being, every plan of the enemy, to try to circumvent or subvert the will of the Most High. We crush it into the dust. We do so with the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. This Radio Biafra welcome you back. African leaders must address problems that prompt emigration, says Cardinal Turkson. Something else he learned from Radio Biafra. This news this evening, a sizable number of them has been prepared to let you understand how formidable we are. That we preach something on this platform, the whole world listens to it. He's a cardinal. He doesn't mind that we once in a while come head to head with those being bamboozled by Europeans, European religion. We come head to head, and I got head to head with them sometimes. He has spoken what he learned from Radio Biafra. I want to prove to you that this is the finest university on earth. And with proof, facts, and figures. What do you think it means? We are about to shock them. For tampering with our transmission, we are about to shock the zoo. The zoo must fall, I tell you, to fall. African leaders are hopeless. Their children are dying on the way to North Africa, to the desert, Sahara Desert, and they die in the Mediterranean. When they get to Europe, they are not treated like dogs. They are lower than cockroaches. And then after that, they begin to wash toilet and do security guard. People are standing up and saying, I am black and proud. What makes you proud? Your children are drowning, trying to scramble into countries of people that claim they are superior to you, instead of you to try and do something to counter that. Can't you learn from Japan? Learn from them. They don't beg anybody for anything. But you know, useless African people. You know, half of us is in Saudi Arabia, half of us is in Rome, the other quarter is in Canterbury, the cousin is in America, and maybe the Pentecostal church. We are hopeless and useless. There is no originality to Africa, no original thing about it. If you talk about, oh, you're fetish, oh, they're very fetish. They are calling Chukwu Abiyama. Which deity is that? Oh, only Shoji do believe. They don't know the meaning of Chukwu Abiyama. That is the name that even the angels in heaven call the supreme creator. They don't know. Why? Because you don't call it that thing that a white man is calling it, which is God. Do you see how useless black people are? Hey, on this OG. This OG, my goodness me, black and useless. African leaders must address problems that prompt immigration. Can they do it? The solution lies in Biafra. As I said, without Biafra, Africa is not heading anywhere. Without Biafra, without Biafra, they cannot make any headway. Without Biafra, every black man is a slave. Every black woman is a slave. Only Biafra can save you, including Alamaji Nachinama. Including Alamaji Nachinama. Only Biafra can save you, or else you are finished. Completely and utterly finished. Everywhere around the world is silent right now. Do you know why? Radio Biafra is live and direct. I'm telling you, everywhere silent. Hearing this very gospel, a gospel from heaven itself. Security operatives to monitor bank accounts of election tribunal judges. I said this evening I'm bringing you news to confirm that Radio Biafra is the most sought after radio station in the world. Because we speak the truth. This type of news headline has never come out ever in this world, in this life. For the very first time, they are going to monitor their bank account of tribunal judges. Why? Because on Radio Biafra we told them, if your father is a judge or your mother is a judge, now is the time to prepare for holidays abroad. Because money is going to roll in from petition and counter petition at the tribunal. They listen to Radio Biafra. Now they're implementing what we said on Radio Biafra. They are now saying that judges, we are watching you, all of you on election tribunal, we are watching you. Without Radio Biafra, would this be possible? We are the only people we go where people fear to go to. We let the whole world know that judges in the zoo are corrupt. They make most of their money once every 4 years during election tribunal. Some of these election tribunals can drag on for about 2 or 3 years. That is how they make their money. And most of them went to Islamic legal studies school somewhere in Kanu. Today they are tribunal judges. They are making money. Because, of course, and you know white people, they listen to us. They are now asking them, all those things they are saying on Radio Biafra, is it correct? Oh no, leave them, they are rebels, they are renegade, they are rascals. And the people will be telling them, but this is what they said, is it not true? Do you know the white man called them and told them to go and look at the judges going to do tribunal? And now they're coming out with a new law. Security operatives to monitor bank account of election tribunal judges. Monitoring somebody's account, is it not illegal? Is it not a breach of their privacy? But you're in a zoo. Did they sign any waiver, any confidentiality waiver before they became judges? The answer is no. But because you're baboons and monkeys, it was some idiot from somewhere near Kotangora will be poking into your bank account. But of course, they won't succeed. All you need to do is to give them some money. And they will be able to go and start building a house. Maybe one foundation somewhere. So people must understand how backwards Africa is. Security operatives to monitor bank accounts of election tribunal judges. Why? Because Radio Biafra declared to the whole world. Without Radio Biafra, would this have happened? The answer is no. So stop pretending you baboons and monkeys in the zoo. You listen to Radio Biafra, you go and do exactly what you're saying. And then you come back and say, oh, why don't you want to ban them? But right now you're listening. Some of you under the bed. Some of you hiding behind your wife's wrapper to listen to Radio Biafra. But we are here. We never ever go away. We are live and direct. Defense headquarters condemns suicide attack in the northeast. Is it not quite ironic that since the Dulad came in, the killing done by Boko Haram has increased, but nobody wants to talk about it? After looking, I want to ask Wole Soyinka, he talks so much rubbish. Wole Soyinka, that man, if you listen, some of you are taken aback by his white beard and the Nobel Prize. You think, oh, he's Nobel. That man talks nonsense. He hardly makes any sense. Go and listen to, if you like, sit down, listen to all Shoyinka's interview. He makes no sense. If you have common sense inside you, you will know. Defense headquarters today are condemning suicide attacks in Hausa Fulani land, in Kanu to be precise. And somebody like Shoyinka will get up and say that Buhari is doing very well. When quite clearly on the issue of security, the main reason why America rigged Buhari into office, Buhari has failed completely and totally. Completely and totally. They said once he gets in there, Boko Haram will stop. But the attack has increased, hasn't it? Can't you see it all around you? How can you see it that this man is a failure on the security front? You still come out and say that he's doing very well. That betrays who you are. When you look at, oh, is a professor on happened and they know nothing. There is nothing in their brain. I have given him a very simple test. Wole Shoyinka, any day I catch you in a live debate and it will happen. After that very debate, they will strip you of a Nobel Prize. I will expose you to the world that you're a fraud, that your brain is empty. I will destroy you within 5 minutes. If I don't destroy you within 5 minutes, you don't know Nnamdi. For only 5 minutes, I will deconstruct you from top to bottom, using facts, figures, and evidence. Buhari is performing clearly worse than Jonathan in terms of controlling Boko Haram. But you're saying he is doing very well. Typical Yoruba, speaking from both sides of the mouth. That man is nothing. I'm telling you the truth. Intellectually, he's a lightweight. He is nobody. If you sit in front of me, within 5 minutes, you won't know him anymore. You run away from there. I promise you. It is out of his so-called professorship that I give him 5 minutes. If not, it's only 2 minutes. He will just wither away and die. Because he's nobody. Go back to all his interviews and see if he makes any sense. The answer is zero. He doesn't. But to you think he is. If you really laugh funny, oh, I feel sorry for you people. Boko Haram now have a new leader, and that new leader is open for dialogue, according to Idris Deby. Very, very deceitful man, Chad president. Now, I have been warning you before. You never believe me. As I said this evening, I don't know, maybe Oge prepared all this news to convey a particular message. I don't know, but I'm getting it anyway. This is how our Fulani people operate. I told you before that they were creating radio stations naming it Biafra to confuse all of you. At a point they said, oh, Radio Biafra have been jammed and closed. They have now opened a new one to channel all of you to the one that they created. Ojon provocateur. It's a French phrase. Or should I say a French word? That's what it's called. They prepare somewhere for you. You are like a cattle. They hang a senior crowbar. Oh, come, there is fire. Can you run in here? It's safe. You run. You don't know it's a cage, it's a trap. They did the same nonsense with Radio Biafra. They are now doing it Boko Haram. Boko Haram never issued a statement saying that they now have a new leader. No, they never did. It is the Chadian Hausa Fulani president who is saying so. Why? He said even the new leader is open for dialogue. So what they're doing now is to create a new Boko Haram. Oh, you don't know this. You don't know. Listen, they learned these things from Europeans. That's the way they operate. They will make you believe that they will create the exact replica of that very thing. To catch that thing, they create the replica of it. They thought that by creating all these mushroom radio stations answering to Biafra, they can weaken Radio Biafra. I'm sure how many of you have, sometimes you watch a film or you read a particular story, but you don't take it you don't know what it means. Have you read the book called Born Identity, B-O-U-R-N? It was a series. What's this name of this Hollywood actor again that did, Born Identity, Born, whatever. The Born series. It was competing with James Bond, of course, but it's not. Jason Bourne is the name. What's his name again? It's not Ben Affleck. What's this chap's name? Once again, I've forgotten his name. It's Matt Damon. I remember now. Matt Damon was the lead character in the Bourne series, Bourne. I read the book myself. I've forgotten who is the author again. I've forgotten the author of the book. I read the book before I actually watched the movie. I read it when I was about to go into SBS in Bocha after I left secondary school. That's when I read it. I can never forget. Born Identity. They were trying to catch a very notorious Islamic assassin. Basically, Carlos the Jackal, if you know Carlos the Venezuelan. I think he's in a prison now somewhere in France. He was the one that led the terrorists to storm OPEC. Was it OPEC meeting in 1974? I can't remember anymore. His name is Carlos the Jackal. So the Western intelligence, I'm sorry to digress, but please allow me. I'm heading somewhere. The Western intelligence agencies wanted to catch Carlos the Jackal. So what they did was to create the Bourne Identity, to create the exact replica, both in terms of assassinations and everything, of Carlos the Jackal, in the hope that Carlos the Jackal will now say, who is this man replicating me? And then once he comes out, they'll take him down. Go and read the book, the original book. Forget the film is a bit tonky. Go and read Bourne Identity. Bourne. Bourne Identity is the very big, I'm advertising books, don't I? Because I love to read, you see. That's what they do. They create your replica. And then over time, they begin to confuse people. So that when anybody comes in, okay, but they're also a radio station, or they're also answering Biafra. So why don't we go there then? Do you know that Hausa is doing that same thing in real? Should I say they are doing it again? They have tried to defeat Boko Haram. They cannot. Bear with me this evening, please. Now what they have done is to go and create another Shekau. And then to say to the world, this new Shekau we are creating now is ready to negotiate. So that when other Boko Haram members hear it, the ones in the field, the lone wolves in the field, they say, okay, we are now about to negotiate. Let me put my tools down. Very simple, isn't it? That was when they were creating their fake radio stations. BVI, MFSI, Biafra 92, Biafra 24, Biafra radio, just to I don't think you are. They will create your replica. So when you're looking at it, you say, okay, but it's me, I'm not too sure anymore. That's what they do. That was why they created fake radio Biafras everywhere, answering Biafra, but they are fake. The same thing they have done today with Boko Haram. If Boko Haram is going to change the leadership, is it not for Boko Haram to announce it? To say, now, this is our new leader. No, but their new leader is being announced by the Chadian president for Boko Haram. And he said, they are open for dialogue. Didn't I tell you, Ndoshi? Anything I tell you is true. You may not believe it when I say it, but eventually I am very, very confident that Chukwu Abiyama's blessing is with us so much that anything we open our mouth to offer comes to pass. I'm telling you, anything we say, open our mouth and say, that thing must happen. Is it not happening now? That was how they created all those fake people. It was Nnamdi, IPOB, every blessed day. They have no other job. They don't do anything else. These are the people sponsored by APC Boko Haram. The same thing they have now done today is here clear in black and white. Boko Haram now have a new leader, and that leader is open for dialogue. Who said this? Not Boko Haram, but Idris Deby, the Chad president. I told him, I need to get a library. Not the care about library. I can't go in the library. They don't know who we are. They have no idea. These people are so foolish. They have no clue as to what we are capable of. Only in a short while. One thing to them, or in the we will shock them. We will shock them. then they will know that this media war, they have truly lost it. They have lost it completely and totally. We are live and direct, and this is Radio Biafra, live and direct to the whole world. Mankind is listening to us. Why? Because we speak the truth. Reps to probe 5 billion police recruitment fund. Anybody would have thought that the job of the police is to catch criminals. But you don't know that in the zoo, only in the zoo, the police are actually the thieves. How would you? If they are not thieves, how come 5 billion of their money is missing? No, it's laughable, isn't it? If there is any criminal activity somewhere in any civilized part of the world, you would expect the police to go there to investigate. But when it comes to the zoo, it is not the police that goes to investigate. They send EFCC or RCC or FRSC, not police. How many times have you read in the paper that the police are now investigating? The answer is zero. Once it has to do with money, police they don't allow the zoo police to come close, because the policemen are thieves. Where they'll be investigating, they're stealing their own and filling their own pockets. People don't know how backwards and criminally corrupt the zoo called Nigeria is. Police money is missing, stolen by police. How much? 5 billion naira. Imagine how many school fees that can pay. Imagine how many salaries and for how many months that can pay. Some states are going to borrow 9.7 billion to pay salaries for 4 months. One single person with his friends stole 5 billion in one go. Oh dear. The zoo at its finest. That is a place prepared for stealing. This Yoshi. It is a place where, I don't know how the British conceived this, I must give some credit to Lugard, I don't know how he managed to do it. I don't know how Lugard managed to create a perfect country for criminals. The only place that is the criminality has been perfected beyond understanding of man. The zoological republic, the zoo itself. My goodness me. My goodness me. This is Radio Biafra, live and direct. Somebody is saying that Buhari, we don't need Igbos. And somebody is writing and saying Igbos don't mind. After all, Igbo speaking people of Biafra. Igbo is the dominant language in Biafra land, not Biafra itself. After all, the word Biafra came from an Izon man, a Joe, not an Igbo man. So, I pray, I want all these people that do this they come, they say something, they just run away. I want to sit them down. Oh, Biafra is Igbo. I want to ask the idiot writing in Lagos, who brought the name Biafra? Was it an Igbo man? The answer is no. It was a man from Ijo man. Oh dear. Oh dear me. We need to do something about this issue, because Igbos have been marginalized because of Biafra. We don't want anything to do with the zoo. The word of Biafra is not an Igbo word. The reminder of who we are came from an Ijo man. An Ijo man reminded the world as to who we are and what our name is. Don't you understand it? Don't you get it? I don't think you do. They said Buhari don't need them. They too don't need Buhari. Igbo people. Because me, I speak Igbo language and I am a Biafran. I come from a place called Afara. You put B-I in front of it. Come and join. Very, very simple, isn't it? Come and join. Exposing another pedophile terrorist Buhari administration falsehood. They want them to write below is an official press statement explaining how the loan Buhari claimed was diverted was to be expended. They live on loan. They produce nothing. They don't make. People say, oh, Innocent is a car manufacturer. No, he's not. He's a car assembly plant. He doesn't. I know some of you will be crying now, won't you? But here we speak the truth, you see. It can be painful, but we will preach it. The heart of the moto innocent is not fabricated in Africa. They import components from China. He assembles them together. That's what he does. I give him credit for that. It's like a kit car. Kit car means K-I-T, kit. Kit car. They send you the cars in small boxes, a Lego. You put it together. And if it's working, then you're a car manufacturer. And rightfully so. I don't want to take away any of the glory from him. He's doing very, very well. Very, very well. They tell you one thing and they do another. They are going for loans. The reason why I mention Innocent is because with a little bit of loan like this money, 1.1 billion, if you give Innocent now 1.1 billion, he will be able to manufacture everything that his car needs to be operational or to be functional on the road. He will employ people to mold the tire using rubber. He will get people also employ them to bend the steel to the shape of the door of the car or the bonnet. He will make sure that they fabricate the glass for the windshield at the front and also the rear one, including side mirrors, including every other plastic. Do you know that the indicator, trafficator in your car is made of plastic? Do you know that any plastic company can make it? But, oh, black people from Africa. But people travel to China to import that plastic. Your backlight. They don't hit my car. Your backlight is shattered. That thing, when you pick it up, is ordinary plastic. Which means common sense says that any plastic company can make it. But no, you need to travel to China to go and get it. And the economy is booming, and they are busy collecting loans, which they can only divert back to their private accounts abroad. Very sad indeed. Very, very sad indeed. We continue. I told them they are dead. The zoo is finished. The zoo is finished. I warned them. Radio Biafra is the downfall of the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. Now, as soon as Radio Biafra came up, I knew that Nigeria was gone. It's finished. It's gone. 4 people are dead as helicopter crashes into Lagos Lagoon. When I heard this news, I thought they were carrying Igbo chiefs, going to see the Oba Akiolu. And then Oba directed them to land inside the lagoon, and they died there. But that wasn't the case. Another reason why I'm bringing this news to the fore is that the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, ran to the place. They called the Southwest Wing. They ran to the place. When there is when there is a helicopter crash, people may be injured. I would expect to see maybe ambulance rushing to the place, or maybe the police to cordon off the area to do some proper investigation, and air investigation, whatever, air crash investigators to go there to find out exactly what happened, recover the voice, cockpit voice recorder in order to obviously ascertain what went wrong. Instead of the police to issue a statement, or the ambulance, or maybe the hospitals where they are, who is there to talk about it? The National Emergency Management Agency. Oh my goodness me. What happened was an accident, not a national emergency. Do you people actually know English language? Or you just, anything you see, you just name yourselves and you speak? Your name says National Emergency Management Agency. National Emergency. Helicopter crashing is very sad, that is true, because there are lots of lives, yes. Regrettable and very sad, yes. But with due respect, it's not a national emergency. So what is NEMA doing there? To supply bags of rice and gari? Do you know why they have things like NEMA in the zoo? Is to show you how backwards they are. Black people in the zoo. Monkeys and baboons everywhere. Monkeys and baboons everywhere. I told them, we shred them on Radio Biafra. Buhari's appointments, PDP is mocking us, according to APC, because I told you tonight my news hound found only news that goes to corroborate what we preach on Radio Biafra. After we lambasted Buhari yesterday, or should I say 2 days ago, now they are saying, Buhari, please appoint a cabinet. Oh, people are watching, the world is listening, and you're making a mockery of us. Why? Because of Radio Biafra. Who else now? Did anybody complain about it? Or did anybody explain to the world the meaning of democracy the way we just did? Did anybody tell you about Montesquieu's separation of powers? Did anybody actually tell you that the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive is incomplete if you don't have ministers? You cannot have a dictatorship and then have a democracy. You are making a mockery of your own stupidity as a black person from Africa. Buhari's lack of appointments is making everybody a laughing stock, according to APC Boko Haram party stalwart. I told some people before that Fashola was corrupt. Oh, he's doing well. Can't you see the road he built now in Onibombo? As you're going inside, he planted 4 trees. The flower. The man is as corrupt as Temumbo is. Fashola, the Yoruba man, the former Lagos State governor, is a criminal. This man stole on the last day in office 142 billion. He took as loan, hoping to run for presidency at some date in the future. Yoruba, Ndoshi. These are staunch robbers, the serious armed robbers, but this time with political office and political power. Anti-corruption activists are now to drag Fashola to EFCC. He launched a website, 78 million naira website scandal. 78 million. How much did myself, Uche Mefo, Barrister Mazi, used to start Radio Biafra website? This one started his own with 78 million for image laundering. Because that is how they steal in the zoo, just like Atiku Abubakar. After Atiku Abubakar finished off Nigerian customs and stole some money as the vice president of the zoo, he launched a newspaper called Daily Independent. After Tinubu must have stolen Lagos State money and stolen money from everywhere else, as the highest ranking civilian corrupt politician of all time, he launched a paper called The Nation newspaper to protect themselves and their image. He launched a TV station. That's what they do. Corrupt individuals launching newspapers and websites to cover up their misdeeds and their evil acts. But unfortunately for them, we have Radio Biafra, and they cannot survive it, can they? No, never. We can't let them go. And we are continuing with our news headlines this evening. There's another man here spoken. Confusion trails ATM withdrawal limits. Are you sure that the CBN governor went to school? Because I am seriously having, when it will break one day, you'll be shocked. I believe that the current CBN governor must have forged his certificate, because that man has no brain in his skull. That man is not behaving like a Federal Reserve banker. He is not reasoning like an economist. He obviously does not, in his conduct, portray any knowledge of central banking of any sort. Every day he's in disarray. How can you be putting even the ATM withdrawal limit of 150, I thought was designed to stop kidnappers from marching people to the ATM and asking them to empty their accounts. Now they said they want to reduce it to 60,000 in a day, when a return flight to Abuja from Iguacha is more than 60,000. So you mean if I want to fly from Iguacha to the heart of the zoo, then I take out 60,000, then that's it. I pay and then I will starve. This is how foolish they are. And he's a central banker. That man should be removed. He's so useless. I don't care where he comes from. You know, here we don't feel sorry for people who are so idiotic. I don't care where you come from. Central bank governor is a complete non-entity. Idiot. Anyway, of course, it's for the zoo. Anything he likes he can do, but it's just that he's affecting Biafrans as well. Adversely, I hasten to add. Final burial rites of the Oni of Ife, Obasijuade, reportedly stalled as Abobaku flees. It doesn't surprise me. Yoruba running away from something, it doesn't come as a surprise. They are cowards anyway. Cowardly people. When you hit them, when you try reminding a Yoruba person, how about Ilorin? How about Kwara State? Did you enjoy how, I was sadful and it took it from you? And now instead of an Oba of Ilorin, you have an Emir of Ilorin. They will run away from the debate. They say, you come and get your Biafra now, let us see. We are going to serve you again. But that wasn't the point. The point was, and I repeat, are you enjoying how Hausa Fulani took Kwana from you and converted it to Islam? You feel, when I debate you, I floor them. I bury them completely. Some of you feel sorry for them. Maybe because you were born in Lagos, born near a dustbin. There is a picture circulating of the Zian in Madweke in a hospital, critically ill in London. But you want us to, when I sent people to see your husband, he said he's a Nigerian, that you are doing very well. I told the people that I sent to go and see Alice in Madweke that the wife will come back from Nigeria in disgrace. And they said that to him, very politely, of course. Today, the wife is lying down in a London hospital in disgrace. So is it not the same Nigeria you claim you love? Why is Besian not in a hospital in Abuja or in Iguacha? Why London? It is that type of hypocrisy I cannot stand. All of you are claiming, oh, I'm a minister, we love Nigeria, this is our nation, Nigeria. Why do all of you have to go outside for your medical treatment? You love Nigeria, but not the hospitals? Oh, dear me. Look at her releasing her pictures on a sick bed in London in order to avoid public ridicule. But I told your husband, I told him, Biafra is the only solution. All of you will come back with shame. Look at Jonathan today. Jonathan is the object of ridicule all over the world. Even ordinary white, they tell me that that man is beyond useless. Jonathan, beyond useless. Only the idiots he gave pipeline contracts to can speak good of him. And then we come to that man, that's Yoruba man called Wole Soyinka, that speaks from both sides of the mouth. They call him Nobel laureate. I told you that Radio Biafra is causing havoc in the zoo. We are causing commotion. Big one. And the greater one is even coming. The roadblock, what they are witnessing now is go slow. The roadblock is coming. Very shortly. We'll tell them how formidable we are. I'm telling you. Pirates confraternity isn't a cult. Remember on Radio Biafra, we accused Wole Soyinka of forming the sea dogs. He called them the pirates. He said it is not a confraternity. No, it is a confraternity, but not a cult. And he did not write it the proper words, pirate with P-I. I want to point out how they deceive all of you in the zoo. Some of you sometimes I don't even know why you bother going to church on a Sunday. Come to Radio Biafra, we educate you and point you to Chukwu Abiyama, your creator, your maker, with no image in front of you. I'm sure now that pastors are jumping up and down saying, oh, don't say that please, because actually, isn't it? You know what you're preaching is a bunch of just lies and deceit. But you have to anyway. Because you have to feed. And you love to have a flock, a congregation. Every Sunday you deceive them. The same thing they are doing with the zoo newspapers. Instead of writing the proper pirates, P-I-R-A-T-E-S, pirates, they wrote P-Y-R-A-T-E-S. That's Yoruba news management for you. They call it pirates confraternity isn't a cult, says Soyinka. Pirates confraternity at UNN in those days, they wear black and white. And Abari Benina or teacher. Oh dear me, this UG. Soyinka forgot one thing, that something may work in America doesn't mean it will work in Africa. Because in Africa they are black. They turn everything upside down. In America, they use the power of incumbency to build bridges, to build roads, to formulate and articulate good policies towards education, towards industry, towards commerce, towards people's lifestyle and well-being. In Africa, an African politician sees his office as an opportunity to steal, to loot, and to pillage. The fact Americans are doing something and it's working, you copy it and you bring it to Africa, you are inviting trouble. In Africa, we are backwards mentally and intellectually. We will not understand it. That is why pirates is a cult. Who You brought it in, where Shoyinka. But when I told you that Shoyinka brought in pirates, you didn't believe me, did you? You think I will sit here and lie? The seat I am sitting upon, Chukwu Abiyama made it possible, not man. So I cannot lie. What? My goodness me. If I tell you the truth, you cannot do anything to me now. So I have to tell you the truth. When I told you that Wole Soyinka brought in pirates, these are the idiots responsible for the killings in the universities, because after pirates came buccaneers. Because you know, black people, they went and read and studied the history of the piracy in the Caribbean in those days. They found out that you had pirates and you also had buccaneers as well. So you idiots, they formed buccaneers wearing yellow. Their own color is yellow sash. The other one is black and white, this one is yellow. And I was in a university. Oh dear me. Hey, idiocy of the highest order. This man brought in cultism to universities. Wole Soyinka, Yoruba man, so-called Nobel laureate. He lacks vision and definitely not an intellectual. If he challenges me, I can allow him to debate. After that, I will come in, or I will go first and he can come second. I'm dumb, sire. Doesn't know anything. They use what is called Yoruba media image laundering. That was how Yoruba sold all their fake Islamic pastors to you. Every well-known Yoruba Pentecostal pastor is a Muslim. Have you ever asked yourself, how come they deceived all of you? Because of the preponderance of the media. They will go and bring out a fraudster from Islam. They wash him clean. Most of them are from Ilorin, Kwara State, the home of Yoruba Islam. Today they are controlling all of you. Oh dear me. Wole Soyinka is a fraud and a liar. This evening, just very lightly. That concludes our news headlines. Allow me to bring you our news in greater detail. We have not lost much time due to intermittency, so we are sticking to time. Don't worry about that. I will take your calls this evening as always, and I do not envisage any other intermittency from now till the time that we close. The news in greater detail. A septuagenarian, which means a very old man, possibly in his 80s, because they don't want to mention his name or his age. They said a septuagenarian. Now, if your school were on strike throughout the 4 years, you claim you are an undergraduate, now you've graduated and you're at NYSC camp. Let us be honest with ourselves. How many people in the zoo called Nigeria, even graduates, know the meaning of septuagenarian? How many of you? It's a very old man, possibly in his 70s, if I'm not mistaken. What did he do and who is this man? This man is Yoruba Muslim. Every old man who is a rapist is a Muslim. Most of them are. Let me read it for you. A very old Yoruba man named Adebowale Dawuda. This is from the Punch newspaper, a Yoruba paper, please. It's not something we wrote down. We blog news, because if we write it, you won't believe us. So we just others publish, and we give them credit for it. We don't hide it. We explain the news to you in a manner you can understand. Because if you have a newspaper now saying septuagenarian in court for alleged defiling of 11-year-old girl, believe you me, you will know what it means. But if I tell you a very old Yoruba man raped a girl of 11 years, then you understand what I mean. That's why you need Radio Biafra. That is why all of you must support today. The work we are doing is invaluable. If we begin to charge money for it, all of you cannot be able to afford it. But it comes to you for free, courtesy of IPOB, of course, in the diaspora. Those of you that will have their names, because as you contribute towards Radio Biafra every blessed month, through your monthly dues, and you're supporting for the purchase of armaments and weapons through the normal channel, which I'm not allowed to speak, then we have all your names. When Biafra comes, all of you who are now lying, some people say, oh, call me Colonel, I'm Lieutenant Colonel, I'm Major. Which sister did you fight in? Oh, I was an Abagana. I came to Olo. From Olo, I was moved to Idato. From Idato, I moved to Kive. They never saw battle. They never saw war. What are we going to do in our case? Because you may have your doubt, that is your business, but Biafra is coming. All of you who contributed in one way or the other to the restoration of Biafra financially, I mean, we are going to compile all your names the same way that your various coordinators sent in your name, the original copies, we have them. We are going to put them in glass archives so that when some of you who are listening from under the bed right now, when you begin to lie to your grandchildren or to your children, oh, we contributed now to Biafra, your child can now go to the nearest library and go and look at those who funded Biafra. And after going through it, they will see your name is not there. And then you will try to go and bribe the attendant in the library to insert your name. We will hang both of you. Both you and the idiot you're trying to bribe. So, some of you now can be pretending, oh, we are for Biafra, you know. We will have your names. A book will be written with the names of everybody who supported this very struggle financially, this very effort we're making financially. So you can't lie to your children, you see. Very clear. Very, very clear. This is a substitute. A Yoruba man, Adebo Wale Dauda, raped an 11-year-old girl. This girl is 2 years older than Aisha when Buhari raped Aisha, your so-called first lady, a victim of child abuse and rape. Adebo Wale Dauda, who allegedly defiled or raped an 11-year-old girl, was on Wednesday arraigned before an Ikeja magistrate court. The accused is 78, I told you, septuagenarian, 70s. My goodness me. The address is unknown because he's a Muslim. They sleep on the street, maybe in the mosque. He is facing charges of defilement, sexual assault, and breach of the peace. Why wasn't this same charge brought against Buhari when Buhari raped Aisha at the age of 9? I'm asking you. He was 45 then. Why wasn't this type of charge brought against Buhari then? They're in trouble, and very big one. I'm telling you. The prosecutor is Sergeant Jima Isegede. He told the court that the offenses were committed on August 4th at 29 Anipupo Street, Pen Cinema, Agege. That Agege, even as the name sounds, very dirty place. They call it a suburb of Lagos. If Agege is a suburb, then I don't know what a suburb looks like. One of the dirtiest places in the whole world. Agege. Can't you see how the name sounds? Very crude, crass, and very Yoruba indeed. According to Segre, the policeman prosecuting, the accused called the victim to a motor shop at the above address under the pretense of sending her on an errand. Remember the Islamic cleric that raped a little girl at Yarapaja? Have you forgotten? They always use something. Come, I want to send you. Come, let me send you a message for your mama. Imagine those that are not being reported every blessed day. The abuse happening in the zoo, little children. No wonder when they grow up, they turn into prostitutes. So less prostitutes everywhere. Nigerian girls. So less prostitutes there. The shop owner does not stay there, so it is only the accused that goes there every day, and because of this, it was easy for him to carry out the act. The accused had assaulted the child 8 times and told her that she will die if she tells anyone. 11-year-old girl assaulted 8 times. Yoruba old man without honor. Yoruba Muslim. These are the people you want to be in the same country with? And that's why we say, oh, it is not just there. It is also happens in Biafra as well. If you go to, I say, how many of those cases, if it is as rampant as it is in Yoruba land, has seen the light of day? After all the police people are Hausa Fulani. They will quite gladly prosecute anybody. That tells you all you need to know. Yoruba, shameless old men, old fools, abusing little girls. This thing happened in Yanakbaja, in a mosque. They say it's an imam raped a little girl, and the police did nothing about it. Let's continue. The pedophile and terrorist Buhari, the sole administrator and dictator of the zoo called Nigeria, the British created zoo in Africa. People create zoos everywhere around the world. Even Serengeti, there are the wildebeest. You have crocodiles, you have zebra, you have giraffe, you have hippopotamus, you have elephant, you have hyena, kura, you have vultures, udele. All these things are there in the plains of the Serengeti. And then the British created another one. It's called Nigeria. It has Hausa Fulani in it. The pedophile terrorist Muhammadu Buhari on Wednesday regretted that the zoo's economic growth has so far not translated into commensurate improved well-being of citizens, especially the youth. Buhari made the observation in his address at the 2015 International Youth Day with the theme Youth Civic Engagement, held inside the old banquet hall of the presidential villa in Abuja. He said that the issue was of serious concern to him because the situation was forcing youth to be migrating from rural to urban areas or from the zoo to other countries in search of better opportunities. The pedophile terrorist, however, promised that his administration will do everything within its capacity to better the lots of the youth. He said it is an issue of serious concern that in the zoo, so far, economic growth has not translated into commensurate and improved social outcomes, especially for our 60 million young people who make up the majority of the population. Economic growth. My question is, the Dulad of Daura, in which sector are you experiencing this growth? Because if I watch the news this night, I can see NASDAQ, I can see the Dow Jones Industrial Index, I can see the CAC 40, which is the CAC 40 in France. I can see the DAX index you have in Frankfurt. I can see the FTSE 100 in London. I can see the movement of the stocks and the shares. I can tell you which sector is doing well. If it is in pharmaceuticals, if it is in the tobacco or wine sector, you can tell. If it's in manufacturing. Because there you will see the manufacturers, the directors, they will issue what is called the gate, what's it called, the gate receipts or whatever, the orders coming into the factories for manufactured goods. That way you can predict the trend of employment. I want to ask Buhari, which sector of the economy are you experiencing this growth? Is it in the sector of appointment of corrupt judges to go and preside over electoral tribunals? Is it in the sector of moving money abroad? Is it in the sector of I can't understand what they're talking about? Where is the growth? You're talking about that hasn't been translated into. Why do you people love lying? The economy of the zoo is shrinking. You sell only one product to make money. That product is crude oil. Nobody is buying your crude oil. Angola has overtaken you. Gabon has overtaken you. Even in Yam, Ghana is at the head of you. In palm oil, Malaysia. So which sector of the economy is growing? I'm asking you. Oh dear me. Maybe importation of spare parts. Who knows? I don't know. Do you see how they lie to you? These are the people you claim they are bringing change, but they are liars. Why should Buhari stand up and lie to little children, little youths? He's addressing. Why? That tells you all you need to know about them. That tells you everything you need to know about these vagabonds and evil people. Everything you need to know, I assure you. Evil men. Evil men, they are liars. Which part of the economy is growing? Which part of it? Please tell us. Oil sector? Are you not the ones complaining about the falling oil prices? Are you not a member of OPEC? You are overproducing your own quota. Is that not correct? To hold on to your market share. America no longer buys oil from you. Neither does Canada. Your greatest market now is India. Is that not correct? Oh dear me. You can lie, but Radio Biafra is here to expose you. So all that Buhari, change. Buhari is an honest man. Buhari is a liar. Look at him lying to small children. They train them from very young to lie and to deceive people. But we are here to correct all that anomaly, all that nonsense. If you're an IPOB family member, if we catch you lying, you'll be dismissed. No second chance. We are obedient, law-abiding people, the children of heaven. We speak the truth. If we are protecting you, we know how to protect you. Never ever lie. It was saying you are finished. We are not breeding young men and women to become liars of tomorrow. We want you to be leaders of tomorrow, not liars of tomorrow. A South African online media outfit, Mail and Guardian Africa, came after the zoo on Tuesday, saying, that was yesterday, the money eaten in the zoo, or let me quote them verbatim, the money eaten there is bigger than the gross domestic product of 38 African countries. That is when they say the money eaten, it means the money stolen by Buhari and their friends. Look at Babangida. He's a national leader and an elite icon. Look at Obasanjo, he's an elite, he's an icon. Look at Tinubu, he's a national leader, an important leader of APC. But the man is a thief. He owns an airline. First Nation Airline belongs to Tinubu. Tinubu, before you became governor, did you have an airline? The answer is no. How come all of a sudden you have one? Oh dear me, the zoo. Let me continue to tell you that South Africans, the whole world listens to Radio Biafra, and they are copying everything we are saying verbatim. That means after a short while now, what they care? We'll be asking the lad of Daura. Maybe this Nigeria created is the bad idea after all. Why don't you stay on your own and be drinking Furadenoon? If the stolen funds, according to the South African news media, if the stolen funds estimated at $50 billion were a country, the online media reported it will be Africa's 11th biggest economy. He's saying $50 billion. $400 billion is in England alone. 400 billion pounds, not dollars. 400 billion, very close to $1 trillion stolen by black men in Africa. Black African leaders. Only in the zoo. Imagine when you bring in Zaire, you bring in Liberia, you bring in Sierra Leone, you bring in Gabon, you bring it everywhere. Once you see a black man as a head of state, you are looking at the embodiment of kleptomania. They cannot stay without stealing. Some estimates put the lost funds at 50 billion. My goodness me. That means that the money stolen in the zoo in 6 months, because 50 billion is what they steal in 6 months, is greater than the economy of Ghana. Greater. But isn't it funny that today Ghana export more yam than the farmers in the zoo? That is what stealing does to you, Roshi. That is what it does to your brain. That is exactly what it does to you. Some of you might understand it, but we do. We do. Completely and totally. South Africa is now poking fun at the zoo. They even mentioned the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation diverted over 30 billion oil revenue since 2009. This figure, is said, was bigger than the annual production output of half of all the countries in Africa. Stolen funds from the zoo. That is why they tell you one Nigeria. When you see Yoruba newspapers like The Punch or Nation write about one Nigeria or Vanguard, we in our Guardian, the epitome of establishment, when you want supporters of corruption, you talk about the Guardian newspaper. That's the entrenched supporters of corrupt practices. After all, the man who founded it, who floated it, I think is Hebrew, made his money from corruption. So what do you expect? Now you understand, don't you? The money stolen in 6 months is greater than all the half of the entire African continent, the countries in it. The output, stolen money. After stealing, then you'll be in hospital bed in London. And I don't know. I don't know. But at least our message is spreading far. The world is now beginning to understand the level of criminality and the incurable corruption in the zoo. And when you talk about all this nonsense, never ever forget that Buhari established NNPC. Don't forget Buhari was in PTF. Don't forget that this very man owns a house abroad. Don't forget Buhari imported $700 million in a suitcase carried by his ADC. Don't forget that this very man, the dealer of Daura, controlled nothing less than 200 billion naira as the head of the Petroleum Trust Fund. Where is all that money? This man has been selling oil for the past 2.5 months. Where is the money? This man has been governing everywhere, running everything as a sole administrator and dictator with no accountability. People are scared to ask him questions. But the man is a thief. Complete and utter thief. Whiter than white and whiter than snow itself. Incorruptible. I said incorruptible before heaven and earth. We continue to disseminate this very gospel this evening. Don't worry, we shall open our lines. And I'm going to keep this open to educate and to enlighten. Africa's leaders must address the problem that caused so many of their people to migrate to Europe. Where did you hear that first? On Radio Biafra. He's a cleric, he said. I told you everybody listens to us. Everybody does. According to Cardinal Peter Turkson, during a visit to his native Ghana, Cardinal Turkson, the president of the Pontifical Council for Justice and Peace, is a Roman Catholic, remarks that Africa's leaders have been all too silent at a time when thousands of their people are desperately seeking a better life abroad and dying in the process. Where did you hear that first? That African leaders are keeping quiet? On Radio Biafra, of course. Somebody, a cardinal in Rome, is even listening. We are formidable, I tell you. Very, very formidable. If you are not listening to Radio Biafra, you are ignorant. We must continue. Security operatives to monitor the bank account of judges who are in election tribunal or electoral tribunal, however they wish to put it, as a way of identifying those who have been compromised by politicians. Security agents, they won't give you their names. Just security agents. Just look at how flimsy they throw things about. Security agents will monitor which part of the show will know who to hold responsible. They won't tell you. Ndoshi. Security agents have been detailed to monitor the bank accounts of judges handling various election petitions. Now, if judges cannot be trusted, because judges are the last bastion, they are the last line of defense between state-sponsored tyranny and the preservation of the rights of ordinary people, those not in power. So if security agents are watching judges who should be interpreting the law when somebody is caught stealing, that means that all their rulings now on all the thievery going on is meaningless. When I told the world, or when I tell you that anything we say on Radio Biafra is true, some of you doubt me. Here's another proof. All the judges are corrupt to the extent that they are now sending people to be looking into their bank accounts. If you lack confidence in your judicial system, what hope do you have anymore? I told you this zoo is finished. Now you know what you never knew before, don't you? We speak the truth here, and the truth shall set everybody free. Defense headquarters condemned suicide attacks in Awasa Fulani land. The defense headquarters on Wednesday condemned the spate of suicide attacks in, they call it Northeast. They don't want to say the name, but the name is Kanu, where scores of innocent lives were lost on regular basis. But I thought you said that you have now controlled Boko Haram. They no longer strike at will, that you are now in control. Why are you complaining? The reaction, of course, is contained in a statement issued in Abuja by the acting director of information, Colonel Rabe Abubakar. No longer Olukolade, they have chased him away. You know that Yoruba man, that talkative Yoruba man, Chris Olukolade, Army General. You studied mass communication, you're an Army General. This one is another Awasa man, because Awasa has taken over everything. Colonel Rabe Abubakar, another Awasa man with a name that will find comfort in Saudi Arabia. We are in the same country. What is your name? My name is Tom Sochuku or the Kemane. And who is your fellow countryman? Oh, my fellow countryman is Rabbi Abubakar. We're in the same country. Does that sound right to you? If this man were to travel to Iraq or maybe to Syria and say my name is Rabbi Abubakar, you will say, okay, it's okay, you're a Muslim, I understand. But you're in the same country with him. His name is Rabbi Abubakar. Your name is Isom Tojuku, and you're in the same country. Oh dear. This statement described those perpetrating these heinous crimes as callous, barbaric, and monsters. But Buhari called them his brothers. The army is now calling them callous, barbaric, and monsters. But these are the same Boko Haram that Buhari called my brothers during Salah message a few weeks ago. Oh, have you forgotten? Because if you have forgotten, no, we have not. We have not. This Radio Biafra, we told them that they're in trouble, didn't we? And they are in one almighty mess. I tell you, we will destroy them. Don't worry about that. It's happening already. It is crumbling every day. Do you know the zoo is on fire because of Radio Biafra? The world can see the truth. Stay there and keep feeling sorry for yourself. I'm not a black person from Africa. When I say blacks are baboons and monkeys, I don't exclude me. Until we prove otherwise. Until Biafra comes. The day we get it is the day that Biafra comes. If you turn on your tap, water will come out. From mains, water works. If you switch on your light, there's electricity. Nobody is complaining of hunger or homelessness. People are meaningfully employed, not traveling to Europe to go and be washing toilet. That day, we can say we are human beings. But until then, baboons and monkeys everywhere. Boko Haram now have a new leader, according to the Chad president. The Chad president is Idris Deby. He confirmed that Boko Haram have a new leader. He did not say what had happened to Abubakar Shekau, but said he had been replaced by Mahamat Dawood, who has not been heard of before. Mr. Shekau has not featured in the group's recent videos, leading to speculation that he has been killed. Mr. Deby, whose troops have been involved in battling Boko Haram, said Mr. Dawood was open to dialogue. That's how they start. They are now creating a fake Boko Haram with a fake leader to do. They will give them money to kill people, to assume that authenticity. Then they now deal with them. That's what they do. What they try to do with all those mushroom radio stations, CVI, BVI, Radio Bedroom, Germany, Upper Niger, Lower Niger Radio Incorporated of Biafran Board of Control. Rubbish. We told them that heaven sent us. And today they are lying in the gutter, flat. Okay, somehow you may big gutter. We must continue. They are creating another Boko Haram to replace the original Boko Haram. Ocean provocateur. Reps to probe 5 billion police recruitment. If the police fund is missing, then there is trouble, isn't it? That means if your money goes missing, you have no hope. If police cannot find their own money that is missing, how about you when you lose your money? The House of Representatives of the Zoo on Tuesday resolved to probe 5 billion naira police recruitment fund stolen. They appropriated the money for the 7th Assembly in 2014. To this end, the House mandated its committees on appropriation, legislative compliance, and police affairs, when constituted, to probe the matter and report back to the House for further legislative action. What they mean to say is, I cannot be here and people will steal 5 billion and we didn't get our own share. Go and tell us what happened, who stole what, and tell us what you're going to get in return. That is how they reason in the zoo. That is why they are all criminals and they are all hypocrites. Buhari don't need Igbo people. Some Igbos are saying they don't need him either. I like that. They don't need him. He's not worthy of our commentary, to be honest with you. Igbo. They are not so. We must continue. Exposing another Buhari administration falsehood. Below is an official press statement explaining how the loan Buhari claimed was diverted, was to be expended, was to be, but where is the money? Nigeria has increased its external debt profile with an additional 1.1 billion borrowed for 3 projects. If they want to build a railway line, they go and borrow money to do so. What are these projects? This Abuja Light Rail project, which will cost $500 million. The other one is Galaxy Backbone Infrastructure project, which will cost $100 million. Where is the Galaxy Backbone? Maybe it's in the galaxy, in the sky, where the stars are in the galaxy, Milky Way. Maybe the money is in the Milky Way, Galaxy Infrastructure project. What is it? If I continue to explain to you how criminally minded the baboons and the monkeys in the zoo are, you will not believe me. Everything, once you say I am a Nigerian, from that particular instant, that very second, you're a thief. There is a type of evil spirit that goes, the demon of kleptomania, to steal, will just enter inside you. You turn into a full-blown rogue. Once you're a Nigerian, you're a rogue. A criminal extraordinaire, I tell you. And it shows. It shows. Stealing money. Abuja Light Railway. Where does the money come from? They are borrowing money against oil, crude oil from Biafra land. Is there any light railway in River State? Any light railway? They said Amechi is building one. It has stopped somewhere around my one. One of my friends said, you'll be on light railway with electricity. How many of you go to hotels or big buildings and you use the lift? They will tell you you're doing such a low risk. Oh, 15th floor. And NEPA will take light. And then they'll say the gen, there is no diesel in it. People live like animals in the zoo, I tell you. 4 people are dead as a helicopter crashes into Lagos Lagoon. I thought they were Igbo people before. A helicopter belonging to Bristol has crashed into a lagoon in Owoloshoki area of Lagos, the dirtiest city in the whole world. The stinking, filthy city of Lagos, around 3:40 p.m. today, August 12, 2015. Very sad indeed. Very, very sad. Souls are lost. But if there are Hausa Fulani people in it and Yoruba, then good riddance to them. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA spokesman, is Ibrahim Farin Loye. NEMA, Emergency Management Spokesman. Not Marine Police to go and fish them out of the lagoon, but a national emergency. It's an accident. It is not an emergency. Very sad souls we are lost, of course. If there are Biafrans or maybe white people or other foreigners, I do empathize with the families. If there are Hausa, Fulani or Yoruba, then good riddance to them. I hate them. I'll have to tell you the truth. Some are good in Yoruba land. I'm not doubting that. Some of them are good. So should I say I hate some Yoruba then? Maybe that's the best way. I can't stand them. They are thieves. And they are liars as well. They're like a parasite. You know, a leech. I'm telling you they're going to cure you. The pedophile, the sole administrator, the dictator extraordinaire, and the terrorist, Muhammadu Buhari's failure to appoint people from the southeastern region is not going down well with everybody. As Paul Ikonne, a chieftain of the APC, has stated his concern on the issue. Do you know who is Ikonne? Ikonne maybe is the son of Eze Ikonne that was singing, he was saying, I don't know, Buhari, the man that called Buhari Kechukwu. I don't know, this is the son, Paul Ikonne. He's in APC. These are the charlatans, the scavenging Igbo idiots. That is the without shame. When Buhari was going to Abato Ikonne's palace to the lady Kechukwu of Aba, it never occurred to them that this will happen, but we came on air to warn them. You will be disappointed. Today they are saying Buhari doesn't want to appoint people from who are you? Do you think he needs you? Of course he doesn't need you. Very complete idiot. His name is Paul Ikone. He's living in Wuse Zone 2 in Abuja. Wuse, Maitama, Wuse Zone 8. Mad people. But nobody's in your village. You know, Bingwa, Ndara. Lunatics everywhere. Anti-corruption activists drag Fashola, the corrupt Lagos State governor, former one, of course, to EFCC. He's a Yoruba man, he's a Muslim, that makes him a rogue. Muslims or followers of Islam make the finest looters of treasury. Go and look at all the people that have stolen so much money. They are always Muslims. All of them. They are Muslim, I should say. There's no plural, is there? It's Muslim, not Muslims. The Civil Society Network Against Corruption, a coalition of anti-corruption organizations in the zoo called Nigeria, has petitioned the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission over the questionable expenditures of the administration of Babatunde Fashola, the immediate past governor of Lagos State. In a petition dated August 10 and addressed to the EFCC chairman, the group called for the probe of the controversial 78 million naira spent on the personal website of Fashola to launder his image, so that an Igbo idiot born in Lagos near Idioroko will be saying, oh, he's a good man, he's the president. That was how they got you, by image laundering. He spent 78 million to project his own personal profile. They are calling EFCC to probe him. They should ask for EFCC to probe the loans he took before he left office. He took loans totaling 142 billion naira. Billion, not million. 142 billion. Confusion is now trailing ATM withdrawals as Godwin MFL. That man is not worthy to be a megad in a local bank. Talk less of a branch. Talk less of the, a high street bank and then CBN. He is lost. No wonder he was looking like Haros Apirapi when Buhari walked in. Before Buhari sent him packing back to the zoo in America. Confusion has continued to throw the daily withdrawal limit by the customers in the automated teller machines. You know, when you go abroad, you see ATM, you are happy. You want to go to cash point to take money. You know, baboons now, monkeys in Africa, they copy their own, but there's no network. Sometimes you put your card, you will swallow it. And no money. Sometimes it will tell it as dispense, giving you 60,000 naira, whereas you only took 10. And then when you go to get the money back, they will ask you to fill a form and come back in the next 2 years with your grandmother beside you. Ndara. The ATMs are not working. When they are working, they said withdrawal limit is 60,000. It is 150,000. And I'm asking you, how much is a return ticket from Iguacha to Abuja? So if I withdraw 60,000 and pay for my ticket, how am I supposed to feed? Lunatics everywhere. This is banking in Africa. Baboons and monkeys doing financial transaction. Very sad indeed. Give them banana and granite. The final burial rites for the late Oni of Ife, the Yoruba man, Obasiju Ade. I think the last wife only graduated from university. I think it's about 2 years ago, is it? The last wife is less than 25 years of age, but is dead. Idiot is dead. Obasiju Ade. They said the burial rites has been stored as the Ababaku is currently on the run. In Yoruba tradition, the Abobaku is someone who is chosen to be buried with the king. As according to customs, an Oba is never buried alone. Are you listening? Britain, are you listening? Oh dear me. These are the people we are in the same zoo with. You are in the same country with. People don't know. You know, I feel sorry for people, you know. Oh, let's celebrate our diversity. And I'm asking you about people. Your diversity is that when a useless, decrepit, deceased man is dead, you have to bury somebody with him. And you claim you're Christians. You claim you are Tunde Bakari. You are TB Joshua. And I'm asking all of you going to Yoruba churches, why don't you ask your general overseer, have you condemned this Yoruba practice, this Yoruba devilish act of burying somebody with your Oni of Ife? Do you understand now? When I told you that all of you going to Yoruba churches, you are heading straight to hell. You people, I can't stand you people. All of you idiots going to Yoruba churches, you are your general overseer will tell you, oh, I'm Yoruba.